Chapter 2990. Due to various historical reasons, our Kai family has split up quite a bit. Kai Yang also tried to persuade him. And your Kai family of Luyang is one of the bigger branches. If you all move back to Qinyang, our Kai family's power will definitely increase by a lot. In particular, our Kai family of Qinyang will also be open to the Kai family of Luyang. This is killing two birds with one stone. It's also something that I've discussed with the elders for a long time. You can't do this for your own selfish reasons. Patriarch Qinyang. Without waiting for Kai Yang to finish, Kai Shansong immediately said, "You may mean well, but, our Kai family of Luyang has lived here for thousands of years and is already used to the scenery here. Before the Kai family of Qinyang, our Kai family of Luyang developed extremely well. In the future, all the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang also feel that, we can live better with our own strength. So." At this point, Kai Shansong dragged his voice and said, "All the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang have unanimously agreed to stay in Luyang. This is not the decision of the patriarch of the Kai family of Luyang alone. How dare you?" Kai Hongfeng scolded. "Kai Shansong, what right do you have to speak here?" Kai Shansong gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly, suppressing his rebuttal. "Haisong, the benefits of having all the disciples of the Kai family in one place far outweigh the disadvantages. I've already explained the details in the jade slip I gave you earlier. If the Kai family of Qinyang and the Kai family of Luyang work together, it'll be 2 wins and 2 losses. You must consider this carefully." Kai Yang looked at Kai Haisong, Kai Shansong, and the others and continued to persuade earnestly. "Patriarch Qinyang, please understand." Kai Haisong bit his lip and continued to shake his head. "The Kai family of Luyang has been separated from the Kai family of Qinyuan for too long. How can we move just like that? This matter needs to be considered in the long run." Kai Haisong. Kai Hongfeng's face paled again. He said coldly, "This matter has already been unanimously approved by the elders of the Kai family. If your Kai family of Luyang is still a branch of the Kai family of Qinyuan, you must listen to the arrangements of the Kai family of Qinyuan. Patriarch. This matter is too complicated. It needs to be considered in the long run." Kai Haisong hurriedly cried out. "Haisong, you've really disappointed me. This last chance has slipped away from your hands. Don't blame me for punishing you." Kai Yang let out a long sigh. He looked at Fairy Hongxia, whose expression was not good, and said, "Now, in front of the disciples of the Kai family of the Huanhua sect, I will let her know that some of my decisions are not made without thinking. They are not made on a whim." As he spoke, Kai Yang clapped his hands and took out a token similar to the Phoenix token. He raised it high above his head and shouted, "Luyang's Kai family's Kai Haisong refuses to accept the decision of the Kai family's elder council. He doesn't place the Kai family's future in his eyes and only considers his own personal interests. He is no longer able to convince the masses and is no longer qualified to lead the Kai family of Luyang. Now, I request the Kai family's Phoenix token to remove Kai Haisong from the position of Luyang's Kai family's patriarch and hand it over to Luyang's Kai family's Kai Shansong. All Kai family disciples, listen up." Phoenix token. When Xiaohua saw the Phoenix token in Kai Yang's hand, he couldn't help but look at Fairy Hongxia. However, Fairy Hongxia was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She still didn't take out the Phoenix token that she had inherited from the Phoenix inheritance. Not only that, the Phoenix mark between her eyebrows had been hidden by her at some point. Patriarch. Just as Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia, Kai Shansong shouted, "Big Brother is the true patriarch of the Kai family. This junior's talent is shallow and cannot be compared to Big Brother. This junior cannot take over the position of patriarch of the Kai family." "Humph, how can the position of patriarch of the Kai family of Luyang be decided by the likes of you? Our Kai family's elder council has already made a decision and there is no reason to change it. Kai Shan Song, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. As Kai Yang spoke, he looked around and saw that the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang were all indignant. He raised the phoenix token in his hand and said, "This is our Kai family's phoenix token." As a disciple of the Kai family and a descendant of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, seeing this token is like seeing our ancestors. Who is dissatisfied? Kneel. Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry sounded from the phoenix token. Immediately, a phoenix celestial body flew out from Kai Yang's body. A powerful aura was emitted from the phoenix token as Kai Yang let out a thunderous roar. Plop plop. Several disciples in the 7th stage of Qi refining could not resist the power of the phoenix token and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Which Kai family disciple dares to disobey the phoenix token? All of you, kneel. Kai Hongfeng shouted. However, following Kai Hongfeng's voice, an even more furious and shrill voice came from Fairy Hongxia's mouth, "Xiao Hua. Do you still want to enter my Kai family?" Xiao Hua was taken aback. He had originally thought that Fairy Hongxia would release her own Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but he hadn't expected that Fairy Hongxia would be so meticulous. She didn't give Qin Yang Kai family any leverage at all, and actually let him take action. Since his wife had spoken, what else did Xiao Hua have to worry about? Xiao Hua let out a hee-hee and smacked his forehead with his hand. Wang, a huge gust of wind whistled out from Xiao Hua's body, and a wave of pressure several times stronger than the phoenix token was emitted at the same time. Moreover, as Xiao Hua brushed his hand away from his forehead, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered, and a huge palm was born in midair. With a thunderous momentum, it grabbed at the 30-meter-tall Phoenix Dharma body. This is probably the nascent soul stage. Xiao Hua's pressure swept across the area. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng, immediately froze. They could not even move their little fingers. In particular, a kind of fear came from the bottom of their hearts. It was almost an instinctive feeling. They all let out the same groan from the bottom of their hearts. When Xiao Hua's nascent soul hand appeared, a power that could control heaven and earth was released from the nascent soul hand. It firmly grasped Kai Yang's phoenix celestial body and Kai Hongfeng's physical body. A kind of incomparable shock emerged from the Kai family's hearts. They almost could not believe that Xiao Hua, who was only at the middle foundation establishment stage, suddenly became a nascent soul stage Xiao Hua. Wu Ming. Kai Yang suddenly woke up and his face changed dramatically. Gotcha. Kai Yang's phoenix celestial body, which was not very clear to begin with, was quickly destroyed. Pieces of it cracked and slowly sank into Kai Yang's physical body. Do you want to live or die? Xiao Hua laughed sinisterly. The nascent soul hand fell and grabbed the two arrogant foundation establishment stage cultivators in his hand. It was as if he was holding two little chicks. Humph, Fairy Hongxia sneered. She did not answer. Instead, she said, "This is what fellow Taoist Xiao did. It has nothing to do with the Kai family of Luyang. Their life and death is up to fellow Taoist Xiao. Senior Xiao." Kai Haisong hurriedly called out from the side, family head Kai Yang was thinking of the Kai family bloodline. Although this action was a bit reckless, but his intention was not wrong. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hurt the family head of Kai family. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and scolded, "Kai Yang, did you hear that clearly? If the family head of Kai family of Luyang did not plead for you, I would definitely take your life. Today's matter is my doing. If you want to find trouble with me, you can come to the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will welcome you at any time. Moreover, you must keep today's matter a secret. If I find out that my secret was discovered, I will definitely kill my way to the Kai family of Luyang." Scram. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and threw out his nascent soul hand. He didn't wait for Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng to speak and threw them into the air. In a moment, they disappeared without a trace. The phoenix token that fell into the air turned into a shooting star and chased after them. Xiaohua looked at the phoenix token that he did not know if was real or fake. He did not stop them and waved his sleeves again. The nascent soul's hand disappeared and he slowly descended from the air. Silence, silence, incomparable silence. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Haisong, did not dare to breathe loudly as they looked at Xiaohua carefully. Whether it was Nameless or a nascent soul grandmaster. They were all characters that the Kai family disciples did not dare to imagine. None of them could wake up from this contrast. That's right. Just now, an hour ago, other than Kai Haisong, everyone was secretly complaining that Fairy Hongxia did not capture Li Zongbao. But after an hour, Xiaohua revealed his strength and easily captured Kai Yang, who was in the late foundation establishment stage, and Kai Hongfeng, who was in the middle foundation establishment stage. Who would dare to look down on Fairy Hongxia? Who would dare to look down on Xiaohua, a small rogue cultivator who came to Luyang's Kai family several decades ago? Only 40 years? Or 50 years? Kai Haisong was shocked, but he slowly came to his senses. An incomparable feeling welled up in his heart. I've only cultivated from the 10th layer of qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, and yet I feel so proud and self-satisfied. After all, it's been a long time since a foundation establishment patriarch has appeared in the Kai clan. But, compared to this Xiaohua, I's days have been lived like a dog's body. That day, he was only at the 4th level of qi refining. Today, he is actually a nascent soul grandmaster. All the cultivators below the golden core stage in the 3 cultivation countries have lived like a dog's body. The first stage of the Great War of Sword Dao is based on the golden core stage. Xiaohua is a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the Great War of Sword Dao, who would be his opponent? This Li Zongbao, who is known as the number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage, would probably follow Xiaohua's lead. With him, the discussion hall's first team would naturally be able to achieve outstanding merits. That Qin Jian, who is at the 3rd level of the sword transformation stage, would naturally be killed by him. All the merits of the discussion hall's first team were obtained by Xiaohua alone. Everyone in the Dao sect guessed that the answer to the mystery lies with Xiaohua alone. Li Zongbao, who is the center of attention, is only a puppet, a shield in front of Xiaohua. All the unimaginable merits of the discussion hall's first team, there is only one truth. Chapter 2991. Senior Xiao. Kai Haisong stuttered, not knowing how to address him. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Earlier, we were too slow. At the same time, all the Kai family disciples regained their senses and bowed, all of them wanting to address Xiaohua as senior. Xiaohua's methods towards others were like thunderbolts, but towards Fairy Hongxia's family, how could he dare to show the slightest bit of negligence? He hurriedly flicked his sleeves, and a powerful force was generated, holding everyone back. He rushed towards Kai Haisong and said anxiously, "Senior Kai, will you still allow me to enter the Kai family in the future?" Pfft. Fairy Hongxia, who was standing at the side, immediately laughed out loud. She was also filled with hatred just now, but she could not directly contend with the Kai family head, so she asked Xiaohua to help. She was supposed to transmit her voice, but in her extreme anger, she forgot to do so. Hearing Xiaohua's aggrieved cry, her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with pride. Oh! Yes, Kai Haisong was also bursting with joy. With such a nascent soul stage son-in-law in Luyang's Kai family, let alone the Qingyang Kai family, in the entire country of in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, who would dare to challenge Luyang's Kai family? Father, don't bow to him. Fairy Hongxia curled her lips and said, his nascent soul stage cultivation is just a bluff. It's just a golden core stage cultivation. But when he brings out his nascent soul stage spiritual sense, it can scare others. He really is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Everyone suddenly understood. Fairy Hongxia's words were a little too obvious. How could others believe it? They only thought that she was being modest. Even if he's a golden core stage cultivator, this old man can't compare to him. Kai Haisong said with a smile, "Come, Xiao, calling me Xiao Hua is enough." Xiao Hua smiled tactfully. Xiao Hua, this isn't the first time you've come to my Kai family. Last time, this old man already treated you rudely. Today, I won't dare to do it again. Kai Haisong really wanted to praise Li Zongbao, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he felt that they wouldn't be appropriate, so he could only force himself to swallow them back. After a few simple words, he turned to Li Zongbao and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, this is your first time visiting our Kai family. Although we didn't open our doors to welcome fellow Taoist Li, by a freak combination of factors, we did so to welcome fellow Taoist Li to our Kai family. Fellow Taoist Li, please. Senior Kai, you're too courteous." Li Zongbao's words stunned Kai Haisong, but what happened next confused Kai Haisong even more. Because Xiao Hua had already revealed his cultivation base, in accordance with the etiquette of the three kingdoms of cultivation, Xiao Hua should have walked in front of Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao had received Kai Haisong's invitation, this invitation came after Xiao Hua's, so he naturally didn't move. Instead, he waited for Xiao Hua to walk first. However, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Senior brother Li, now that we're home, if we're talking about etiquette, senior brother should still go first." This. Li Zongbao's tense face revealed a trace of unnaturalness, but he didn't refute. He walked in front of Xiao Hua while Xiao Hua followed behind him. "We're home. Talking about etiquette?" Kai Haisong really couldn't make sense of it, but he suddenly remembered what Fairy Hongxia wanted to say to him before Kai Yang arrived. He turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. "Let's talk inside." When Fairy Hongxia saw the rare joy in the Kai family, or rather, the jubilant atmosphere, she felt a little miserable in her heart. It was as if there was one less person to stick a dogwood in all the places. Kai Haisong nodded and invited Fairy Hongxia to lead the way. Then, he led his clan brothers and followed behind. The Kai family's guest hall had been completely renovated and was much larger than before. Xiao Hua and the others sat in the guest seats, accompanied by Kai Haisong and several other Kai Family Foundation establishment cultivators. There were also a dozen 11th layer Qi refinement disciples standing below them. It didn't seem crowded at all. It was obvious how fast the Kai family had developed over the past few decades. A few pretty Qi refinement cultivators deftly served spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. Every disciple stole glances at Xiao Hua, then winked at Fairy Hongxia and left with a smile. Even the Qi refinement cultivators standing in wait stared at Xiao Hua without blinking. Not every Kai family disciple had seen a nascent soul cultivator before. Xiao Hua was the first nascent soul cultivator they had seen in their lives. What's more, this nascent soul cultivator was their future relative. "Fellow Taoist Li, please have some tea." "Xiao Hua, please have some tea." Since Xiao Hua allowed Li Zongbao to enter the Kai family first, Kai Haisong put Li Zongbao's name first even though he didn't understand why. Please, Li Zongbao knew this was a necessary etiquette. Although he was a little anxious, he had to wait. With Xiao Hua, this so-called brother-in-law, he couldn't lose face in the eyes of the Kai family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kai Haisong knew Fairy Hongxia and the others didn't just return to Luoyang to visit, so he didn't say anything else. He didn't even mention the battle between Dao and Sword. He said, "Hongxia, what did you say just now? In June, let the Qi refinement cultivators leave. We have something important to discuss," Fairy Hongxia commanded without any trace of politeness. Also, prepare a family banquet. Make it clear that no one is allowed to come within 100 feet of the guest hall. Yes, little brother understands. Kai Ying-jun didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and ordered the disciples to leave. Although the Qi refinement cultivators were a little reluctant, when they thought about how their master had something important to do and how they could get closer to a nascent soul cultivator during the family banquet later, they happily left. After the Qi refinement cultivators left, Kai Ying-jun and Kai Hongxing whispered again, "Elder sister, do we need to leave? You're the candidates for the next patriarch of our Kai family. This is our family's housework, so you don't need to leave." Fairy Hongxia looked at Kai Haisong and gave her instructions very naturally. In fact, she had already done this long before she left Luoyang and joined Huanhua sect. Today, she returned to the Kai family with a cultivation base in the late stage of the foundation building realm, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yes, Kai Ying-jun and Kai Hongxing sat down obediently. They lowered their heads and looked down, leaving only their ears exposed. "Father, it's like this." Fairy Hongxia glanced at the curious gazes of Kai Haisong and the others. She took a deep breath and told them about the matter between Kai Zhuxia and Li Zongbao. She also told them about the result of using the Netherlink mirror during their trip to Mount Wan. Finally, she said to the stunned crowd, who couldn't believe their ears, "So, I brought senior brother Li and Xiao Hua back in a hurry, wanting to see elder sisters, grave. How is this possible?" After a long while, Kai Haisong rubbed his eyes and said with a hint of sadness, "Back then, Zhuxia's corpse was sent by Xiao Hua, and we also examined it." Big brother, Kai Shansong said anxiously, "Hongxia and Zongbao have already gone to Mount Wan. Even the soul cultivators there said that Zhuxia isn't dead, so she's definitely not dead. What are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look." At this time, Kai Haisong was startled, and he jumped up from the jade chair with a bang. Today had given him a lot of stimulation. Not to mention that Xiao Hua was Fairy Hongxia's lover, not to mention that Xiao Hua had actually become a gold core cultivator, and not to mention that Li Zongbao had actually also become his son-in-law. Just the fact that Kai Zhuxia was still alive was something that he had never dreamed of. He was really numb. He said, "That's right, Hongxia. We'll go to the grave now." The second one to jump up was naturally Li Zongbao. He had been waiting for a long time and had been enduring, challenging his limits. Now that he heard Kai Haisong's order, he could no longer hold back. Kai Fengsong and the others looked at Li Zongbao curiously. They really wanted to know how this young and handsome man, who was famous throughout the cultivation world, knew Kai Zhuxia, and how he had been thinking about the dead Kai Zhuxia for so many years. This was absolutely unimaginable in the cultivation world. However, when they saw Li Zongbao get up, they hurriedly followed him. Even if he was the son-in-law of the Kai clan, he was still a late-stage foundation establishment, senior. The Kai family's burial mound was on the other side of Yang Cauldron Mountain. It was a place that was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Rows of willow trees grew luxuriantly, and thousands of willow branches swayed in the wind as they streaked across the sky. A tranquil and serene aura filled the entire valley. When they were less than a mile away from the green tiles and white walls, Kai Haisong descended from the sky and said apologetically, "Zongbao, Xiao Hua, my Kai clan has a rule. Everyone who is going to the grave can't fly directly to the entrance. They can only walk for this last mile." "Very good." Li Zongbao nodded and didn't say anything else. He just lowered his head and hurried on. Xiao Hua echoed, "In addition, we can't even use divine sense." He, Xiao Hua is right. However, my Kai clan didn't have many foundation establishment disciples before. We didn't even have a 12th layer Qi refinement cultivator. How could we have thought of using divine sense? Kai Haisong replied awkwardly. "Oh. Indeed. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He was very embarrassed that his words had embarrassed the Kai clan head. When they were about 100 feet away from the grave's white walls and black doors, 2 Kai clan disciples around the 3rd layer of Qi refinement hurriedly walked out from a side door. Both of them looked to be in their 30s. One of them was a male cultivator who looked rather spirited. The other was a female cultivator. Her appearance was still charming and her figure could be considered enchanting. However, her waist was already a little too fat. The 2 of them should be the disciples guarding the grave. They had just received the news and came to serve them. However, the 2 of them stood respectfully. When Kai Haisong and the others approached, the male cultivator respectfully saluted while the female cultivator stood there in a daze. She stared straight at the approaching Xiao Hua and even forgot to salute. The male cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hastily pulled the female cultivator's clothes and indicated for her to salute. Only then did the female cultivator grit her teeth and lower her head. Xiao Hua naturally sensed that he was being stared at. However, he frowned and looked at the female cultivator. Her appearance was unfamiliar. He didn't seem to recognize her. Chapter 2992. Xiao Hua thought about how he had visited the Kai family before. Perhaps he had seen them before, so he didn't mind. However, when the 2 greeted Kai Haisong, he suddenly realized. Because the female cultivator called herself Kai Mei, if he wasn't mistaken, she was the little girl who had brought him to the Kai family at that time, Mei. Kai Haisong didn't care about this. After the 2 greeted each other, he ordered the door to the spirit tomb to open. Xiao Hua asked, "Are you that Mei, Big Brother Immortal?" Kai Mei was pleasantly surprised. She bowed again. "I didn't expect that Big Brother would still remember Mei, Alas. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at the somewhat plump woman in front of him. If she hadn't cultivated to the 3rd layer of Qi refining, and if she hadn't been born into a cultivation family, she would have already become one of the most plump people in the secular world. That childish, crisp voice, that little girl who had walked out from behind the stone sculpture in the distance, that thin and weak figure, and that pair of big, black eyes, they had all been eaten by dogs. Although those big eyes still had some shadows of the past when he looked at them carefully, it was just that, those originally clear and pure eyes had now been polluted by the secular world. They were full of flattery and expectation, making Xiao Hua feel inexplicably disappointed. "Your grandfather." Although Xiao Hua knew the ending, he still couldn't help but want to ask the unworldly expert who wasn't an unworldly expert. "Thank you, Big Brother Immortal, for still remembering grandfather." Kai Mei's face was mournful. Although grandfather took Big Brother's elixir, his body was already empty. He passed away 20 years ago. And everyone has to die in this life. Your grandfather was able to do so much for Lu Yang, so he can already rest in peace. Xiao Hua nodded. Then, he saw that the male cultivator had already opened the black door and was about to leave. However, he still asked casually, "Mei, are you doing well in the Kai family?" "Very well." Kai Mei was a bit hesitant. She timidly glanced at Kai Haisong and said, "But if Big Brother Immortal and the family head are old friends, can you let me change jobs with my husband?" "Oh." Xiao Hua was stunned, but he immediately smiled and said, "I will ask Senior Kai at this time." "Thank you, Big Brother Immortal. This concubine will lead the way for Gage." Kai Mei smiled and hurriedly accompanied Xiao Hua into the tomb. But Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "No need. Mayor, you and your husband wait outside the tomb." "Yes, this concubine understands." Kai Mei was very clever. She lowered her head and stayed where she was. Seeing Xiao Hua talking to Kai Mei, how could Kai Haisong ignore it? He had already asked Kai Haisong and the others who were in charge of the manor's affairs. After entering the tomb, Kai Haisong hurriedly told him about Kai Mei. After hearing Kai Haisong's detailed explanation, Xiao Hua couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. There is immortal fate in this world, but not everyone who obtains immortal fate. Many can become immortals. Humans were humans, and immortals were immortals. Why must they allow those who could not become immortals to become immortals? This is the Kai family's business. I have no right to interfere. It was no wonder that Xiaohua sighed. That day, Xiaohua gave Mayor a few spiritual pills and entrusted her to the Kai family. The Kai family was also honest and didn't covet those spiritual pills. Moreover, they even took Mayor into the Kai family and changed her name to Kai Mei. However, although Kai Mei was handsome, her cultivation aptitude was really limited. After dozens of years, she only cultivated to the third layer of qi refining. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kai Mei's character wasn't good. She was especially vain, or perhaps she didn't come from a good family. When she entered the Kai family, she felt an indescribable inferiority from the bottom of her heart. But what could a female cultivator do in front of these natural shortcomings? Her blind grandfather couldn't help her at all. After Kai Mei became an adult, she used her beauty to exchange for a position in the Kai family. The reason why Kai Mei and her husband were sent to guard the tomb was because they were jealous of each other's affection. Originally, they were going to be expelled from the Kai family, but this Kai Mei was also obedient. She hurriedly admitted her crime and chose to marry her current husband. This was the last chance to stay in the Kai family. This was what Xiaohua sighed about. Not every beautiful and cute little girl would grow up to be a pretty beauty. There was also a possibility that she would grow up to be a fat ant. And the possibility was very high. However, when everyone filed in and passed through the black door, they saw many neatly repaired small tombs. In front of each tomb, there were a few faint, extremely elegant Xiaohua flowers. Moreover, in front of each tomb, there was a willow branch as thick as a little finger placed on top of the tombs. Looking at the creases under the branches, it was obvious that they were recently broken. Good, Zongbao and Xiaohua understand. Kai Haisong had just stepped into the tomb when he glanced at the tombs and explained, "Our Kai family of Luyang is only a cultivation family. We are inferior to ordinary cultivation families. Even though there is a public memorial hall for the ancestors, not all of the deceased can be preserved. Therefore, almost all of the deceased are buried in the ground, just like the people of the secular world. Perhaps there is a hint of poverty." Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao wouldn't answer, so he continued, "Earth to earth, dust to dust. Ordinary people talk about being buried in peace. This is the principle. The Kai family's actions are also normal. It can't be considered as poverty." After Kai Haisong finished his explanation, he looked at the tombs again. As far as his eyes could see, all of the tombs were as clean as before. He knew clearly that the communication talisman had just been sent out. It was impossible for Kai Mei and her husband to have made such preparations in advance. This could only mean that Kai Mei and her husband were usually very meticulous. Kai Haisong sighed, "A pitiful person must have a detestable side. However, if a prodigal son returns to his old ways, I won't exchange him for a top-grade spirit stone." Senior's words are extremely true. Xiaohua nodded, "The heavenly Tao is merciful. It will always leave a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. As long as you have the heart, you will always be able to find a way to survive." Yes. Kai Haisong was startled. Xiaohua's words were very grand. Moreover, he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, this was the understanding of a golden core cultivator. However, if he was asked to think deeper, he couldn't. Just as Kai Haisong was frowning in thought, everyone had already arrived at a slightly remote corner under Kai Haisong's lead. A small drum that was no different from the one they had seen before appeared before everyone's eyes. Alas, no matter how much power and wealth one had when they were alive, when it comes to birth, old age, sickness, and death, everything is just fleeting clouds. Life can't be brought, death can't be taken away. If you can't build a tomb in the hearts of others, then you can only build a tomb in the wilderness. In this vast world, I'm afraid that there is only a few feet of space that belongs to me. When Xiaohua saw this small tomb, he immediately thought of Kai Zhuoxia's voice and smile from before, as well as the various experiences of the two people. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Looking at Li Zongbao, he was also biting his lips. His body couldn't help but surge with mana. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and even his clenched hands were trembling. After thinking about it for decades, now that the mystery was about to be revealed, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao couldn't help but feel agitated in his heart. It's better to let Kai Quan do it. Kai Haisong looked at the clean tomb. The tombstone in front of the tomb was still engraved with the words, "The tomb of beloved daughter Wuxia." He couldn't help but feel a little sad. He knew that although he and the others were Foundation establishment cultivators, if they wanted to take out Kai Zhuoxia's bluestone coffin intact, they had to let Kai Quan and the others, who were guarding the tomb, do it. No need, Junior will try. Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping Kai Haisong's transmission. Then, without waiting for Fairy Hongxia and the others to ask more, he made a gesture and his whole body flashed with a yellow brilliance and disappeared into the ground. 5 Elements Escape Technique. When Xiaohua escaped from Kai Hongfeng's hands, he used the Earth Escape Talisman in front of Kai Haisong. How could Kai Haisong not be familiar with it? However, the Earth Escape Technique, which was a consummate skill for escaping before, was now nothing in the hands of Xiaohua. Just a thought flashed through Kai Haisong's mind, and he felt the ground under his feet suddenly shake. Then, he saw the small tomb quickly split open, like a flower blooming. All the soil was cut off from the tomb, and a bluestone coffin covered with dark green soil slowly rose from the ground. When Xiaohua's figure appeared from under the bluestone coffin, Kai Haisong couldn't help but groan, "This guy's strength is too great." The bluestone coffin was not too heavy, but it couldn't be buried deep. Even if Kai Haisong used his mana, he wouldn't be able to take out the coffin so easily. Xiaohua flew to the side of the deep pit and carefully placed the bluestone coffin on the ground. However, on this bluestone coffin, the yellow talisman stuck to it had long decayed, leaving only a trace of yellow paper stuck to the black soil. When divine thought swept over it, there was no fluctuation of mana. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew in his heart that if the coffin was Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, it must be white bones now. Immediately, Xiaohua looked at it again, stretched out his hand, grabbed the fist-sized nail on the coffin, and pulled it out easily. More than a foot long, 8 fist-sized nails were easily pulled out by him. Just when he reached out to open the coffin, Li Zongbao's voice came, "Junior brother Xiao, let me do it personally." "Okay." Xiaohua replied and immediately retracted his hand, standing at the side and looking at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to be calming himself down. Then, he took 2 steps forward, bent down, and touched the bluestone coffin with both hands. The mana in his body surged slightly, and 2 muffled sounds were heard. It was the sound of the coffin hitting each other, and the bluestone coffin was opened a crack. Oh! The mountain peak blew past, and from the crack of the coffin, there was no stench. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and like everyone else, he was ecstatic. What is going on? However, when Li Zongbao opened the coffin lid and saw everything inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. Ah! Hearing Li Zongbao's shock, Fairy Hongxia and the others also took a step forward and took a look. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 2993. Although it was not a skeleton lying in the coffin, it was definitely not Kai Zhuoxia's remains. Instead, it was a male cultivator whose face could not be seen clearly. However, this male cultivator had an extremely long beard and looked like an old man. Ouch! Xiaohua saw it clearly and immediately exclaimed, because he saw that this male cultivator was wearing a slightly rotten robe from the Imperial Thunder sect. "Senior Brother Li, please have mercy, this is Qian Qinghua. Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Qinghua. Li Zongbao's spiritual power surged. When he heard Fairy Hongxia and the other's surprise, he knew that this person was not a disciple of the Kai family. He was already angry and wanted to destroy this person. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he noticed that Qian Qinghua was wearing the Imperial Thunder sect's robe. Then Li Zongbao snorted and shook his hand. When his spiritual power reached out, the blue stone lid immediately turned into powder and fell on Qian Qinghua's body layer by layer. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the token that Qian Qinghua gave him and shook his hand. Sure enough, the token hovered in the air a few times and suddenly fell into the coffin. Alas! Xiao Hua confirmed Qian Qinghua's identity and smiled bitterly. The Imperial Thunder sect had spent a lot of effort and time to find Qian Qinghua, but no one expected that Qian Qinghua would run into Kai Zhuoxia's coffin. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked again. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and immediately pulled Qian Qinghua out of the coffin. Fortunately, there was only Qian Qinghua and no trace of Kai Zhuoxia. At this moment, Xiao Hua was relieved and thought to himself, fortunately, if this guy stayed in the coffin with Kai Zhuoxia for dozens of years. Even if senior brother Li did not say anything, the Kai family would not let this guy go. This guy has some karma with me, which makes things difficult for me. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, Senior Kai, this guy is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I will take him away. Seeing that Xiao Hua recognized Qian Qinghua, Kai Haisong suddenly remembered that when Xiao Hua just left the Kai family, Shanghua sect's disciples came to visit him. How could he not know the danger? He hurriedly nodded and said, Nephew, everything is up to you. I don't know anything. Xiao Hua shook his hand and put the Qian green flame back into the soul nest. Then, he looked at the ground that he had just dug up and complained in his heart. If Qian Qinghua was in Kai Zhuoxia's coffin, then where did Kai Zhuoxia go? Qian Qinghua would never move Kai Zhuoxia into another coffin. Then, Kai Zhuoxia must be near the green stone coffin. He only cared about taking out the coffin and didn't pay attention to the bones nearby. Even if Kai Zhuoxia's corpse was intact, his reckless action just now might have caused some damage to Kai Zhuoxia's corpse. Junior will go down and take a look. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at Fairy Hongxia whose face was also not good and said to Kai Haisong. N. Kai Haisong reflexively nodded his head. Xiao Hua, this son-in-law, was really too capable. All he could do was nod his head. When Xiao Hua entered the ground, everyone's gaze was fixed on the ground, quietly waiting for the result. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua's figure escaped from the wall of the pit. However, when everyone saw Xiao Hua's empty hands, their hearts turned cold. Li Zongbao's heart was even more empty. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out and there was no trace of it. Junior found it. Xiao Hua's figure flew out and hurriedly shouted. Then, he waved his hand and took out a crystal coffin and placed it in front of Li Zongbao. Then, under Li Zongbao's eyes, he carefully took out a corpse covered in mud from the soul nest. Although the corpse was covered in mud, the face had been simply wiped away, revealing a face that was similar to Fairy Hongxia's. The thin eyebrows and long eyelashes were still there. It looked like she was still in a deep sleep when she was just placed in the coffin. Sister, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but call out. Xiao Hua awkwardly reached out his hand and took out a stick of mud. This is Zhuoxia's right arm. Junior. Junior, ah. Before Kai Haisong could say anything, Li Zongbao, who had been staring at Kai Zhuoxia's face, saw Kai Zhuoxia's severed arm and couldn't help but stretch his neck and howl. Not only was his howl filled with sorrow, it was also filled with surprise and even deep anticipation. Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia didn't feel anything, but Kai Haisong and the rest were pale. They hurriedly covered their ears and crouched down, as if they couldn't resist the power of Li Zongbao's howl. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Just as he was about to activate his magic power to protect everyone, Li Zongbao's body suddenly flashed with brilliance. His magic power rippled out like overflowing boiling water. At the same time, a strong pressure was generated from Li Zongbao's head and rushed straight to the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly and countless black clouds surged. Looking at the surroundings, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed over crazily. Bits of crystals appeared nearby. Li Zongbao has condensed his core. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He knew that the reason why Li Zongbao couldn't condense his core was because of Kai Zhuxia. Today, when he saw Kai Zhuxia's corpse, although he didn't know if she was alive or dead, he was overjoyed after seeing her corpse. The damage to her corpse made him feel sad. In between joy and sadness, he suddenly realized something and achieved the opportunity to condense his golden core. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's neck amidst the heavenly pressure of condensing his core. Then, without caring about the taboo of the Kai family's burial mound, lightning flashed around him and he rushed up Yang Cauldron Mountain like a thunderbolt. Although Li Zongbao went, the pressure from Yang Cauldron Mountain enveloped Luyang's Kai family and a small part of Luyang for more than 20 days. Although it was only a few weeks, the entire Luyang town was in complete chaos. Not to mention the specks of crystals that were strangely suspended in mid-air and were more crystalline than common snowflakes, and not to mention the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual energy that blew everything away. Just the pressure of Li Zongbao's golden core was enough to throw the entire secular world into chaos. In a corner of Luyang near Yang Cauldron Mountain, within a range of about 3 to 5 miles, all animals, humans, and beasts were paralyzed on the ground. None of them could move. Within this range, everyone's hearts were more or less under an incomparable pressure. The feeling of being unable to control life and death filled their minds. Although it was only 2 days later, Xiao Hua, who had come to his senses, hurriedly flew down from Yang Cauldron Mountain and quickly moved the secular people away from Li Zongbao's pressure. However, the impact was huge. Not to mention people who understood the true meaning of life in the midst of life and death, couples who had broken up with each other were reunited. Not to mention unfilial children who woke up to filial piety under the heavy burden and turned over a new leaf. Not to mention the rascals in Luyang who thought that the gods had descended and turned over a new leaf. Many young children were born with the Tao. It was also a huge change in their lives. Fortunately, the range of Li Zongbao's divine sense was only 20 to 30 miles and he was condensing his core on Yang Cauldron Mountain. His divine sense only covered a small corner of Luyang. If Xiao Hua had condensed his core, the entire Luyang town would have been covered. The secular people would have nowhere to run even if they wanted to. After Xiao Hua moved the secular people who were affected by the divine sense to a safe place, he sighed. Damn it, no wonder cultivators have to advance in places where there are few people. It's not only because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant there, but also because it doesn't affect others. Then, Xiao Hua hurried back to the Kai family. Although the secular people were affected by Li Zongbao's pressure, they did not need to cultivate after all. Their Tao hearts and Tao foundations would not be affected. However, most of the disciples of the Kai family were cultivators. It was inevitable that their cultivation would be damaged after being under the pressure of a golden core cultivator for a long time. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua entered the Kai family, other than Fairy Hongxia, who was in a slightly better condition, Kai Haisong and the other foundation establishment cultivators were scattered in the spirit tomb. It was as if they had not moved at all after Xiao Hua left with Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hongxia briefly and immediately flew to the largest meeting hall in the Kai family. Not only did he activate the array formation of the meeting hall, he also set down the jade talismans of the capital star array. Kai Haisong and the rest, as well as the disciples of the Kai family who were paralyzed, were sent into the meeting hall. After doing all this, Xiaohua saw that there was nothing left behind. Then, he returned to the Yang Cauldron Mountain to guard Li Zongbao's core condensation. On the 30th day, the oppressive pressure that made it hard for people to breathe slowly weakened. The crystal bead that had been floating dozens of miles away was thrown into the thick whirlpool under the black clouds above the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condense into a whirlpool above Li Zongbao's head, Xiaohua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Li Zongbao had no problems condensing his core condensation. However, he immediately had the urge to jump up and curse. Damn it, why is it so difficult for me to condense my core condensation? Not only do I need dozens of times more spiritual energy of heaven and earth than Li Zongbao. There's also a lightning tribulation. There are actually 3 lightning tribulations. How can I live like this? After cursing, Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception to see that Kai Jia and Lu Yang were gradually recovering. He immediately closed his eyes to meditate. After all, everyone's core condensation was different. The celestial phenomena were also different. The heavenly Tao revealed was also different. Xiaohua was fated to see Li Zongbao condense his core condensation, so he could see the wonders of the parting love treasure mirror and the ruthlessness of the heavenly Tao. After dozens of days, the dark clouds that had been pressing down on the Yang Cauldron Mountain slowly dissipated. A ray of sunlight that was like a sharp sword shot out from the clouds and shone on Li Zongbao's body. His snow-white hair refracted bits of golden light, and an indescribable power was emitted from his body. Li Zongbao slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely pale, and there was no trace of black in them. A kind of coldness, mercilessness, and austere aura emerged from his pale eyes, causing one's heart to turn cold. In just a few breaths, a little blackness was born in this paleness. It was like the rare moonlight in the night sky, and it immediately dispelled the desolation. Gradually, the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy slowly appeared along with the appearance of the black pupils. Chapter 2994. Senior Brother Li. Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao the moment he opened his eyes. He could clearly see the ruthlessness in Li Zongbao's eyes. At this moment, he slowly got up and walked over. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The first thing he said was, "Is Wuxia dead or alive? I'll let Senior Brother Li know." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Once you release your aura of condensing your core, other than me, who else can move? I'm here to protect you. I really don't know if Kai Wuxia is dead or alive." Li Zongbao snorted and released his spiritual sense. Without calling Xiaohua, he flew down from the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at the unfamiliar back of Li Zongbao. He shook his head and flew down as well. At this moment, the Kai family had already returned to its original order. However, every disciple who saw Li Zongbao had a face full of respect and fear. They all stood far away and avoided him. In the meeting hall, beside a crystal coffin stood Fairy Hongxia and the rest. "Is Wuxia dead or alive?" Li Zongbao entered the meeting hall and asked. "Senior Brother Li." Fairy Hongxia and the rest turned around and bowed. "Congratulations on condensing your core, Senior Brother." Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao did not answer. He walked towards the crystal coffin expressionlessly. Walking to the front of the transparent crystal coffin, Li Zongbao saw Kai Wuxia's beautiful sleeping face, as well as her long eyelashes and long hair that almost covered her entire body. Only then did a trace of a smile appear on Li Zongbao's face. Moreover, his eyes were filled with warmth as he muttered to himself, "Wuxia, you are actually so beautiful. But you're still modest in front of me. Sigh, I don't want cold beauty. I only want living ugliness." However, Li Zongbao pushed his hand and was about to lift the lid of the crystal coffin. But at this moment, Xiaohua's slender hand reached out and pressed on the coffin. He said calmly, "Senior brotherly, wait a moment. Let Hongxia explain." Li Zongbao did not stop. However, he did not lift the lid. Only then did he stop. He turned around and looked at Fairy Hongxia. "Senior brotherly." Faced with Li Zongbao's cold gaze, Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly said, "I've already checked. Elder sister hasn't been revived. Not only is there no heartbeat or breathing, even his body is cold." "That is." A cold light flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. The people around him trembled. "No." Kai Haisong hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Li. Although Wuxia did not come back to life, but, she is not dead either." "Why?" Li Zongbao stared straight at Kai Haisong, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Kai Haisong suppressed his shock and said, "Wuxia's skin color is normal, and her hair is still growing. If she's already dead, not to mention other things, her hair must have withered and her body must have perished. Then is she dead or alive?" Li Zongbao asked coldly. No one dared to answer. "As far as this Xiao knows." Xiaohua indifferently said, "Wuxia is neither alive nor dead. He seems to be in a very strange state. So, congratulations, senior brotherly. At least Wuxia is not dead. Her body is still here, and her body is also intact. Even her soul is not in the netherworld. Her resurrection should be easier than Ziyi. Of course, Wuxia's right arm is this Xiao's fault. This Xiao will return her an intact arm after she comes back to life." Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua indifferently, then turned to look at the crystal coffin and asked in a low voice, "What is going on with this crystal coffin?" "Senior brotherly, this crystal coffin originally belonged to Jin Quan Shan Tu Hong." Xiaohua replied in a low voice. Li Zongbao's eyebrows twitched, as if he thought of something. "Also, Senior Kai, bring everyone out for a moment. This Xiao wants to check on Wuxia's situation again." Xiaohua turned his head and ordered. "Oh." Kai Haisong was slightly stunned, but Fairy Hongxia was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Okay, we will leave now." "Senior brotherly, you go out too." Xiaohua said indifferently. "This Xiao will not leave." Li Zongbao shook his head, "From now on, this Xiao will not be separated from Wuxia." Xiaohua urged his magic power to restrain Li Zongbao, but he immediately withdrew his magic power and said indifferently, "If you want Wuxia to come back to life, you should hurry up and leave." Li Zongbao suddenly raised his head and stared at Xiaohua for a moment. Xiaohua was not afraid and directly faced him. What a joke, not to mention that Li Zongbao had just condensed his core, even if he was in the late stage of gold core, in Xiaohua's eyes, he was just a gold core. Seeing that Xiaohua did not shrink back, Li Zongbao hesitated slightly and was the last to walk out of the meeting hall. Then Xiaohua made a grabbing motion, and the capital star array of the meeting hall was activated. In the entire hall, only Xiaohua and the crystal coffin were left. "Sigh, fellow Kai. Years have passed since we parted, and now we are once again on different paths." Xiaohua walked to the front of the crystal coffin and stared at Wuxia's lifelike face. He whispered, "This Xiao knows that you may still have a chance to live, but this Xiao really does not know where this chance comes from. However, since the one who tied the bell should untie it, then this Xiao can try his best." After saying that, Xiaohua reached out and opened the crystal coffin. He stretched out his thumb and middle finger and placed it on Wuxia's left wrist. He closed his eyes, and after a moment, he slightly frowned and released a strand of soul thread, which very cautiously landed between Wuxia's eyebrows. See, when Xiaohua's soul thread rushed into Wuxia's soul, he saw the situation of the mysterious dark cloud and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Wuxia's mysterious dark cloud was already in pieces, as if she had died long ago. But the strange thing was that the mysterious dark cloud was now wrapped in a faint layer of water. This water was sparkling and translucent, flashing with a faint unknown brilliance. It flowed very slowly outside the mysterious dark cloud. The scattered and mysterious dark clouds seemed to be condensed by this water bloom. This water, is it the effect of that willow branch? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. That strand of soul thread gradually approached the water. Boom, a loud sound rang out. That soul thread had just touched the water when it exploded in Xiao Hua's soul, and a kind of boundless and desolate feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's soul. A seemingly boundless netherworld sea appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. There were countless corpses in the sea, and waves of blood soared to the sky. From time to time, there were strange, huge, and ugly netherworld beasts rushing out of the sea, swallowing hundreds and thousands of corpses in one gulp. Boundless, without end, without a boat, without a bridge, I cannot cross it. A kind of indescribable pain emerged from Xiao Hua's heart, and a kind of feeling of absolute powerlessness filled Xiao Hua's body at the same time. Woo woo woo, suddenly, there seemed to be a kind of Sanskrit sound, and also seemed to be a kind of golden rune, and there was a slight feeling of armor inscriptions. A three-colored brilliance pierced through the sea of bitterness, rushing to the other side of the sea of bitterness. However, that three-colored bridge had just appeared when a wave of blood struck. Xiao Hua's soul thread was shattered, and all of his feelings disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to extend that second strand of soul thread. Taking out the willow branch, Xiao Hua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and even soul sense probed, but they were all empty. Even where the soul thread fell, it still couldn't wrap around. When Xiao Hua opened his Dharma eyes, in those already somewhat transformed Dharma eyes, there was a three-colored rainbow bridge in Xiao Hua's hand. Sure enough, it's this thing that's causing trouble. Xiao Hua understood. Unfortunately, he still waved it several times on Kai Zhuxia's corpse, but the willow branch didn't move at all. Of course, Kai Zhuxia's corpse also didn't change. Xiao Hua scratched his ears and cheeks. He clearly knew that this thing would work, but he just didn't know how to use it. Forget it, I'm afraid the opportunity hasn't come yet. Xiao Hua was dejected. He was only a golden core cultivator, and his soul cultivation had just reached Ming Ruotian. He was still too far away from being able to see through life and death. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua was about to put the willow branch into his space, but at this moment, he hesitated. He thought of the previous water bloom, thought of the Sanskrit sound and the netherworld sea within the water bloom, and flipped his hand, sending the willow branch into the Buddha Sarira. It really did fall into the clear water bottle. Swish, a faint Buddhist light emerged from the Buddha Sarira, and the entire clear water bottle slightly swelled. The willow branch in the clear water bottle suddenly gained a layer of holiness. This willow branch is a Buddhist artifact. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Xiao Hua opened the capital star formation, and Li Zongbao was guarding the entrance. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't look happy, he didn't ask anything and quickly rushed to the crystal coffin. How is it? Fairy Hong Xia was the second to come over, and asked in a low voice. Sigh, Zhuxia really didn't die. But it's still very difficult to resurrect her. With my current cultivation, I can't do anything. Xiao Hua sighed, and with a grab, he was about to take out the capital star formation's jade talisman. Humph! Fairy Hong Xia snorted coldly, turned around, and walked over. Xiao Hua was stunned, but soon understood. After thinking for a while, he took out a blank jade talisman and recorded the method to use the capital star formation. He quickly chased after her, and with a smile as if he was presenting a treasure, he said, Hong Xia. Why are you giving it to me? I don't want it. Fairy Hong Xia glared at him unhappily. Hee, Xiao Hua laughed, I've already given you what I gave you. This is what you gave me. Who are the two of us? Fairy Hongxia was originally worried about Kai Zhuoxia's life, but when she saw Xiao Hua's expression, she knew that she would be fine. Only then did she glance at him and take the jade talisman. Kai Haisong naturally followed beside the two of them, but Kai Haisong's eyes were only looking ahead. It wasn't clear if he didn't see them, or if he was only concerned about Kai Zhuoxia. Xiao Hua, what should we do now? Everyone walked in front of the crystal coffin and took a look. Kai Haisong turned around and asked Xiao Hua. There's nothing else, we can only wait. Xiao Hua pointed at Kai Zhuoxia and said, at this moment, she's neither dead nor alive, and her lifespan is very long. I'm afraid that you and I can't compare to her. Once the opportunity comes, she can be resurrected. The Kai family only needs to protect her body. Chapter 2995. How can I let the Kai family keep Zhuoxia's body? Without waiting for Kai Haisong to speak, Li Zongbao reached out his hand and lifted the crystal coffin. Unfortunately, just as his hand touched the coffin, Xiao Hua also reached out his hand. The crystal coffin seemed to be cast from copper and iron and could no longer be lifted from the stone table. Senior brother Li, Xiao Hua said indifferently, this matter still needs to be discussed with the head of the Kai family. Li Zongbao coldly glanced at Xiao Hua's finger on the crystal coffin and actually raised his head to look at Xiao Hua's face. His eyes were no longer like before, only cold and black. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. Just like before, he faced the increasingly cold gaze. He knew that Li Zongbao's mind was already damaged. Now that he saw the half-dead Kai Zhuoxia, not only did the parting treasured mirror suffer a backlash, even the weapon spirit of the immortal slaughtering whip suffered a backlash. Especially now that Li Zongbao had just stepped into the core formation realm, his realm was not stable yet. The feeling of power in his palm had yet to fade from Li Zongbao's heart. He really might not be afraid to fight with him. Zongbao, Kai Haisong's mind raced. He turned to look at Fairy Hongxia, Kai Haisong and the rest. They exchanged glances and secretly nodded. He hurriedly shouted, although Zhuoxia is my beloved daughter, she suffered grievances in my Kai family. Even after death, her corpse was humiliated by others. My Kai family feels that we are not worthy of keeping Zhuoxia's corpse. If Zongbao is willing, you can take it away. However, I ask Zongbao to be considerate. If, by any chance, please send Zhuoxia back to my Luoyang Kai family. Here, at the very least, she still has her ancestors and us to accompany her. And Li Zongbao responded indifferently, not even nodding his head. Hearing Kai Haisong's words, Xiao Hua gently removed his 2 fingers from the crystal coffin. Li Zongbao reached out and took out a storage pouch, wanting to put it in. Unfortunately, although Kai Zhuoxia was half dead, her soul was strangely well. How could he put it in the storage pouch? Xiao Hua sighed and took out a spirit storage pouch and handed it over. Li Zongbao did not raise his head. He kept the crystal coffin and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Hua, give me the jade scroll that Jing Apple Village Elder Ji Lan gave you. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, when did Ji Lan give me a jade scroll? It was used in the records of soul cultivators. Li Zongbao replied indifferently. I've heard him say that it recorded the location where a Dao sect senior had fallen. Oh, that's a soul cultivator's bone. Xiao Hua suddenly understood that Elder Ji Lan had mentioned an extremely dangerous place. What do you want that for? You don't cultivate your soul, so how can you understand? I don't understand, but you do. Li Zongbao said resolutely, even if I have to break through millions of Meng mountains, travel through the 3 kingdoms of immortal cultivators, chase up to the 9th heaven, and descend to the 9th hell, I will find a way to resurrect Zhuoxia. That dangerous place is indeed located in the depths of millions of Meng mountains. I'm determined to explore it. Ah, Xiao Hua instantly felt that Li Zongbao's figure was incomparably tall. He understood that with the foundation of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao could cultivate to the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage without any suspense. However, Li Zongbao also understood that relying on the inheritance of the Utopia faction alone was not enough to resurrect a dead person. He could only learn from others' strong points and search for thousands of families. That was why he decided to go to millions of Meng Mountains. Senior brother Li, the millions of Meng Mountains that we went to was only a corner of the real Meng Mountains. Moreover, we were protected by Ziming and Xiao Mao, so we returned safely. What Elder Ji Lan said. I'm afraid that the so-called depths of Wu Meng Mountains are rarely entered by ordinary Dao sect cultivators. If you rashly go in, give it to me. Li Zongbao did not listen to his advice at all and said coldly. Xiao Hua was not satisfied and insisted, as for Kaixuxia, I naturally don't have a way to resurrect her now, but I'm completely confident that I can resurrect her in the future. You don't need to find a way to resurrect her by yourselves. His Fairy Hongxia was still fine, but when Kai Haisong and the others heard this, they turned pale with fright. Controlling life and death, that was a great magical power that even immortals did not dare to boast about. Xiao Hua was only a golden core cultivator now, but he dared to say such a big thing. Who would not be shocked after hearing this? Give it to me, Li Zongbao said again. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and narrowed his eyes again, as if he was thinking about something. However, after a while, he reached out his hand and took out the grayish bone. He used his soul consciousness to explore it, and then recorded the things inside in a jade slip and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took it and used his soul consciousness to take a look. Then, he carefully put the jade slip away and activated his magic power, flying out of the meeting hall. Senior brother Li, where are you going? The Utopia faction or the millions of Meng Mountains? Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Roar! A mournful howl suddenly sounded from the side of Yang Cauldron Mountain, and a heroic and sorrowful singing voice came from the sky, My heart is in my chest, where is thy heart? Thy heart is not in heaven and earth, my heart is lonely, so what if it is in my chest? Thy heart is in the 9 heavens, my heart becomes an immortal, thy heart is in the 9 underworlds, my heart is in the devil. My heart wants to be one with thy heart, the ends of the world can't help, my heart wants to sleep with thy heart, gods and demons kill. As the voice faded away, Li Zongbao's lonely figure also gradually disappeared. Xiao Hua could certainly catch up with Li Zongbao, but how could he catch up with Li Zongbao's infatuation? Although elder sister's life was short, she met such a lover. Even if elder sister is in the 9 underworlds, her heart will be at ease. She didn't live her life in vain. Fairy Hongxia and the others chased after him and also looked at the sky, murmuring, how many female cultivators in this world have such good fortune? Hongxia, do you think senior brother Li will return to the Utopia faction or the millions of Meng Mountains? Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips and whispered. Is this important? Fairy Hongxia asked, with elder sister's company, senior brother Li will no longer be lonely in this world. Sigh, yes. Xiao Hua sighs in his heart and reaches out to grab Fairy Hongxia's hand. Unfortunately, he grabs nothing but air. Fairy Hongxia dodges Xiao Hua and says to Kai Haisong, Father, you must keep elder sister's matter and Xiao Hua's matter a secret. These are all important matters, if a trace of it is leaked, the Kai family of Luyang will be in unprecedented danger. Then, Fairy Hongxia passed the jade slip with the capital star array to Kai Haisong and said, also, the array outside the Kai family is too clumsy. Only the array in the meeting hall is the real defensive array. If you encounter any danger, you can hide in it. This is the way to control it. Great! Kai Haisong was overjoyed. He knew the power of the capital star array very well. It was a divine array that could resist the power of the core formation stage. I don't dare to delay any longer. The war is about to end, I have to rush back to the Huanhua sect. Fairy Hongxia bowed, turned around and flew into the sky. It can't be. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Fairy Hongxia would actually leave just like Li Zongbao. After a slight hesitation, he hurriedly bowed towards Kai Haisong and the rest, before his figure shot up into the air. However, after flying for several dozen feet, Xiao Hua stopped again. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a storage pouch and tossed it to Kai Haisong. "Senior Xiao, these are some rice seeds. You can distribute them or sell them to all parts of the country of Xi. However, if there is a barren place, you still have to give them away. You can't accept spirit stones. In addition, the Kai family must compensate for the places in Luoyang that were damaged by senior brother Li. The required silver and other items can be deducted from the rice seeds." This. Kai Haisong saw the storage bag fall and was really puzzled. He didn't know how to deal with it. A cultivator who cared about the secular world. This was the first time he met someone like that. Even though Fairy Hongxia ran fast, could she hide from Xiao Hua? Similarly, they were flying towards the teleportation array of Linyu Town. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fairy Hongxia's graceful and seductive figure appeared in Xiao Hua's vision. Looking at this familiar figure, Xiao Hua's heart was burning with passion. Xiao Hua's harvest from the millions of Meng mountains was bountiful, far beyond his imagination. However, along the way, with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao accompanying him, the sweet journey in Xiao Hua's heart was completely over. Now that he finally had a chance to be alone with Fairy Hongxia, and they weren't in Luoyang, how could Xiao Hua not be distracted? Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't fly too fast and just followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Seeing that the sky was dark and they were in the wilderness, Xiao Hua activated the transcendence energy in his body and pounced towards Fairy Hongxia like a flying wolf. When Xiao Hua hugged Fairy Hongxia, a kind of thirst arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua lowered his voice and growled, "Stop, you're a bandit." After saying that, Xiao Hua carried Fairy Hongxia's body and flew towards the place he had set his sights on. If it was someone else, Fairy Hongxia would definitely struggle and even blame Xiao Hua. But this time, no matter how Xiao Hua's tongue licked the edge of Fairy Hongxia's earlobe, she didn't have any reaction. Sensing the abnormality of Fairy Hongxia, and feeling that although Fairy Hongxia's body was still warm in his embrace, it wasn't as hot as before. Xiao Hua's heart turned cold and his body stiffened unconsciously. He asked in a low voice, "Wife? Since when have I been your wife?" Fairy Hongxia asked indifferently. "Wife, what do you mean?" Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. "Aren't you my wife? Why didn't you say this in front of Senior Marshal Brother Li and Junior Marshal Brother Xiao?" Fairy Hongxia didn't turn her head, she just looked at the darkness in the distance and asked faintly. Xiao Hua gently turned Fairy Hongxia's body over. Looking at Fairy Hongxia's teary eyes, he said seriously, "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that you and I haven't done the dual cultivation ceremony yet. If I call you that, won't it tarnish your reputation?" He calling me wifey would tarnish my reputation. Then, wouldn't you tarnish my reputation even more by hugging me and doing something lewd with me? Fairy Hongxia sneered coldly. This. Xiao Hua was speechless. The hand that was hugging Fairy Hongxia slipped unconsciously. Fairy Hongxia's heart seemed to have turned cold along with that hand. Chapter 2996. You only care about your momentary happiness. When have you ever thought about me? Fairy Hongxia continued, "You have a junior sister, a close friend, and a disciple. How are you going to treat me? My wife." Xiao Hua was truly speechless. He did not expect that after so many days, Fairy Hongxia's rebound would be so severe. "Before the dual cultivation ceremony, it's better for you to call me junior sister Hongxia." Fairy Hongxia said indifferently, "I know what you're thinking. Naturally, I can do as you wish. However, today is the last day. I'm afraid we don't have any more chances. The past may have been sweet, today may be bitter, but all of this will slowly dissipate with the night. What do you mean? The fire in Xiao Hua's heart was completely extinguished. Not much. Fairy Hongxia stroked her hair and said faintly, for my dead sister, senior brother Li did not get to know a single female cultivator for dozens of years. He is known as the number one person below gold core. The number of female cultivators who want to dual cultivate with him is probably more than the number of junior sisters you know, right? However, he has never even looked at them properly. Today, for the sake of my sister's resurrection, he actually abandoned his sect and rushed to the Meng Mountains alone. Such a person with such deep affection is rarely seen in the world. Xiao Hua, I will not ask you to be like senior brotherly, to not look at others for my sake. However, I beg you, please consider my feelings. Don't get to know more female cultivators. I really do not have the slightest bit of confidence or dignity under these meaningless challenges. As Fairy Hongxia spoke, her tears flowed down in droplets. Xiao Hua did not expect that he would hurt Fairy Hongxia so much. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Do you know junior sister Mingyue from my Huanhua sect? Mingyue? I don't know. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, no impression. What does she have to do with me? Junior sister Mingyue has deep feelings for Nameless. If she knows that you are Nameless, I'm afraid, she will become another good junior sister of yours. Fairy Hongxia said sadly, although I am open-minded, how can I allow a junior sister to be my junior sister? How can she watch her lover and her martial aunt dual cultivate together? See, Xiao Hua finally understood. He finally understood why Fairy Hongxia was so conflicted about how many female cultivators she knew. Red Cloud, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, this Xiao hereby swears a blood oath. Apart from you and Xue Xue, no, Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly and stopped Xiao Hua, the so-called blood oath is nothing but a void. This concubine is not willing to use this blood oath to bind you. This concubine only wants your one and only love for this concubine, as long as your true heart. How can the blood oath related to cultivation see your true nature? Then, what do you think we should do? Xiao Hua was completely out of ideas. Xiao Lang. Fairy Hongxia opened her teary eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. She said word by word, our relationship has progressed too quickly. Although we were in love with each other and fell in love at first sight, in reality, the time we spent together was very short. Our relationship might not be solid, and it might even be maintained in the joy of dual cultivation. Therefore, this concubine feels that you and I should separate for a period of time. Both of us should calm down and think about each other's thoughts. Of course, don't worry, Xiao Lang. Even if you don't want this concubine will not look at anyone else in this lifetime. However, if this concubine can see clearly, then, this concubine will definitely not stay by your side. This concubine has her own proud and aloof heart. Huff, Xiao Hua let out a deep breath. He had finally encountered his first relationship problem in this lifetime. Based on what Fairy Hongxia said, if he couldn't solve it well, she wouldn't be with him in the future. Moreover, after the Great War of Sword and Tao, the three kingdoms of cultivators will be defeated. The cultivation sects of the three kingdoms will definitely be in chaos. The structure of each sect will have to be reorganized. One after another, handsome cultivators will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Xiao Hua, although you are blessed by the heavens, there will always be someone better than you. There are many people who are more outstanding than you, who are more favored by the heavens than you. You should comprehend what you have learned from the millions of Meng Mountains and take a step further. You should step into the realm of nascent soul grandmaster as soon as possible. Fairy Hongxia continued, this concubine has also obtained the inheritance of the phoenix. The reason why this concubine didn't reveal it in front of the Qin Yang's Kai family head, nor did I tell father, was because I wanted to comprehend it quietly and fully accept the inheritance of the phoenix. When the storm suddenly rises in the future, this concubine will be able to stand on high and turn the tide. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for you and me to cultivate on our own. This concubine seems to remember that you once said, "It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need." Perhaps only when we are far away from each other, can we see each other's needs, each other's love, and each other's sincerity. I understand. Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He felt his nose turning sour. He reached out and hugged Fairy Hongxia again. He whispered, "This Xiao will do as you say. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's heart for you. This Xiao will also let you know that this Xiao is the heavens beyond the heavens. This Xiao is an outsider. In this Xiaoyu continent, only Xiao Hua is supreme." As he spoke, Xiao Hua stretched out his lips and gently kissed Fairy Hongxia's forehead, eyes, ears, nose, cheeks, and chin. Finally, he heavily kissed her sweet lips. When he deeply tasted the bitter tears on her lips, he decisively left. With a long roar, he rushed into the sky. Lightning flashed around his body. With a rumbling sound, he rushed towards the distant Linyu town. Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua turn into lightning and fly away, Fairy Hongxia's heart suddenly became empty. Empty like nothingness. Empty like there was no falling. Empty like the pitch-black night. Suddenly, a kind of sadness welled up in Fairy Hongxia's heart. Her tears involuntarily fell, drowning the entire night. Coming out from the last transfer array, Xiao Hua's heart still felt like a huge rock was pressing down on it. Although he left Fairy Hongxia in a very carefree manner and said those bold words, and although he knew Fairy Hongxia's bitterness in his heart, he really did not understand Fairy Hongxia's thoughts. He, Huang Mengxiang, Zi Ming, Jiu Xia, and even himself did not know about Ming Yu's matter. Why did he give Fairy Hongxia so much pressure? He also never thought of dual cultivation with these female cultivators. Saying a few words, walking a few steps with them, what's the point? Even if it's just holding hands, what's the point? Zi Ming might not even be able to see him in the future. Consoling him, what's the point? And all these, Xue seems to have never said anything about it, right? Forget it. Xiao Hua looked at the deathly pale clear sky. The wisps of faint clouds seemed to also carry a bitter expression. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, perhaps Red Cloud was right, only time and distance can test one's heart. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Hua was just about to fly up when a faintly discernible divine sense strangely swept over. Who is it? Xiao Hua sneered. His soul pierced out following the divine sense. Ioyo. An extremely exaggerated cry came from the sky. At the same time, a figure appeared. That figure was hugging his head with his hands, appearing to be in extreme pain. Second senior brother. You're really like a ghost that won't disperse. Wherever this Xiao goes, you'll find me. Xiao Hua glanced at him, seemingly unmoved, and said indifferently. That person was naturally the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingxiao. When Zhang Qingxiao heard Xiao Hua's words, he released his hands in astonishment and asked curiously, who provoked our imperial thunder sex nameless? Do you not want your head anymore? No one provoked me. Xiao Hua also said indifferently, why are you looking for me? Io, if no one provoked you, then you must have eaten a fireball talisman. Zhang Qingxiao pointed at him and said, look at your face. It's as if everyone in the country of Shi owes you 3 low-grade spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Xiao Hua urged his magic power, as if he was really going to leave. Io, didn't someone say that he wanted a nascent soul cultivation method? I worked so hard and racked my brains to get it, but he doesn't want it. What a disappointment. Zhang Qingxiao didn't stop him. She only said one sentence, and Xiao Hua obediently stopped. Give it to me. Xiaohua still weakly stretched out his hand. Don't. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, first, let me see Lu. We'll talk about the rest later. Xiaohua knew that Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui were both concerned. He didn't dare to neglect and took Jiang Lu out of the space. Seeing that Jiang Lu still hadn't changed, Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little junior brother, didn't you promise to wake Lu up? How many years has it been? Why hasn't there been any news? It's not that I don't want to help. Xiaohua said helplessly, that expert doesn't have time now. We can only wait until after the path sword battle. Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked, oh right, did Sky Patrol City really fall into the hands of sword cultivators? What's the situation now? This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and looked at Jiang Lu with pity. You'd better think of a way to wake Lu up. However, I reckon it'll be soon. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiaohua could only wave the spirit storage bag in his hand and put Jiang Lu into the space. Secondly, Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, you have to tell me who provoked you. I'm very curious, in this world, who can make you so upset? Xiaohua sighed deeply, looked around and said, let's go, find a secluded place. Yes, it seemed that other than Zhang Qingxiao, Xiaohua could tell these things to others, right? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she unconsciously curled her lips and said coldly, little junior brother, I'm not talking about you, but you're giving too much face to Kai Hongxiao. And this girl is too pretentious. There's a saying that if you don't court death, you won't die, if you court death, you'll die. Letting go of a cultivator like you, who has a promising future, instead of pestering you, she actually let go. This kind of trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better is really too childish. Now, who knows how many female cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation are looking forward to dual cultivation with Nameless. When the names of terrifying Phoenix and Nameless are revealed, you can sit in the myriad Thunder Valley and wait for others to propose marriage. Chapter 2997. Second senior brother, don't make sarcastic remarks. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, I'm having a headache right now. I'm really not like what Hongxia said in her heart. Zhang Qingxiao laughed sinisterly and said, in fact, it's simple. You only need to conquer her completely physically and suppress her psychologically. Then, she won't even let out a fart. Look at my wife, that charming sword cultivator. Every time I make her want to die. Whatever I say, she can only listen attentively. She dares to say half a no word. Second senior brother. Xiaohua shouted, not every female cultivator is like this, right? What else can we do? Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips, destroy the bright flower stone. Even if we close our eyes, it's still the same. Xiaohua helplessly lowered his head. He really couldn't endure Zhang Qingxiao's vulgarity. Little junior brother. Do you know what is called a man's true colors? Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. I know. Isn't a man's true colors the true colors of a hero? Xiaohua asked curiously, isn't it the spirit of not sweating, not afraid of hardship? That's right. No matter if it's a man or a hero, they are all lustful. When dual cultivating, they're not afraid of sweating, not afraid of hardship. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, saints have made such a judgment about us male cultivators. Can we be stronger than saints? Xiaohua was speechless after hearing Zhang Qingxiao's fallacy. Actually, every male cultivator is the same. Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently, they all want to conquer female cultivators and take every female cultivator for themselves. Even if they can't succeed, they will imagine it in their hearts. Some ambiguity, some small actions, it's just to satisfy the instincts of male cultivators. Is that so? In this aspect, Xiaohua was far worse than Zhang Qingxiao. Of course. You don't need to care about these ambiguities. They're just small things before the meal, they'll be forgotten after eating. Only your fairy Hong Xia, your Xue Xue is the main dish, the main meal. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, after a meal, everyone will remember the main meal. Who still remembers those small things? Even if the small things are delicious and beautiful, they can't fill the stomach. Then, do you think Hongxia, she? Xiaohua asked for help again. Dump her for 10 years. Zhang Qingxiao laughed. Look at how lonely she is. She will definitely come back to beg you. Really? Really? But what if he doesn't? Damn it, ask Zhang Yutong to find you a beautiful swordswoman. Zhang Qingxiao said nonchalantly, even if we can't defeat the sword cultivator in the Dao sword battle, we have to conquer the swordswoman in bed. Forget it. Xiao Hua was dejected again. He stretched out his hand and said, what about the cultivation method? If that's the case, I might as well enter the nascent soul stage as soon as possible and win the Red Cloud fair and square. TCH, if you don't conquer her, just wait for her to unite with Xue Xue and conquer you. Zhang Qingxiao pulled out a small storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiao Hua. Many thanks, second senior brother. Xiao Hua took the storage bag without even looking at it and said weakly. There are various nascent soul cultivation methods in this storage bag. There are even 2 complete spirit-severing cultivation methods. I'm afraid it will be enough for you to use in a short time. Zhang Qingxiao said seriously, as for the spells and secret techniques used by nascent soul cultivators, there are also many inside. You should also take a look. Ah. Hearing that there was actually a spirit-severing cultivation method inside, Xiao Hua was stunned. His heart was filled with warmth. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao and bowed. Second senior brother has worked hard. Little brother will definitely not let second senior brother down. Hehe, it's nothing. On Xiaoyu continent, there are not many people that I can help. You are lucky to be one of them. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand, but then she said with shifty eyes, oh right, do you have any more spiritual herbs? Yes. If it was another day, Xiao Hua would definitely hesitate. After all, he had not returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. If he took out a lot of spiritual herbs, it would definitely arouse Zhang Qingxiao's suspicion. But seeing that she even took out a spirit-severing cultivation method, why should he be stingy? Zhang Qingxiao rubbed her hands, very excited. Take out a storage bag. Xiao Hua urged. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao took out 3 storage bags at once. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He took out a soul nest from his arms and pretended to take out a lot of spiritual herbs from the space, filling the 3 storage bags to the brim. Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingxiao laughed. I knew it. You went to Mount Meng, how could you come back empty-handed? I'm afraid that you have plundered all the grass roots in Mount Meng, right? Hehe, not to that extent. Xiao Hua smiled and did not refute. She asked again, by the way, how is the battle in Sky Patrol City? Tell me seriously. Sigh, don't mention it. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, even I underestimated the sword cultivators in this battle. I did not expect that the sword cultivators had already set up a powerful sword formation outside Sky Patrol City. They killed the city lord of Sky Patrol City, Immortal Xueyu, in the sword formation. Not even a nascent soul cultivator could escape. Moreover, for nascent soul cultivators, Immortal Mi Yu and Immortal Guangtian from Imperial Thunder Sect, and Immortal Qin Yan and Immortal Laoyuan from Mo Sang Mountain, were captured by the sword formation at the same time. In my opinion, if they did not use the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain to threaten Dao Sect, the 4 of them would not have escaped from the sword formation. Xiao Hua gasped and said in disbelief, where did the sword cultivators get such a powerful sword formation? However, in an instant, Jiu Xia's peerless smile appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, and a sense of powerlessness appeared. Yes, in the hands of the omnipotent Wuxia, what was a sword formation that could kill a nascent soul cultivator? Now, even if the True Path sect cultivators came to their senses and sent their army to surround Sky Patrol City, with the support of the sword formation, the True Path sect has attacked countless times and there seems to be no sign of them breaking through. Moreover, the most important thing is that the sword cultivators have not taken out the 4 nascent soul cultivators and the disciples of 2 sections. Therefore, Dao's sect is bound to lose this time. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. Not necessarily. Xiaohua shook his head. The sword cultivators have an invulnerable sword formation, why doesn't Dao's sect have an invincible formation? Now, Dao's sect is attacking while setting up the formation. When the formation is completed, it will be the time when Sky Patrol City's sword formation is destroyed. What about the disciples of the 2 sects? Zhang Qingxiao smiled. You don't want the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect to return to Sky Thunder Peak. This is a difficult problem. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and scratched his head. In the end, the sword cultivators will definitely talk to the disciples of the 2 sects. Unless no one dares to ignore the safety of the disciples of the 2 sects. Zhang Qingxiao smiled, otherwise, no sect will send disciples in the next sword battle. Fortunately, I have already escaped from the battle. Faced with such an unsolvable problem, Xiaohua could only be lucky that he had escaped from the battle earlier. Yes, you should go back quickly. Under normal circumstances, your contribution would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Imperial Thunder sect. But at this time, there will be enthusiasm, but there will definitely be no jubilation. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. Xiaohua sighed. Before the battle, I definitely didn't think about this. I just wanted to save my life and save Cui Hongshan's life. But who would have thought that the terrifying phoenix would come, and so would John Doe. I want to see how you deal with them. Zhang Qingxiao gloated. Why don't you come to Heavenly Demon sect to hide? Forget it, so what if it's John Doe? I don't believe that the Imperial Thunder sect will be unhappy with a golden core cultivator with nascent soul cultivation. Xiaohua waved his hand. He had obtained the secret technique of Huda Village's Elder Wu, so he was confident that he could hide his secret, so he was less afraid. Good. Zhang Qingxiao clapped. If you say so, then so be it. If it doesn't work, I will use the power of Heavenly Demon sect to save you. Thank you, second senior brother. Xiaohua got up and prepared to leave. Take care. Little junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao laughed behind his back. Remember, a real man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. Oh, by the way, the dual cultivation secret technique of Devil's Sect is in the storage bag, you should take a look at it. Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell a few feet. Obviously, he was scared by Zhang Qingxiao's words, and then he rushed in the direction of Imperial Thunder Sect. Ha ha ha, ha ha! Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly and disappeared from the secluded foothills. Not to mention Xiaohua's return to Imperial Thunder Sect, the focus of the 3 cultivation countries' attention, the center of the Dao Sword War, the Heavenly Patrol City at the border of the country of Xi, was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of Dao sect cultivators had surrounded the Heavenly Patrol City. Within a few hundred miles of the Heavenly Patrol City, the patrolling cultivators were like flies that filled the sky. They seemed to be flying in a disorderly manner, but they were also flying in a very orderly manner. A flying sword that seemed to be a messenger had just flown out of the Heavenly Patrol City and was about to rush toward a gradually widening gap. Although the flying sword was extremely fast, it only reached the edge of the gap. Immediately, several cultivators flew to the center of the gap and waved their magic treasures at the same time, easily capturing the flying sword. One of the cultivators took the flying sword and immediately flew away, while the other cultivators began to fly in a disorderly manner. It seemed that this kind of situation often happened, but they still ignored it. However, as the patrolling cultivators flew, their eyes were filled with vigilance and a trace of helplessness as they looked at the Heavenly Patrol City in the distance that they were no longer familiar with. At this time, the Heavenly Patrol City did not have the city outline of the earlier Heavenly Patrol City. Instead, it was wrapped in a layer of green sword light. From a distance, the sword light looked like a huge oval chicken egg, but upon closer inspection, it looked like layers of fine spider webs. Moreover, tens of thousands of small swords were cruising inside the spider web, more nimbly than tadpoles. These small swords were similar to the cultivators in midair. The trajectory of the flying swords was very mysterious. Every time a small sword streaked across the green light, a faint wisp of heaven and earth spirit chi was produced from the green light, and the heaven and earth spirit chi was instantly absorbed by the flying swords. The green light grew larger, and more small swords were born from it. It seemed that these small swords were endless, and the green light was also endless. He had also told fellow Taoist in the group that he would update during the final battle of the Tao sword so that everyone could watch it in one go. Therefore, it had been delayed until today. Fellow Taoists in the group can testify to this. Now, fellow Taoist Wandering Dragon Holiday has also rewarded him. He will update 5 times a day for the next 4 days. Then, he will see how the plot progresses and decide whether to update more. Therefore, there is no such thing as fellow Taoist Wandering Dragon Holiday said. Fellow Taoists, you should still believe in the character of fellow Taoists. The 5 times should be 11 o'clock, 1300 hours, 1500 hours, 1700 hours, 1900 hours. Of course, I have to thank the other fellow Taoists for their support. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Chapter 2998. The green light condensed into a spider web, and the spider web produced green light. This was the Tianyi green light sword formation that sword cultivators were proud of. This Tianyi green light sword formation not only broke the snow and ice wave formation of the Sky Patrol City 100 days ago, but also successfully killed Shui Yuzhenren and captured all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Now, it firmly protected the Sky Patrol City that belonged to sword cultivators, resisting the waves of attacks of millions of Tao sect cultivators. The attacks of the True Path sect cultivators went from 3 times a day out of anger to once a day. 100 days later, they had not launched any attacks for more than 10 days. After all, they had used all the means available to them. The sword formation of the Sky Patrol City was as solid as a tortoise's shell. All the magic formations of the True Path sect could not do anything to it. They could only surround it and plan for the long term. However, after the Tao sect cultivators patrolling the sky, there were even more cultivators holding different magic tools and materials as they flew around busily. It was obvious that they were setting up a magic array. This magic array covered an extremely wide area. The ones in charge of setting it up were actually 4 nascent soul cultivators. These 4 nascent soul cultivators were also a little strange. 2 of them were early nascent soul cultivators. They stood in the middle with arrogant expressions, but these 2 didn't speak. They just stood there with their hands folded in their sleeves as they stared at the other 2 nascent soul cultivators beside them. The 2 cultivators in the middle were none other than Jiang Mingzi from the Immortal Ascension sect and Taoist Master Blue Feather from the Immortal Music sect. Next to the 2 of them, one was early nascent soul spiritual master Pin Xian of the Black Sky sect and the other was middle nascent soul spiritual master Xian Jing of the Kunlun sect. The 2 of them each held a jade slip, looking at it while discussing in a low voice. From time to time, they would issue orders. As for the people around them, they were Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect and the people of the Kunlun sect. Jiang Mingzi and Immortal Blue Feather's eyes were staring at the jade slip in the hands of Immortal Pin Xian and Xian Jing. Less than 100 li away from Zhenren Pin Xian, Xian Jing and the others, on a not-so-tall snowy peak, there was a half-foot-tall lampstand. The bean-sized flame emitted an orange-red brilliance, covering the entire snowy peak. Although there were snowflakes floating down from time to time, and there was also a whistling cold wind, these were unable to break through the brilliance. Under the light, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. However, the atmosphere under the light and shadow was not really calm and tranquil. There were a dozen nascent soul cultivators on the snowy peak, with Sun Yunzi in the middle. In front of Sun Yunzi, who was frowning, sat Reverend Lu Hong with her legs crossed. These two late nascent soul cultivators with the highest cultivation base both had unsightly expressions on their faces. The rest of the nascent soul cultivators, regardless of whether they were middle nascent soul or early nascent soul, were scattered around them, either sitting cross-legged or standing casually. On the side of Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Hong stood Pan Dongmin, Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe and Jiang Fian respectfully. These four think tanks of Dao's sect had already lost the cold arrogance they had at the beginning of the battle. The cold arrogance that did not fade even when facing nascent soul cultivators had long faded away silently under the sword cultivators' tactics and heavy fatal blows. Their expressions were respectful, and the unwillingness in their eyes could not conceal the kind of dejection in their hearts. Sun Yunzi seemed to have stopped asking for the opinions of Zhu Qinghe and the others. He glanced at the silent crowd and said, "Is there anything else you want to say, my fellow Taoists?" The crowd was still silent. Although the nascent soul cultivators were in different positions, they all looked at each other, and no one spoke. Looking at such an awkward silence, Reverend Lu Hong coughed and said with a smile, "We have besieged Sky Patrol City for 100 days. Earlier, everyone was talking at once, and each idea was better than the other. Now that we have racked our brains for so many days, where can we find any good ideas? If you want to exchange your experience in cultivation, I'm afraid everyone will talk non-stop. But when it comes to attacking a city, we are not as good as these little kids. If it were any other day, Gu Yun and the others would definitely say a few humble words. But at this time, they were like clay statues, and did not dare to say a word, as if they had not heard anything at all." "Humph," Sun Yunzi sneered, "the little kids are smart enough, but unfortunately, they are not cunning enough. For the past few years, they have been led by the nose by those old swordsmen, and in the end they realized that everything has returned to the beginning." "Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi, you can't say that." In the distance, Reverend Yu Qing's face was gloomy as he retorted faintly, "After several years of war, our counterattack was also powerful. Otherwise, these sword cultivators would not have been forced to put all their forces into Sky Patrol City, forcing us to fight the final battle." "That's right." Reverend He Ping also nodded and said, "Although it was somewhat unexpected for the sword cultivators to attack Sky Patrol City, after all, the four little kids had made preparations before, and even made arrangements in and outside Sky Patrol City. But the sword cultivators were too determined, and their investment was also huge, so we were caught off guard." Then, Reverend He Ping pointed at the almost invisible green light in the distance and said, "Even if we knew that the sword cultivators had set up such a big sword formation, I'm afraid it was not easy to resist." "They had made preparations?" Sun Yunzi snorted and did not say more. Instead, he sighed and said, "Yes, fellow Taoist He Ping is right. What the hell is this sword formation of the sword cultivators? We have changed our tactics and attacked it for 100 days, but it seems to have no effect at all. Nonsense. If it could be easily broken by us. Can this sword formation be the trump card of the sword cultivators?" Among the people present, only Reverend Lu Ni could refute Sun Yunzi directly. "When I think about how Reverend Shuiyu was killed by the sword formation with the defense formation of Sky Patrol City, my scalp tingles. Do you have anything to say?" Sun Yunzi snorted and turned to Gu Yun and the others, saying, "When we arrived at Sky Patrol City, I didn't hear any more suggestions from you. Alas, martial uncles and martial uncles, we have some expertise in planning, but we are not as comprehensive as the seniors in terms of battle and attack." Pan Dongmin sighed, bowed, and answered, "Moreover, sword cultivators now have the initiative, and even a great chance of victory. This is a naked slap to the faces of us juniors, letting us know that there is always someone better than us out there." Martial Uncle Sun Yunzi. Since Pan Dongmin had spoken, Jiang Fian naturally would not fall behind. She also bowed and said, I don't have any suggestions, but I have some small ideas. Ha ha ha, small ideas, well, go ahead. Sun Yunzi laughed, as if Jiang Fian's words were very funny. Pan Dongmin glanced at Jiang Fian, as if to stop her from speaking, but Jiang Fian was not moved and said, I think that the sword cultivators are actually in a very awkward situation, and are not much better than our Dao sect. After they captured Sky Patrol City, they did not take the initiative to attack, but instead wanted to hide like a turtle and defend. Doesn't this mean that they have no confidence? What's more, there were no cultivators of the Dao sect in the vicinity of the Sentry City when the Xueyu sage was killed. Even the nascent soul masters that we arranged were far away. Who would have known that Senior Xueyu was killed? Isn't the current situation of our Dao sect in the Three Kingdoms deliberately spread by the sword cultivators? Isn't it just to give us an invisible pressure? Do they want us to have a decisive battle with the sword cultivators? In fact, if Sky Patrol City had not fallen, based on the various battles, the swordsmen and spirit stones of Huan country would be far inferior to our Dao sect in terms of swordsmen and spirit stones. The tug-of-war would only be a great victory for our Dao sect. The results of the previous battles have proven this point. It is also because of this that when we were planning, although we considered Sky Patrol City, we did not focus on it. After all, Sky Patrol City is just a point, and the battle is a line, a plane. Also, the sword cultivators captured Sky Patrol City and killed Sage Xueyu, but in the public announcement, they did not mention the 4 nascent soul seniors of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. A few days ago, they even sent out the communication talismans of the seniors of the 2 sects. The martial uncles have read these 2 jade slips and are prepared to send them back to Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. But what does this mean? It means that the sword cultivators are not very confident in defending Sky Patrol City. They want to use the disciples of the 2 sects as blackmail. Upon hearing the mention of the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, Zhu Qinghe's expression changed slightly, and Sun Yunzi's expression changed even more. He said coldly, in your opinion, we only need to besiege Sky Patrol City? Then, will the sword cultivators lose without a fight? If there are no disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, it will be inevitable. Jiang Fian glanced at Pan Dongmin, gritted her teeth, and bowed. But the disciples of the 2 sects rashly entered Sky Patrol City because of the sword cultivators' trick, and now they are hostages of the sword cultivators. This is enough to turn the situation around. Sigh, yes. Sun Yunzi sighed. That day, Xiaohua's communication talisman, Qinghe and I already knew that it was the sword cultivators' trick. But Immortal Miyu of Imperial Thunder Sect and Crazy Heaven were greedy for credit and insisted that it was sent by their disciples. No matter how we persuaded them, they did not listen. Instead, they volunteered to assist in the defense of Sky Patrol City. Tell me, this old man can't refuse to give them such a meritorious service just because they are from the country of Shi. In the end. Sigh, Taoist He Ping, don't you think so? Taoist He Ping hesitated slightly and nodded faintly without speaking. When Imperial Thunder Sect went to reinforce Sky Patrol City, he was also present. Sun Yunzi naturally had his own plans when he asked him. However, it seemed that Sun Yunzi was going to bring up a topic that was difficult for everyone to decide. Sure enough, seeing that Taoist He Ping did not say anything, Sun Yunzi said again, now, not only did the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain not get credit, but they are trapped in a cage. I'm afraid they have become the most important trump card in the sword cultivators' hands. We have to think carefully. If the sword cultivators threaten us with this, and we have the confidence to kill the sword cultivators, how should we deal with it? Chapter 2999. Everyone had been discussing this topic ever since the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City spread. However, no one brought it up as they knew it was a hot potato. Sun Yunzi naturally would not make any decision and could only let everyone discuss it. Unfortunately, everyone wanted to avoid such a big matter, so who would speak up? Under the orange light, there was dead silence. Seeing that no one spoke, Pan Dongmin sighed in his heart and bowed to break the deadlock. He said, "Uncles, you're right. Junior sister Jiang is also right. Although what Uncle Sun Yunzi said is important, it's not urgent. I think now that the sword tomb has disappeared, the natural barrier of Sky Patrol City is gone. If the swordsmen of Huan country come to help, although we're not afraid, we're under attack from both inside and outside. We're at a disadvantage, so, we need to end the battle quickly. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. Only by launching a thunderous attack on the swordsmen can we turn the situation around. Moreover, although Sky Patrol City is big, all the swordsmen may not be in it. I think they must be preparing for a bigger war and are about to attack the swordsmen of Huan country. The fall of Sky Patrol City is not the end, but the starting point of a new war. It's the beginning of a series of plans." Pan Dongmin had just finished speaking when Zhu Qinghe shook his head again. "I don't think so. The cultivators of the three countries are powerful and rich in resources, so we can support such a vast battle. However, Huan country is bitterly cold and has very few spiritual stone veins. What do they have to compete with us? Sky Patrol City is their last resort. They're waiting for the moment when they can't hold on anymore, which is the moment and they negotiate with our Taoist sect. Their persistence now is just for negotiation, a bargaining chip." Ha ha ha, Immortal Lu Shi was amused and laughed. "There's a saying in the secular world, empty talk will harm the country. It means that you're not down to earth, you're just imagining things. You want to make the country prosper with your mouth, but in the end, you'll only end up with your family ruined. Your analysis is correct and reasonable, but if you really want to fight with the swordsmen, I don't mean to say that you're still too inexperienced. We understand." Solitary Cloud had not spoken all this while. At that moment, he bowed and said, "Junior's performance in this battle is truly shameful. Even I feel ashamed. We were too naive and did not understand the complicated situation of the battle clearly enough. We have caused our Dao sect to be in such a terrible state. This junior apologizes on behalf of the four of us." When Zhu Qinghe and the others heard that, complicated expressions appeared on their faces. However, Solitary Cloud ignored them and did not look at them. He merely lowered his head. "Yes, martial uncles, please punish us." Zhu Qinghe sighed in his heart and also bowed. Pan Dongmin and Jiang Fian didn't dare to put up a strong front and bowed together to ask for forgiveness. Sun Yunzi glanced at the crowd, then at Reverend Liushi. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and said, "You just wait and get up. The great battle of Dao and sword is meant to train you all. There will naturally be victories and defeats, so there is no need to be too concerned about it. The outcome of this battle had yet to be decided, and it was hard to say who would win or lose. This old man feels that all of you should think more about what you've gained from this battle. If you can comprehend more, it will be the result of our battle. If you can play a role in the battle of demon-resisting Valley, that will be the greatest gain." "We understand." Solitary Cloud and the others replied in unison. Then, Sun Yunzi no longer paid attention to them. He looked at Reverend Liushi and asked, "Junior brother Xian Jing, how is the situation over there?" "There is no news yet." Reverend Liushi shook his head. However, Xian Jing and Reverend Pin Xian are both masters of formations. Although the Heaven and Earth Demon Sealing formation is a great formation left by the immortal realm, in their hands, they will be able to set it up smoothly. This old man has long heard that this legendary immortal formation has fallen into the hands of Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School, but the two sects have always kept it a secret. If not for the crucial moment of today's battle, how could they be willing to take it out? Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "Look at how stingy Jiang Mingzi and Lan Yu are, just like their sect leader. They are afraid that Reverend Pin Xian will leave something behind, so they keep a close eye on it every day for fear of any negligence. Alas, this is naturally understandable. Yunmengzi of Changbai sect said faintly, that is a formation left by the immortal realm. Although it is somewhat incomplete, after all, it is very powerful. Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School have their own immortal fate, and each sect has half of it. Now, for the sake of the war, they have to bear the pain of taking it out. No matter what, they have to keep a close eye on it and not let it leak out. Hearing this, Sun Yunzi seemed to be able to feel the faint sour taste in Yunmengzi's mouth, so he raised his head and looked at Reverend Yuqing of Taiqing sect, asking, "Fellow Taoist Yuqing, your Taiqing sect is a great inheritance sect, and is also famous for its formations. What do you think of this heaven and earth demon sealing formation?" Reverend Yuqing hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi, my Taiqing sect has never dared to claim to be a formation. Your words are somewhat wrong. This idea of heaven and earth demon sealing formation, was put forward by you. Don't tell me you don't know its origin." Sun Yunzi laughed, "Don't tell me your Taiqing sect has no inheritance. Fellow Taoist, you are still wrong." Reverend Yuqing shook his head again, "I only said that day, since our various offensive formations are not effective, why can't we change the way we think? Why can't we use a defensive formation? I often hear people say that the strongest defense is offense, then why can't the strongest attack be defense? Fellow Taoist Yuqing's idea is really wonderful." Reverend Lu and I clapped his hands and said, "Others don't know, but when I heard that the strongest attack is defense, I also suddenly see the light. Since the sword cultivators hide in a heavenly patrol city and don't come out, why don't we use a sealing formation to seal them in? Can we force them to come out? As for the heaven and earth demon sealing formation, it seems that on that day, we all talked at once and said the strongest offensive formation we know, only then did we say it, right?" Reverend Yuqing looked at Sun Yunzi with a smile. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "This matter concerns the victory or defeat of our Taoist sect, so no one can hide it. If not for everyone's enthusiasm, if not for someone's reminder, who would have thought that Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School have such a formation from the immortal world? Actually." Reverend Yuqing hesitated slightly and said, "Speaking of this, I still have to say a few more words. Although the heaven and earth demon sealing formation is a formation left behind by the immortal world, the formation method is from the immortal world, and the formation tools and other things needed are not provided by our Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this formation has long been incomplete when it came to our Dawn Rain continent. After so many years of improvement by the two sects, although it can be used on the Dawn Rain continent, this formation has been patched up by two unrelated sects, so I'm afraid there must be a huge flaw in it. If this flaw is used on a small scale, well, for example, the experts of the two sects use this formation to seal the enemy. Although both of them are nascent soul cultivators, if the person they seal is not at the late stage of spirit severing stage or even the early stage of void refinement stage, it is impossible to open the formation. But now, we are using this formation to fight. If hundreds of thousands or even millions of cultivators activate the formation together, won't the flaw be bigger? Fellow Taoist Yuqing's worries are indeed reasonable. Reverend Zhuoming of the Blue Li sect said with a smile, "However, you have overestimated the strength of the Immortal Ascension School and Immortal Music Sect. That is an immortal formation, even if it is damaged, how much can they improve? At best, they can only improve it so that it can be used on our Dawn Rain continent. This formation is still the original immortal formation. I actually really want to see what this legendary immortal formation looks like." Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "My Shanghua sect has never had such an immortal fate. This immortal fate is good." Reverend Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, "If fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi is interested, you might as well look for it in your own Huayuan mountain range. Maybe you can find some broken immortal tools left behind by the immortal world in the Dawn Rain continent. Wouldn't that immortal tool be much better than an immortal formation that looks good but is useless? Ha ha ha, do you still need junior brother Lu Ming to say it? I have turned the Huayuan mountain range upside down long ago, but I have never seen such an immortal tool. Sun Yunzi laughed loudly, and then he changed the topic. After the war, if everyone is free, we can go to the danger zones of the various countries to take a look. Although those places are natural dangers, they might be caused by the fall of some immortal artifacts. Who knows who has immortal fate? Who knows where there is a great demon sealing formation? Yes, if we can get an immortal tool, not only will it be powerful and can protect us, but the refining method, runes and talismans inside will also be available for us to study. The journey of the Great Tao will also be easier. Reverend Lu Ming said, and glanced at Sun Yunzi intentionally or unintentionally. Sun Yunzi knew what Reverend Lu Ming was referring to, and sighed, some sects are really blessed by nature, and we can't compare with them. I'm afraid the thunder-controlling sect of your country is like this. Reverend He Ping said with a double meaning. Senior Qian Yun, the patriarch of the thunder-controlling sect, comprehended the Tao with the help of the thunder-concealing bead. I'm afraid he left it in the thunder-controlling sect, right? He. Sun Yunzi naturally understood what Reverend He Ping meant. He laughed and said, you're wrong, fellow Taoist He Ping. The thunder-concealing bead is a natural object, not an immortal tool. However, since Senior Qian Yun can comprehend the thunder-concealing bead, he must have his reasons for choosing the Sky Thunder Peak to establish a sect. Maybe, like fellow Taoist He Ping, there is an immortal world thunder element treasure in the Sky Thunder Peak. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that's not true. Reverend Lu Ming shook his head and said, if Qian Lei Zi has such a treasure, I'm afraid he would have already flown out of seclusion and broken this Sky Patrol city with an immortal tool. Those are hundreds of thousands of disciples of the thunder-controlling sect. Qian Lei Zi's heart would ache. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed, but unfortunately, no disciples of the thunder-controlling sect and Mo Sang Mountain were present. Chapter 3000. When the crowd stopped laughing, Immortal Lu Shi stood up again, looked into the distance, and said, it has been more than 10 days since we've harassed the sword practitioners in Celestial City. I'm afraid it will take some time for Xian Jing and the others to set up the formation. We can't stay idle. Let's go. Which fellow Taoist wants to test the power of the sword practitioners' formation with me? Let's go, let's go. Several nascent soul practitioners stood up and clamored, we might have to go. Although we can't achieve anything, we can't let the sword practitioners know about our plan. After that, several rays of light of different colors shot up into the sky from the snow-capped peak, flying out in all directions of Celestial City. Not long after, a loud whistling sound was heard from all over Celestial City. 5 hurricanes of different colors rushed into the sky like wild dragons. Wherever the hurricanes passed, the falling snowflakes disappeared instantly. The entire area within 100 miles of Celestial City was suddenly clean. Even the dense red clouds high in the sky were affected, rolling up extremely long cloud waves like a raging sea. The cloud waves rippled layer by layer, and a sound like muffled thunder reverberated in the sky, like a war drum beating in everyone's heart. Similar to the sky high in the sky, the space above Celestial City that had just been swept away by the hurricanes. Not only did the snowflakes disappear, but even the sound was expelled. The silence was terrible. However, the silence only lasted for a moment. The 5 hurricanes came down with a whoosh. Every ray of light in the hurricanes would make a sound when they collided with each other, producing a great force. Thus, a loud rumble was heard from the place where the hurricanes collided with the sword formation. The sound was 10 times more powerful than the muffled thunder in the sky. At the same time, various kinds of light burst out violently from the places where the 5 hurricanes and the sword formation collided. Not only was the ground shaking, but the whole space was shaking. Even the seemingly indestructible green light was shaking violently. Rays of green light scattered out, and the small swords were torn apart by the explosion. Bumps deeper than a pool appeared on the surface of the sword formation. As soon as the sound of the explosion faded, a rainbow that ran through the sky above Celestial City appeared. The rainbow rolled rapidly, and a great suction force was generated. The scattered hurricanes and a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy were sucked into the rainbow. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow turned into a giant cudgel that was dozens of miles long and hundreds of feet thick. The giant cudgel was raised, and the red clouds in the sky were disturbed by it. Rays of sunlight actually penetrated through the clouds. Whoosh! The raised cudgel then smashed down again, with a loud boom that was more powerful than the previous explosion. Many Tao sect practitioners who were hundreds of miles away from Celestial City could not withstand the strong impact and fell from the sky. Countless strong gusts of wind blew in all directions again. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and broken ice splashed in all directions. The green light, which was already somewhat tattered, was now cracked by the giant cudgel. It was like a steep cliff at the peak of a mountain, and within the cracks, there were rays of light that looked like flying swords. In the distant sky, Sun Yunzi and the others were watching. Unfortunately, they did not smile when they saw such an attack. They even frowned slightly. Although the attack was fierce, it was obviously not as powerful as the initial attack. It was not that the power of the formation was weak, but that the caster had lost his confidence. Just as Immortal Lu Shi said, an attack without confidence could only be reduced to noise, and could not form a real fatal blow. Sure enough, the giant cudgel dimmed after the first blow. Although it could still be raised, it seemed to be weak. Two flying swords came out from the deep depression in the green light. The flying swords shuttled back and forth, and rays of green light flew out from the sword shadows. The green light was like a swimming fish, and also like a flying sword. It also rushed into the edge of the depression, and a burst of flowing light appeared. It was like a clear spring flowing into a gully, and the depression could be seen with the naked eye. Sigh, forget it. Sun Yunzi flicked his sleeves, sighed in his heart, and turned to leave. But at this moment, from the north of Sky Patrol City, another meteor-like ray of light with a long tail rushed under the giant cudgel that was about to be raised. This is not a flying sword. It's a technique of my Tao sect. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and immediately became alert. The brilliance around him disappeared, and he looked at the meteor with interest. When the ray of light touched the giant cudgel, it immediately exploded like a spark. The entire giant cudgel was also blown up by the ray of light, and even the cracks began to burn. The burning flame was extremely strange, and it was even faster than the ray of light that streaked across the sky. In a moment, the giant cudgel that was dozens of feet in size and dozens of miles in length was ignited. Swoosh! The flames on the giant cudgel spread out and fell on the Sky Patrol City below like a fairy scattering flowers. Pa, 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 pa. Fine sounds rang out incessantly as the falling flames covered the entire sky. Every time they fell by a few inches, a large amount of heaven and earth spirit chi would be sucked into them, causing the flames to expand a little. When the flying flames that covered dozens of miles fell, it had already completely covered the green light array outside the Sky Patrol City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A burst of light sounds, as fine as rain hitting a banana leaf, and as gentle as the wind blowing the willow branches, came into contact with the green light that was being repaired. As soon as the green light touched the flames immediately turned into sharp vines that wrapped around the flying sword formed by the green light. Naturally, the flying sword also emitted a dazzling sword light to contend with the flames. In a stalemate, the green light was melted by the flames, and the flames were also extinguished by the green light. Although both sides were injured, it was obvious that the layers of green light were quickly disappearing. A few inches, a few feet, a few feet. The green light sword array that had not been broken for 100 days was showing signs of loosening. Buzz buzz buzz, 3 loud sword sounds were heard from 3 places in the Sky Patrol City. 3 thick green light giant swords rushed straight into the sky, and when they passed the flames that were like a lake of fire, they rushed to the center at the same time. Boom! A deafening sharp sound was heard. Even a nascent soul cultivator as strong as Sun Yunzi could not help but frown. Seeing that the light protecting his body was shattered by the sharp sound, he had no choice but to activate his magic power to protect himself. The golden elixir cultivators who were watching the battle from afar quickly retreated. Their Taoist robes fluttered and they almost lost their balance. They were like drifting debris, looking very helpless and embarrassed. Sun Yunzi originally wanted to help, but at this moment, a whistling sound was heard again. At the place where the 3 giant swords collided, countless flying swords were born. These flying swords fell like a rain of swords, once again covering dozens of miles of space. There was originally no spiritual energy in this space, but when the flying swords fell, strands of green light were born between the flying swords. From afar, the flying swords were like raindrops, and the green light was like a smokescreen. There was no extra suspense when the rain fell on the fire. Sigh. Sun Yunzi didn't know how many times he had sighed. He understood that this meteor-like radiance was definitely a technique of some clan. If it was placed elsewhere, it would definitely be as powerful as a thunderbolt. However, within this mysterious sword cultivator formation, it was somewhat insignificant. However, to be able to detect that this green light sword array is made up of 3 giant swords, this method is quite powerful. Sun Yunzi turned and flew away, thinking to himself, the method that the green light giant swords use to extinguish the flames is somewhat similar to the heaven and earth dual forms demon sealing array that we're going to use. It does seem to make sense. After Sun Yunzi left, many of the Taoist sect cultivators also left. It was as if this was not a battlefield of Taoist sword sect, but a party of fireworks. The smoke-filled sky gradually calmed down. The wind rose again, the snow fell again, the dark clouds slowly closed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also slowly flowed in. However, under the one-day green light sword array, Chong Taishu looked at Qing Minghua, Qilian Butterfly, and Ruo Tian, who each held a green light sword, and his expression turned serious. 3 sword masters, how was the power of the array just now? It was quite powerful. Ruo Tian replied without hesitation. My Supreme Harmony green light sword has already unleashed 80% of its power. If we don't counterattack, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the attack. Yes, 80%. 3 green light swords. Chong Taishu nodded slightly. I'm afraid Sky Patrol City's defense is at its last gasp. The time for us to reveal our true intentions has finally arrived. However, Qilian Butterfly smiled and said, Sword Master Chong, aren't you worrying too much? The Taoist sect has been attacking Sky Patrol City for more than 100 days and there hasn't been any improvement. Today, they only used 3 green light swords to destroy their array. If they really wanted to attack, wouldn't they have to kill a few nascent soul stage cultivators? Besides, the Taoist sect has already used all the methods they can. I don't believe that they have more powerful methods. Don't you believe in the power of the one-day green light sword array? Chong Taishu smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know that this sword array is powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket and put all my forces in Sky Patrol City. However, the problem is that we can't guard this Sky Patrol City forever. Sooner or later, the Path sect will find a way to break this green light sword array. We must provoke the Path sect's anger before they break it, especially before the time limit that we promised them. We must make them fight to the death with us. Actually, within these 100 days, Sword Master Chong can challenge the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Taoist sect at any time. With their help, it won't be difficult to kill Sun Yunzi and Luen Aizhenren. Zhuo Ming smiled and asked, but why does Sword Master Chong keep retreating? Killing Shuiyu is already enough to deter the three kingdoms of cultivation for a long time. If we kill them one after another, I'm afraid the Taoist sect will be angry. Chong Taishu smiled and said, only by constantly attacking and defending, can they realize that our sword cultivation is not inferior to their Taoist sects. And at the critical moment when they are struggling, we can launch a thunderous attack to completely crush their confidence and make them unable to take revenge. Chapter 3001. Of course, the most important thing is that, they only agreed to help once. The most crucial moment has not come yet. Chong Taishu replied confidently. Actually, with the cyan light swords in our hands, our power may not be weaker than theirs. Chilean Butterfly said unhappily, no matter how critical the situation is, as long as you and I take action, can't we destroy the Taoism sect? Our cyan light swords are indeed powerful, but we need to set up a formation. Moreover, with the help of the cyan light swords, we may be able to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, but we can't really make the Taoism sect cultivators fear us. As I said, only a thunderous strike will let them know that resistance is useless, and they will obediently admit defeat. Chong Taishu had to explain, but his explanation seemed to explain nothing. All right. Chilean Butterfly nodded slightly and waved her hand. The cyan light sword in her hand turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the cyan light above the Sky Patrol City and disappeared. She then looked at somewhere in the city and whispered, "Are they ready? I'm afraid it will take some time. That senior seems to be looking for something." Chong Taishu replied in a low voice. "By the way, Sword Master Chong, it seems that the disciples who killed John Doe should have returned, right? Do they have any news?" Cheng Minghua suddenly asked. Chong Taishu was obviously stunned and frowned. "I forgot about this. It seems that there is really no news. However, 3 second-level sword masters of the sword realm are going to capture a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the news has been sent back to the sword tomb, but because the Taoism sect besieged the Sky Patrol City, we can't get it." "Well, I hope so." Cheng Minghua said worriedly, "I always feel uneasy. This John Doe is really too mysterious." "Hee, Sword Master Cheng, don't worry. With Lu Ruochang following them, they are brave and resourceful. How can there be any mistakes? Even if they can't capture John Doe, it will be the same if they kill him." Chilean Butterfly said with a smile, "According to Sword Master Chong, even if the 3 of them return empty-handed, we only need to reveal John Doe's secret to Immortal Miyu of the Thunder-controlling sect. Do you think John Doe can still stay in the 3 cultivation kingdoms?" "I hope so, I hope so." Cheng Minghua chuckled and turned to leave. Chong Taishu narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the green sword screen. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Blue Butterfly's smile disappeared as she whispered, "Swordsman Chong, do you think?" "Sigh, that's right. To be honest, I do have a bad feeling about this." Chong Taishu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he didn't try to hide anything. Since Wu Ming and his men dared to enter Meng Mountains so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. "If you're saying that the soul cultivators of Meng Mountains will also join the battle?" Blue Butterfly asked in surprise. That's impossible, right?" "Nothing is impossible." Chong Taishu shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid that even the nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect think that it's impossible for us to take down the Sky Patrol City. But now, we've already taken him down." Xiao Hua, nameless. Blue Butterfly let out a deep sigh. Xiao Hua said goodbye to Zhang Qingxiao and flew to Sky Thunder Peak. It was not just a day. Seeing the familiar mountain range, Xiao Hua was suddenly moved. He remembered that he was chased by immortal Jing Ru and ended up in a sorry state. He still remembered the feeling of returning to his hometown. Looking at the grass and trees, Xiao Hua felt that the grass and trees here were different from the last time he came back. But when he thought of the myriad Thunder Valley, his master, senior brothers, and others, Xiao Hua felt that the grass and trees here were very familiar. Only this place belonged to him. The sun was charming, the grass and trees were fresh, the mountains were stacked, and the green water was long. Everything made Xiao Hua feel that even though he had gone to the Sky Patrol City, even though he had gone through several dangers and hovered between life and death a few times, it was all worth it. It was because he wanted to protect this family, his senior brothers and junior brothers who were cultivating in this family, and some of his martial nephews who were full of vitality. There were even juniors who had not joined the Imperial Thunder sect and had not met yet. Facing them, Xiao Hua could say without regret that he had tried his best, that he had stopped the attack of the sword cultivators, and that he had used his strength to leave a beautiful space for them. Naturally, Xiao Hua also sighed with emotion. The war between Dao and sword had lasted for more than 10 years. Countless cultivators had fallen on the battlefield, and the blood and tears shed were endless. Presumably, they also had the same thought before they died. Just like how he was, they wanted to protect the obsession in their hearts. They wanted to fight for their loved ones. For everything they protected, at any cost. Thank you, great God Hoodoo. I hope these cultivators can sleep peacefully in the arms of great God Hoodoo. Involuntarily, Xiao Hua had such a thought in his heart. Then, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Damn it, I've stayed in Meng Mountain for too long. How can it be easy to enter the arms of great God Hoodoo? That's the home of millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors. But just as he thought of this, Xiao Hua suddenly quivered. He slapped his forehead and realized, that's not right. If the netherworld is transformed by great God Hoodoo, it's the home of millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors. The Netherlink mirror can see the appearance of Xiao Mao's mother, but how can the Netherlink mirror see that Kaizhuxia isn't there? Then what did this Xiao see? Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua was absent-minded for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. I've never thought of this before, and now I don't even dare to think about it. It seems, these are all great secrets hidden behind the heaven and earth. They're far from what little gold core cultivators like us can pry into. Perhaps only when we achieve great success in our cultivation will we have the qualifications to see what's going on. Great success in cultivation. What kind of realm is that? Transcending the tribulation to become an immortal? Then what kind of great matter is the great matter that Jiu Xia mentioned? Unknowingly, Xiao Hua stopped in midair. He was like a wanderer who was timid about returning home, his mind wandering thousands of miles. At this moment, a weak divine sense swept over, and a dozen patrolling disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect slowly flew over from afar. When the divine sense came into contact with Xiao Hua, it quickly retracted after a brief investigation. The dozen or so disciples simultaneously circulated their magic power and flew over to Xiao Hua. Oh! Xiao Hua was naturally disturbed by the divine sense, and he smiled as he looked into the distance. Over there, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples, who were merely Qi refinement cultivators, flew over in a line. They all had their heads lowered, not daring to look directly at Xiao Hua. Looking at these Imperial Thunder sect disciples and their respect, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Wasn't he like this a few decades ago? Now, although he wasn't a nascent soul grandmaster, in terms of reputation, he wasn't inferior to any nascent soul grandmaster at all, right? Time was admittedly a butcher's knife, but it was also a step under the feet of a saint. Juniors greet martial uncle. Without waiting for them to get close, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples immediately stopped and bowed. Looking at their slightly childish faces, Xiao Hua felt a sense of protection. He waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need to be so courteous. Wait here." "Thank you, martial uncle." Everyone stood up. "You're on patrol, right?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Yes, martial uncle knows." Junior is Gen Mo, a disciple of Gen Lei Palace. Today, I'm in charge of the 7th. The disciple at the front, who was around the 12th layer of Qi refinement, raised his head and answered on behalf of all the other disciples. However, he had only spoken half a sentence when he suddenly stopped. His face was filled with indescribable shock and ecstasy. He didn't care about the rest of the answer, and his breathing became hurried as he said, "Senior. Senior is Xiao Hua, martial uncle Xiao." As soon as this disciple said this, the other disciples who didn't dare to raise their heads, no longer cared about etiquette. One by one, they raised their heads. More than 10 pairs of eyes filled with worship and fervor were nailed onto Xiao Hua's young face. His face was much younger than these disciples. "Martial Uncle Xiao, your martial uncle Xiao Hua of the Myriad Thunder Valley." Before Xiao Hua could speak, the 10th layer Qi refinement disciple beside the former disciple shouted loudly. "Aside from martial uncle Xiao, which Imperial Thunder Sect Foundation establishment cultivator has such a young appearance?" Among the participating Foundation establishment disciples, aside from martial uncle Xiao, which one of them has just returned? Martial Uncle Xiao went out with the first team of the discussion hall to gain experience. He just happened to return. Everyone immediately shouted at the same time. After a while, more than 10 people suddenly came to their senses and bowed in unison. It was precisely the great etiquette of paying respect to a senior. Junior respectfully welcomes martial uncle Xiao Hua's triumphant return to the sect. "He, you can wait for me." Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. Looking at these disciples who were still somewhat pure in their hearts and seeing their respect, the feeling of everything was worth it from before was born again. Junior forgot. The disciple at the front slapped his forehead and hastily took out a message talisman from his bosom. Under the urging of his magic power, lightning flashed and rushed into the air. It was the Imperial Thunder Sect's unique Thunder Note talisman. Martial Uncle Xiao, among the hundreds of patrol teams in the Imperial Thunder Palace, every team leader has a special Thunder Note talisman. The Qi refinement disciple respectfully explained, "This Thunder Note talisman is directly sent to the Xiao Lei Hall and received by our Imperial Thunder Palace's Palace Master." He said that Martial Uncle Xiao is the second greatest contributor to our Imperial Thunder Sect. As long as Martial Uncle Xiao returns to the sect, he will personally welcome Martial Uncle Xiao on behalf of Lord Sect Master. It seems there's no need to be so polite, right? Although Xiao Hua's words were polite, he was also happy in his heart. After all, he had contributed a lot to the Imperial Thunder Sect and the 3 kingdoms of Tao cultivators. Although there were many secrets that he couldn't reveal for the time being able to obtain the Imperial Thunder Sect's affirmation was also an explanation for Xiao Hua's helplessness to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Presumably, Master, who has always loved face, won't complain anymore, right? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then, he looked at the dozen or so respectful Qi refinement disciples and said with a smile, "There's no need to be so reserved. What are your names? Also, tell this old man about the situation in the sect. The other disciples who participated in the war have already returned, right?" After saying this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This old man. This old man. With this old man's cultivation, I'm afraid I'll really have to call myself this old man in the future. Chapter 3002. Although Xiao Hua claimed to be an old man, he actually looked very young, and his expression was extremely amiable, without a trace of the arrogance of a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. If they didn't use their magic power to probe and look at Xiao Hua's appearance countless times, these Qi refining disciples would never think that this seemingly ordinary cultivator was actually Xiao Hua, who was famous in the cultivation world. At this time, after listening to Xiao Hua's words, the respect in their hearts became even greater, but they also restrained their restraint and nervousness. The former disciple reported his name in a low voice, and the other disciples also hurriedly said their names, trying to get familiar with Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, after Xiao Hua heard it, he shook his head with a wry smile. Martial nephews, I'm old and have a bad memory. Except for the names of these martial nephews, I'm afraid I can't remember the others. However, I've remembered your appearance. If you have nothing to do in the future, go to the Myriad Thunder Valley. If you meet more often, you'll naturally remember. Ha ha ha, we understand. I'm afraid we'll disturb martial uncle in the future. The group of disciples laughed, feeling that Xiao Hua was humorous. After all, cultivators were intelligent, how could he not remember the names of these dozen people? Everyone thought that Xiao Hua was joking, and what they cared about the most was the last sentence of Xiao Hua, which meant that he could give them pointers in their cultivation in the future. Who was Xiao Hua? He was now in the limelight of the Imperial Thunder sect, second only to Wu Ming in terrifying Phoenix in the conference hall of the Imperial Thunder sect. His cultivation had been baptized by blood and fire in the great battle of Dao Sword, so he was more powerful than ordinary middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators. If it was someone else who gave them pointers, their master might say something, but if it was Xiao Hua, their master might only be happy, right? Besides, although they were all in the Imperial Thunder sect, which foundation establishment cultivator would give pointers to other Thunder Palace disciples? After everyone laughed, they recounted the situation of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples returning to the mountain. Just as Xiao Hua expected, the Imperial Thunder sect sent out a thunderboat to pick up all the disciples who participated in the first stage of the Great Battle of Dao Sword. On the day of the thunderboat's return, each Thunder Palace sent out a large number of disciples to welcome them. The scene was lively and sensational, which was definitely rare in the history of the Imperial Thunder sect. It was a great ceremony for these disciples who returned with honor. It also expressed the gratitude of the Imperial Thunder sect to these disciples. Moreover, after these disciples returned, all of them were rewarded by their respective sections. Those disciples who had battle achievements were also rewarded generously by their respective lightning palaces. Many disciples were like Cui Hongshan, and were given important positions by their respective lightning palaces. Apart from the 100,000 disciples who had returned to the mountain, only Xiao Hua, the disciple who had followed the first team of the discussion hall to gain experience, was left. He was the only one who had not returned. However, no matter how many honors and rewards there were, they couldn't cover up the loss of the Imperial Thunder sect. Less than 100,000 disciples returned. Thinking back to that day when the thunderboat was activated, tens of thousands of barges were vying for the river. Thinking back to that day when the thunderboat was activated and the fervor of the tens of thousands of barges were about to trample the Dawn Rain continent under their feet, although Xiao Hua was only listening to it, his heart was also distressed. Where are the corpses of the fallen disciples? After everyone finished speaking, Xiao Hua softly asked again. Everyone looked distressed at Xiao Hua's question. The former disciples said in a low voice, "The fallen seniors are all buried in the Valley of Valor." Valley of Valor? Xiao Hua frowned slightly, as if he was unfamiliar with this name. That disciple was tactful and hurriedly explained, "The Valley of Valor is where the corpses of disciples who made special contributions to the Imperial Thunder sect are buried. Disciples who died in the Great Immortal Demon War or the Great Dao Sword War are usually sent there." That disciple then told Xiao Hua the location of the Valley of Valor. "Sigh, when I have free time, I'm afraid I'll have to pay my respects there." Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. Although he could protect the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, how could a single person turn the tide of a great battle? How many people could he protect? In particular, some of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples were personally killed by Xiao Hua. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, the dozen or so disciples became even more respectful. Because they were originally on patrol, they had welcomed many disciples who had returned to the mountain, but none of them had ever asked about the location of the Valley of Valor, let alone paid their respects there. Of course, perhaps these disciples already knew and didn't need to ask. The aura-refining disciple at the front looked behind him with some embarrassment. The Thunder Note talisman had been sent out for a long time. Although there was some distance between here and the Shaolei Hall, there should have been an echo. Looking at the quiet sky thunder peak, that disciple's eyes turned and he sighed. In this great battle, our Imperial Thunder sect suffered great losses. It said that less than 3 corpses were brought back. Most of the disciples' corpses were buried in foreign lands. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that it was too difficult, who would be willing to abandon their fellow disciples' corpses in foreign lands? Xiao Hua nodded. This Xiao has seen several great battles. Sword cultivators are fierce, fighting each other to the death. If they win, they'll chase and kill, if they lose, they'll flee. Those who survived are more precious than those who died. We can't lose more disciples for corpses, right? We can only collect the corpses when we're certain of it. Moreover, the corpses of sword cultivators have always been together with the corpses of our Dao sword sect's cultivators. It's very difficult to distinguish them. Sword cultivators' sword attire is different from ours, right? The other disciples asked curiously. Xiao Hua shook his head. Under the influence of magic power and sword essence, there are very few corpses that can be intact. It's impossible to distinguish them just by their attire. The tragedy of the great battle can be seen from this, that disciple nodded. If not for Martial Uncle's reminder, we would have taken it for granted. Right. At this moment, a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Martial Uncle Xiao, disciple wants to ask you something. Speak. Xiao Hua looked at this low-level disciple and said in the same kind manner. Do you know who Great Master Wu is? That disciple's face flushed red. He finally spoke the question that he had held back for who knows how many years. Not to mention this disciple, even the eyes of all the other disciples were filled with anticipation. Their ears also perked up. This old man has never seen this nameless. Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. However, there's never anything that's absolutely secret in this world. Since Nameless is a disciple of our Imperial Thunder sect, then sooner or later, we'll know who Nameless is. Moreover, this old man feels that it's not important whether we know who Nameless is or not. What's important is that we know that Nameless is right beside us. The disciples were clearly disappointed, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, they came to a realization. The disciple at the front smiled apologetically. Martial Uncle Xiao, please don't blame us for being curious. Right now, the entire Imperial Thunder sect is in an uproar. Everyone is guessing who Great Master Wu is. That's right. After all, Great Master Wu is just a quiet person. As soon as he appeared, he saved the disciples of dozens of sects. He's the #1 hero in the great battle of Dao cultivators and the pride of our Imperial Thunder sect. Who doesn't want to know who he is? All the disciples shouted. Xiao Hua had seen the cultivators unrelated to the Imperial Thunder sect in the meeting hall of Tongmu City frantically investigate Nameless origins. Naturally, he understood the Imperial Thunder sect's enthusiasm for finding Nameless. Moreover, he also understood that since the sword cultivators had already confirmed that he was Nameless, this news would definitely spread to the Imperial Thunder sect after the end of the great battle of Dao Sword. At that time, he would have to see how he would cover it up. That's difficult. Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Martial Uncle Xiao, then are you a terrifying phoenix? Another disciple gathered his courage and asked. Moreover, his gaze was secretly looking at Xiao Hua's back. I naturally want to admit it. Xiao Hua said ambiguously. Unfortunately, I don't have the Phoenix Dharma body. Even if I admit it, who would believe me? It can't be, right? The disciple wailed. I feel that besides Martial Uncle Xiao, no other Foundation establishment master is worthy of the title of Terrifying Phoenix. That's right. Another disciple shouted. All the disciples who returned denied it. Only Martial Uncle Xiao hasn't returned. How could there be anyone else besides Martial Uncle Xiao? AI, that's right. None of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are terrifying Phoenix. I'm the only Foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. However, the problem was that he really didn't have the Phoenix Dharma body. How could he admit it? Perhaps, the terrifying Phoenix has already fallen. Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Impossible. All the disciples retorted in unison. How could the terrifying Phoenix, who killed the sword cultivators of Huan country, fall in the Great War of Dao Sword? Anything is possible. Xiao Hua replied faintly. He looked at the distant sky and smiled. I'm afraid Palace Lord Zhen is too busy. Or maybe the bad news of Sky Patrol City made him too busy to come over. Zhen Mo, are there any special rules for the disciples who return from the war? If possible, I'm going to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley first. This. The disciple called Zhen Mo blushed as if he had lied. He stuttered, there are no special rules for the others. Even if the disciples who returned later, they would be welcomed by the martial uncle of Zhen Lei Palace. Martial Uncle Xiao was specially appointed by the Palace Lord to welcome him. At this point, Zhen Mo said carefully, Imperial Thunder Sect only just received the news of Sky Patrol City's fall. However, although Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao Sect may not lose the Great War of Dao Sword. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are still fighting a bloody battle. Although the Palace Lord is busy, he may still have time, right? Ah. Xiao Hua was stunned. He had long known about the fall of the Sky Patrol City and the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples being trapped in the city. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect had received the news of the fall of the Sky Patrol City, they might not be unaware of the news that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had been captured by sword cultivators, right? However, Xiao Hua soon understood. Imperial Thunder Sect must have deliberately covered up the news for some special reasons. They did not want their disciples to know that their disciples had fallen into the enemy's hands. However, why did they not want to let them know? Xiao Hua did not understand again. Chapter 3003. It's a prestigious sect. Is their reputation that important? Can they cover it up for a lifetime? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the fallen Qian Mo. Qian Mo's actions seemed to be a standard Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Thinking here, Xiao Hua felt a sense of dejection and powerlessness. He said faintly, since Martial Uncle Zhen is busy with work, then I'll. Before he finished speaking, two divine wills swept over from the Sky Thunder Peak. Xiao Hua was very familiar with one of them. Zhen Qing, Martial Uncle Zhen. Xiao Hua didn't expect to meet Zhen Qing as soon as he returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. He couldn't help but think of Sun Qian. Since Zhen Qing came, Xiao Hua naturally couldn't leave. He could only respectfully stand in the air. Not long later, two early-stage Golden Core State cultivators came together. The one in front was Zhen Qing, who Xiao Hua was familiar with. Zhen Qing still had that melancholy expression, but there was more hair in her hair. Together with that melancholy, it added an indescribable charm. AI, no wonder. Xiao Hua knew about the relationship between Zhen Qing, Sun Qian, and Chen Yi and couldn't help but sigh. Behind Zhen Qing was an ordinary Golden Core State cultivator with a similar build to Zhen Qing. Xiao Hua didn't recognize him. However, Xiao Hua still went up to greet them extremely respectfully. He bowed and said, Junior Xiao Hua greets the two martial uncles. The Qi refining disciples behind Xiao Hua all said in unison, Junior greets martial uncles. He, Xiao Hua, stand up. This is my Zhenlei Palace's Jade Archive Hall Master, Qian Zhongliang. You probably haven't seen him before, right? Zhen Qing didn't act courteous with Xiao Hua and helped him up. Oh, so it's the Jade Archive Hall Master. Xiao Hua was a bit shocked as he looked at this ordinary Golden Core State cultivator. He already knew the importance of the Jade Archive Hall. The Jade Archive Hall of each sect was directly managed by the sect master. The Imperial Thunder sect put the Jade Archive Hall under the Gen Lei Palace for ease of management. However, the Hall Master still reported directly to Master Qian Lei. To be able to hold the position of Jade Archive Hall Master, Qian Zhongliang must be Master Qian Lei's trusted disciple. Xiao Hua admitted that he didn't know this trusted disciple from the Heavenly Thunder Palace before the Dao Sword battle. Disciple Xiao Hua of the Myriad Thunder Valley greets Hall Master Qian. Xiao Hua respectfully bowed again. Get up. Xiao Hua, you're the great hero of my thunder-controlling sect in the Dao Sword War. It is the pride of all Imperial Thunder sect disciples. Qian Zhongliang politely helped Xiao Hua up while Zhen Qing ordered Zhen Mo and the others to continue their patrol. Qian Zhongliang continued, moreover, at the beginning of the war, all the life spirit tablets of the participating disciples were monitored. Now that the first stage of the war is over, all the monitoring life spirit tablets have been returned. Only your life spirit tablet is left there alone. Even if I don't want to pay attention to you, it's impossible. Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately thought of Ziming and Elder Wu's evaluation of the natal spirit tablet in Back Earth Stronghold, and a trace of displeasure appeared in his heart. However, he still smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Hall Master Qian. Apart from the fallen seniors, there is also a portion of this junior's battle merits that should be given to the seniors in the rear like Hall Master. With the support of Hall Master Qian and the others, we can fight with all our might in the war." Hall Master Qian laughed, "I don't care what others say. But Martial Nephew Zhao's words, this old man has to consider it carefully. Yes, Martial Nephew Xiao, your battle merits are really great. Hall Master Qian will be so happy that he can't close his mouth if you share some of your battle merits." Zhen Qing explained with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He said with a smile, "I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. What battle merits can I have? I'm just basking in the glory of Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and the first team of the conference hall." Fortunately, Zhen Qing didn't mention Wu Ming. Instead, she looked at Xiao Hua kindly, just like when she brought Xiao Hua to the Feather Deity conference dozens of years ago. "You're already very good. Let's not talk about the other battle merits. In the war, you and Cui Hongshan of the Thunder Palace protected the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Just this is enough to make all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect admire you. Yes, whether it's Shen Minghui, Su Qing, Zhenhua, Qiu Su, Bai Sugu, Dui Ling and Ming Mao, when they returned to the Sky Thunder Peak, the first thing they did was to earnestly ask for your merits. They said that if it weren't for you and Cui Hongshan, they wouldn't have returned alive. Especially your first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Except for the two female disciples, Dui Ling and Ming Mao, the cultivation of the other 8 people in the war advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the others. It's really enviable." Qian Zhongliang also echoed with a smile. Seeing 2 golden core cultivators talking and laughing in front of him, if Xiao Hua was really a foundation establishment cultivator, he would definitely be a little nervous. But now, his real cultivation had reached the late stage of the golden core stage. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to the early stage of the original infant stage. He really didn't put the cultivation of these 2 people in his eyes. His respect for Zhen Qing came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have any feelings towards this Qian Zhongliang. Now that he was smiling and pretending to be respectful, he was a little impatient. As if she saw Xiao Hua's unnatural expression, Zhen Qing smiled and said, "Xiao Hua, with your merits, my Zhen Lei Palace Lord, Zhen Yunzi, should personally come and welcome you." Furthermore, he had already sent out an order. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the Zhen Lei Palace these few days. Zhen Mo's message couldn't reach him in time and could only be sent to Hall Master General recently. "I was sent by the sect leader to assist Hall Master Zhen in the Jade Archive Hall. Thinking that we are old friends, I accompanied Hall Master Jen to welcome you. Logically speaking, the two of us weren't the only ones who came to welcome you. Qian Zhongliang glanced at Zhen Qing and explained, when the 100,000 disciples returned to the mountain, the entire Zhenlei palace came out. Martial nephew Zhao's return should have been a more grand ceremony, but... Without waiting for Qian Zhongliang to finish, Xiaohua smiled and said, I have always liked peace and quiet. When I came back just now, I was worried that it would be lively. When Zhen Imo sent out the Thunder Note talisman, I wanted to stop him. However, I heard that it was an order from the palace lord, so I didn't dare to say anything. The fact that the two seniors are here already makes me anxious. In my opinion, the best thing to do now is to return to the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Ha ha ha, Hall Master Qian, see? Did I tell you? Martial nephew Xiao doesn't like crowds. I know this. Zhen Qing seemed to be very happy as she smiled and said, back then, during the Feather Immortal gathering, he didn't say anything and gave us a fright. Yes, indeed. Just now, I said that no matter what, I would bring the disciples of the Jade Archive Hall over. However, I was stopped by Junior Zhen. Qian Zhongliang nodded and said, however, martial nephew Xiao can't return to the 10,000 Thunder Valley now. You are now the most popular person in the Imperial Thunder sect. When I received the Thunder Note talisman, I had already sent a message talisman to the Palace Lord. Follow me back to the Jade Archive Hall and see what the Palace Lord has arranged. Yes, the sect matters are more important than anything else. I will listen to the two seniors' instructions. Xiaohua naturally understood that he had no choice but to return to the Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention that he had to report to Master Qian Lazy and the others in detail when he saw them. He would have to communicate with the 8 great thunder palaces for several months without sleep or rest. Therefore, he could only reply with a bow. Let's go. Zhen Qing said with a smile, Xiaohua has finally returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Other than Shan Feng, there are no other disciples here to welcome him. Let him sit in the Jade Archive Hall and have a good rest. Huh, that's right. Qian Zhongliang looked around. Although the air around the three of them was empty and no disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect dared to disturb them, in the air not far away, on the mountain peak, there were many disciples on patrol. Moreover, there were still many disciples quietly flying over. Obviously, they had heard the news and came to see with their own eyes this Foundation establishment disciple who had become famous because of the Dao sword battle. Seeing this scene, Qian Zhongliang smiled and said, I was thinking that there were no disciples to welcome martial nephew Xiao. I felt guilty and forgot about this matter. Now, we should invite martial nephew Xiao to have a rest. Otherwise, our Imperial Thunder sect won't even have a disciple on patrol. Seniors, please. Xiaohua said with a smile, disciple is already very satisfied to have two seniors to welcome me. Huh, let's go. Qian Zhongliang said and activated his magic power. His figure took the lead, but his flying speed was not fast. Obviously, he was waiting for Xiaohua. Then, Zhen Qing accompanied Xiaohua and flew behind Qian Zhongliang. After flying like this for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua looked at Zhen Qing next to him. This man with a story, his lips moved a bit as if he wanted to say something. After all, although Sun Qian did not let Xiaohua tell Zhen Qing about this matter, Xiaohua did not agree. He still wanted to make things clear. Oh. Nephew, is there something wrong? Zhen Qing was extremely sensitive and asked with a smile. Oh, the moment Zhen Qing asked, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. He had not even dealt with Fairy Hongxia and Xue Xue. Why should he worry about other people's old affairs? Maybe Zhen Qing was the same as Sun Qian and did not want to let him know. Disciple thanks Senior Master for the jade slip. Xiaohua hurriedly said, if not for Senior Master's generosity, this junior might not be able to have such cultivation today. What Xiaohua said was the truth. Zhen Qing's understanding of condensing the golden core was extremely important for Xiao Hua to condense the golden core. Moreover, the exquisite gold was obtained from Zhen Qing. The wishful staff was also refined because of Zhen Qing. Zhen Qing's favor was indeed big. Xiao Hua could not thank him enough. But how could Zhen Qing know about this? Sweeping a glance at Qian Zhongliang, he waved his hand and said, "That jade slip is this old man's token of gratitude. It will still be useful in the future. You should understand more." Chapter 3004. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. That jade slip had been taken away by Chen Yi a long time ago. Moreover, according to what Sun Qian said earlier, she seemed to have been lured over by an old treasure of Zhen Qing in Chen Yi's possession and fell into Chen Yuming's trap. At this moment, when he thought about it, perhaps it was that jade slip. If that was the case, how could he comprehend the jade slip now that it was in Sun Qian's hands? However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to point it out. He smiled and said, "Yes." In his heart, he had already made up his mind. When he returned to the 10,000 Thunder Valley, the first thing he would do was to refine a pile of rejuvenation pills and give them to Zhen Qing first. Although I can't get involved in the matter between Zhen Qing and Sun Qian, I can at least add fuel to the fire. By the way, how is Junior's master? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. The last time he saw Cui Hongshan, he already knew that Cui Hongshan was helplessly in closed-door cultivation and hadn't come out for many years. Now that it had been several years, he was afraid that Cui Hongshan had already reached the Jindan stage, right? But as soon as Xiao Hua's words came out, he regretted it again. He blamed himself for not being able to keep his composure. Since he had already returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect, there would be a day when he could return to the Myriad Thunder Valley. He only needed to take a look, understood? If Zhen Qing asked him how he knew that he had no choice but to go into seclusion, how would he answer her? After all, he had no choice but to go into seclusion after the battle. Fortunately, Zhen Qing did not suspect anything. He thought for a moment and frowned. "I have always been in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. I have never paid attention to the matters in the 10,000 Thunder Valley." However, it seemed that he hadn't heard any news about helplessness, nor was there any report of him advancing to core formation. "I'm afraid, he hasn't come out of seclusion yet." When Xiao Hua heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, "Martial uncle, I'm afraid Master has already been in seclusion for a long time, right? Is everything all right?" "It's hard to say." Zhen Qing didn't hide it and said, "Core condensation is even more difficult than foundation establishment. Everyone's fortuitous encounters were also different. Some succeeded in a few days, while others took several years. Of course, there are also those like your master who have been cultivating for decades. However, the longer one stayed in closed-door meditation, the less advantageous it was for foundation establishment. On the other hand, due to the lack of foundation, the lack of comprehension." Xiao Hua sighed. "I don't think so." Qian Zhongliang spoke from the front. "Unfortunately, Martial Nephew has always been in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley. That place is not a place where ordinary people can stay for long. Since he was able to condense a core under 10,000 lightning bolts, then the time was also normal. Furthermore, as time passes, his divine sense, tempered by countless bolts of lightning, will be able to comprehend the lightning refinement even more thoroughly. If he were to condense his core, he would definitely be 40% more powerful than ordinary gold core cultivators." "That's right." Zhen Qing also came to a realization. "I forgot about the lightning birth and lightning destruction in the Myriad Lightning Valley." This was indeed the case. Since that's the case, Xiao Hua, you don't have to worry. You and Cui Hongshan have contributed greatly to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Yes, Dui Qimeng is also in your Myriad Thunder Valley now. The Myriad Thunder Valley is the most famous place in my Imperial Thunder sect. According to your master's temperament, if he saw such prosperity after coming out of seclusion, wouldn't he be grinning from ear to ear? He, indeed. Xiao Hua had also stayed in the 10,000 Thunder Valley before, so he knew how powerful the 10,000 Thunder Valley was. He knew that what Qian Zhongliang said was true, and when he thought about how his master couldn't close his mouth, he couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid that master won't scold this junior again in the future. Ha, how could that be? It definitely won't happen in the future. Zhen Qing seemed to know about Xiao Hua's situation in the Myriad Thunder Valley and said with a big laugh. Not only did he not treat a great contributor like you well, he even scolded you. Even if the Thunder Mesa spiritual master didn't say anything, Lord Sect Master would have already spoken. At this point, Zhen Qing's eyes turned and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Hua, this old man wants to ask you something. Are you that terrifying phoenix? Sweat. Xiao Hua heard from Zhen Imo that the terrifying phoenix and Nameless, who were regarded as the two mysteries of the Dao Sword War in Twilight Tong City, were still very popular in the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he didn't expect that even a gold core cultivator like Zhen Qing would be so concerned about him. Xiao Hua hesitated. He didn't want to lie to Zhen Qing, but if he admitted that he was the terrifying phoenix, would Zhen Qing ask him if he was nameless? However, when Xiao Hua was hesitating, Zhen Qing said mysteriously. When your Imperial Thunder Sect's first team returned, Fairy Xian Hua had already asked Cui Hongshan and the others. Unfortunately, they were hesitant and didn't dare to say it clearly. They only said that they would ask you after you returned. Xiao Hua laughed. He already understood that although Cui Hongshan and the others didn't say that he was the terrifying phoenix, in reality, they had already revealed the truth that he had the phoenix's Dharma body. Fairy Xian Hua and the others also saw it, so they didn't ask. Otherwise, with Fairy Xian Hua's identity as the Earth Thunder Palace's palace master, how could she not ask for the details? Zhen Qing transmitted her voice to ask him just to confirm it. I won't hide it from Martial Uncle. Xiao Hua transmitted his voice. This junior wants to admit that I am the terrifying phoenix, but, this junior can't take out the phoenix's Dharma body now. That thing was destroyed by the enemy in the war. Ah! Zhen Qing was stunned. Looking at Xiao Hua's calm appearance, he asked with concern, then, was your cultivation affected in any way? Xiao Hua's heart warmed and he said with a smile, it was a matter of several years ago. Now, it's already very good. And, that's good. Knowing that Xiao Hua admitted it, Zhen Qing said with some regret, it's a pity that my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples can't see your terrifying phoenix's Dharma body with their own eyes and intimidate the sword cultivators. Yes, because I don't have the phoenix's Dharma body, this junior didn't dare to admit it. I was afraid that others would say that this junior took the credit for nothing. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to explain. If it's your credit, then it's yours. Why should you care about others? Zhen Qing didn't think so, but after saying that, he seemed to think of something and said with a bitter smile, it's easy for this old man to say this, but it's too difficult to do it. How could an ordinary person be able to do such a thing? If you don't have the phoenix's Dharma body and admit that you are the terrifying phoenix, then it's really difficult. Your matter is indeed somewhat difficult. Actually, it doesn't matter. Xiao Hua said with a smile, now, this disciple, has enough. Zhen Qing smiled but didn't say anything. After flying for a while, seeing that the Thunder Xiao Hall was close at hand, a sharp sound of thunder came from afar. A thunder talisman that Xiao Hua had never seen before landed in front of Qian Zhongliang. Qian Zhongliang took the thunder talisman and looked at it, then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhen Xingzi sent a message, asking us to go to the Thunder Immortal Peak's Great Thunder Hall. It seems that Fairy Xian Hua is going to reward Xiao Hua heavily. Zhen Xingzi. Zhen Lei Palace's Palace Lord is also a nascent soul martial ancestor now. Only now did Xiao Hua realize. He remembered that when he met Zhenlei Palace's palace lord in the Great Thunder Hall, Zhenlei Palace's palace lord didn't seem to be a nascent soul cultivator yet. Now, the Golden Core cultivator back then had successfully advanced to the Master Realm. While he was improving, others were also improving. Yes. Since Qian Zhongliang received Zhen Xingzi's message, he naturally didn't dare to stay. He turned around and flew towards the Thunder Immortal Peak. Zhen Qing brought Xiao Hua along and circulated her magic power, then said with a smile, "A Dao sword battle that lasted more than 10 years, my Imperial Thunder sect has also changed. Not only is Daoist Quangtian a new nascent soul master, even my Zhenlei Palace's palace lord has successfully conceived a nascent soul. There's also that Wu Ming." Qian Zhongliang said with a curious tone, "It's only been 10 years, my Imperial Thunder sect actually gave birth to 3 nascent soul cultivators. This is really important to my Imperial Thunder sect." "Alas, yes." Zhen Qing looked at the silent Xiao Hua and sighed. Disciples like Xiao Hua, who not only returned safely, but also made great contributions to the sect, are really rare. Those disciples who died on the battlefield, were all the elites of my Imperial Thunder sect. If not for the appearance of these 3 nascent soul martial uncles, my Imperial Thunder sect's strength would be greatly reduced. It's a pity that we still haven't found Wu Ming." Qian Zhongliang said with a bitter smile, "This old man doesn't understand. What was this great teacher Wu playing at? His appearance not only intimidated the splendid sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school, but also brought our Imperial Thunder sect the gratitude of the sects of the 3 kingdoms. Even if he doesn't covet fame and disdains the sect's rewards, he still has to consider the sect's overall situation. Perhaps Martial Uncle Wu has his own ideas." Zhen Qing was a disciple of Zhenlei Palace, so she clearly didn't see as far as Qian Zhongliang. She said with a smile, "Right now, Palace Lord Zhen's cultivation hasn't been revealed yet. It's better to let the other sects pay more attention to Martial Uncle Wu." "Alas, Palace Lord Zhen." Qian Zhongliang sighed and looked at Zhen Qing sympathetically. "I heard that when Sect Lord wasn't in seclusion, he found an opportunity to hold a nascent soul formation hall for Palace Lord. However, later on, he had to welcome the disciples who returned from the war and arrange for Daoist Mi Yu and Daoist Quangtian to go to the battlefield. Right now, Fairy Xianhua also said that she was prepared to hold a ceremony for him before the war when my Imperial Thunder sect disciples returned victorious." However, who knew? When Xiao Hua heard this, he naturally knew that Zhen Yunzi's nascent soul formation hall was disrupted by the Imperial Thunder sect disciples falling into Sky Patrol City. Moreover, the current situation of the war was unclear. Even if the Dao sect won, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples would be rescued and the Imperial Thunder sect wouldn't be able to celebrate their victory. Zhen Yunzi's nascent soul formation hall probably couldn't be held anymore. The Nascent Soul Formation Hall was a recognition for a cultivator from an ordinary cultivator to a grandmaster. It was also an opportunity to spread the news to the various sects in the cultivation world. Not holding a ceremony was like not being recognized by a dual cultivation partner. Although it wouldn't affect dual cultivation, it was still a pity. Daoist Quangtian didn't hold a Nascent Soul Formation Hall either. Zhen Qing said with a smile, "When Daoist Quangtian, Daoist Mi Yu and Martial Uncle Wu return, the 3 of them can hold a ceremony together." "Oh." Qian Zhongliang was slightly surprised. He rolled his eyes and seemed to understand that Zhen Qing really didn't know. Only then did he send a voice transmission, "What?" Zhen Qing's expression changed greatly. She said with an incredulous tone, "How is that possible?" Chapter 3005. Zhen Qing glanced at Xiao Hua and didn't point it out. Instead, she asked Qian Zhongliang, about this matter, why didn't Fairy Xianhua announce it earlier? Such a big matter, even if she doesn't say it now, people will know about it sooner or later. Perhaps our Imperial Thunder sect has sealed the news, but isn't it already spreading outside? How can our Imperial Thunder sect disciples endure this? This is the decision of the Great Thunder Palace. You and I have no right to comment. Qian Zhongliang pondered for a moment and said, perhaps the masters of the Great Thunder Palace feel that it will affect the morale, so it's not convenient to announce it now. Alas, I have been engrossed in cultivation and haven't thought about this. Zhen Qing sighed and said, thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Don't mention it. Qian Zhongliang said, even if I don't say it now, when you follow me to the Great Thunder Palace in a while, you will definitely know. Alas, it's better not to know. Zhen Qing muttered a few words and didn't say anything else. Obviously, the joy of seeing Xiao Hua just now had disappeared. The Thunder Immortal Peak and the Great Thunder Palace weren't close to the Imperial Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua didn't use his magic power, so under Zhen Qing's lead, they arrived in less than half a meal's time. Seeing the somewhat familiar mountain peak and the vaguely familiar palace, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. Ordinary disciples might not even be able to visit the Great Thunder Palace in their lifetime. He had only been a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect for a few decades and this was already his second visit. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release his divine sense or Buddhist awareness. Just as Zhen Qing approached the Thunder Immortal Peak, a series of rumbling sounds came from the Thunder Immortal Peak. Immediately after, a huge fireball rushed out from the peak and flew high into the sky. With a boom, it exploded again. Lightning shot in all directions and the tricolored brilliance formed a curtain of light that floated in the air. Boom, boom, immediately after, two more loud sounds came and two more fireballs flew out. After exploding, the tricolored brilliance merged with the previous brilliance and covered the entire Thunder Immortal Peak. Immediately after, countless thunderous sounds came from the curtain of light and a line of large words appeared. It was, welcome Xiao Hua's triumphant return to the sect. Ha ha ha. Qian Zhongliang laughed loudly. I didn't expect Palace Master Zhen to hold the welcoming ceremony here. Marshal Ni Xiao aside, even I am pleasantly surprised. Zhen Qing explained with a smile on her face, this is our Imperial Lightning Sect's welcoming ceremony for returning disciples. Ordinary disciples only have one level. Even after the last battle, all the disciples only have 3 levels. Today, just for you to achieve 3 levels of thunder, is already the highest honor this old man knows. Just as Zhen Qing finished her explanation, 3 more groups of male and female disciples flew out from the Thunder Immortal Peak. They were all at the Qi refining stage. They flew to Xiao Hua and bowed in the air. One group after another, they shouted with different pitches, on behalf of the 8 Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect, we thank Xiao Hua, Marshal Uncle Xiao Hua for his contribution to the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Dao Sword War. Welcome back, Marshal Uncle Xiao. Xiao Hua glanced at Zhen Qing and quickly flew out. He returned the greeting and said, Marshal nephews, please rise. This Xiao is a member of my Imperial Thunder Sect and should fight for my Imperial Thunder Sect. This is this Xiao's duty, there's no need for thanks. Huh, Xiao Hua ah Xiao Hua. A voice familiar to Xiao Hua sounded from behind the disciples. It was the Thunder Palace's Palace Master, Thunder Tablet Reverend. I didn't expect to see you 3 times. Other than the first time when you didn't enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, the last 2 times were when you made great contributions to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Looking at you, this old man's face is glowing. I don't dare, facing Thunder Tablet Reverend, Xiao Hua was just like facing Zhen Qing. He felt grateful and hurriedly bowed. Although this junior has some battle merits, the glory of these battle merits should belong to those disciples who fell on the battlefield. Their contributions far exceed this junior's. They have their glory, you also have your glory. These two cannot be mixed together. The glory that you have earned for my Imperial Thunder Sect is not something that they can earn. Behind Thunder Tablet Reverend, Zhen Yunzi also appeared and said with a smile, this old man has already told all the Imperial Thunder sect disciples that if you, a great contributor, return, this old man will definitely welcome you at the Sky Thunder Peak. But now that the Great Thunder Palace is in trouble, this old man has no choice but to go back on his words. The two martial ancestors are busy with official business. For you to come and welcome this junior is already very grateful. Xiao Hua was indeed moved and said respectfully, this junior feels from the bottom of my heart that any price is worth it to make some contributions to my Imperial Thunder sect. Good, this old man likes these words. Zhen Yunzi clapped his hands and said, first there is the Imperial Thunder sect, then there are my Imperial Thunder sect disciples. Everything should be based on the righteousness of my Imperial Thunder sect. All personal benefits must be placed behind the benefits of my Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, this junior thanks martial ancestor Zhen for your guidance. This junior will use these words as a guiding light in the future. I will correct my actions. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, make more contributions to my Imperial Thunder sect and strive for my Imperial Thunder sect to suppress Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect and Xuanyan school as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Thunder Tablet Reverend laughed and said, I will say these words behind closed doors. Don't spread this out, or else Sun Yunzi will find trouble with you. He, this disciple is not afraid of Senior Sun Yunzi. This disciple has the sect master behind him. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this disciple will definitely make this disciple's lifelong pursuit. Good. If every disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect is like Xiao Hua, why would my Imperial Thunder sect not be able to dominate the Dawn Rain continent? Zhen Yunzi clapped his hands and praised. Xiao Hua, you followed the first team of the discussion hall to the Han country to train. Did you make any mistakes? Thunder Tablet Reverend asked with concern. Good, I will let the palace master know that the four of us returned safely without any losses. Xiao Hua replied. Very good. Thunder Tablet Reverend nodded, training is your own matter. This old man and the others will not ask too much. You must have worked hard. Quickly return to the Myriad Thunder Valley. After resting for a period of time, this old man will. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was delighted. He knew that the reason he was allowed to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley was to report the matter of Qian Qinghua. However, without waiting for Thunder Tablet Reverend to finish, Zhen Yunzi spoke, Senior Brother Thunder Tablet, let Xiao Hua make a trip to the Great Thunder Hall. Fairy Xianhua has something to ask Xiao Hua. Oh. Thunder Tablet Reverend was slightly stunned. Clearly, Fairy Xianhua did not mention this matter when they came out of the Great Thunder Hall. However, Thunder Tablet Reverend immediately understood and nodded, indeed, Xiao Hua has returned from training outside. He should know more about the news outside. Yes, this junior will listen to martial ancestors' instructions. Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless, but he could only nod his head in agreement. It seemed that the matter of Qian Qinghua could only be discussed in the Great Thunder Hall. Qian Zhongliang and Zhen Qing, come in too. Zhen Yunzi pointed his finger and said, you are in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. The decisions from now on, have something to do with you. Yes, Qian Zhongliang and Zhen Qing were as respectful as Xiao Hua. The three of them followed the two nascent soul masters and flew into the Great Thunder Hall. However, the three thunderous roars of the Thunder Immortal Peak had already alarmed the entire Imperial Thunder sect. The disciples of the various Thunder Palaces were all astonished. Many disciples came out to inquire, and the patrolling disciples had already passed the news of Xiao Hua's return to the mountain to the various Thunder Palaces. Envy, ecstasy, jealousy, and other different gazes began to converge, staring at the previously unknown Myriad Thunder Valley that was now gradually revealing its ferociousness. Inside the Great Thunder Hall, just like before, two incomparably huge pillars propped up the entire space. The purple lightning talismans on the four walls and the roof of the hall flowed unhurriedly, as if the past few decades were just an instant. However, the number of people gathered in the Great Thunder Hall today was a lot more than the last time Xiaohua came. Above the 8 praying mats, except for the praying mat in the center and the 3 praying mats below, there were many old men standing below the praying mats. With a glance, Xiaohua could clearly distinguish that these gold-core old men were divided into 8 positions. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the hall masters or elders of the 8 great thunder palaces. Xiaohua's face carried a respectful and humble expression. Except for the instant he stepped into the Great Thunder Hall, he didn't raise his head again, allowing all kinds of gazes to fall on him. Only after Qian Zhongliang and Zhen Qing had greeted him did Xiaohua step forward and salute the palace masters and hall masters. Xiaohua. A gentle voice came from one of the praying mats. It was the Earth Thunder Palace's palace master, Fairy Xianhua. After Master Qian Lazy went into seclusion, she temporarily took over the sect master's authority and acted as the 8 Great Thunder Palace's representative. Junior is here. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Fairy Xianhua. When Xiaohua entered the Imperial Thunder sect, he also came to the Great Thunder Hall. Even Fairy Xianhua and the others were at his side. However, at that time, the entire Great Thunder Hall's brilliance was focused on Master Qian Lazy alone. To tell the truth, Xiaohua only answered the sect master's words in fear and only paid attention to Master Qian Lazy and Reverend Lei Meng. Fairy Xianhua and the others only glanced at them, so he couldn't see their appearances clearly. At this moment, when Xiaohua raised his head, he saw Fairy Xianhua's square face. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be extremely beautiful, but her thick eyebrows, bright eyes, slightly pursed lips, and especially her ears that hung down to her shoulders, all of them revealed a graceful, luxurious, and calm aura. You have made great contributions in this battle. Long before the sect master went into seclusion, he already knew about it. He even specially issued the sect master's special pardon order to commend your battle achievements. Fairy Xianhua said very amiably, although this is the second time this old woman has seen you. However, it seems that both times I've seen you, you have made extremely outstanding contributions to my Imperial Thunder sect. Both of them made this old woman feel gratified and let this old man see the bright future of my Imperial Thunder sect. Both of them made this old woman believe that the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely flourish in the hands of junior disciples like you, and become the #1 sect in the Dawn Rain continent. Hearing Fairy Xianhua praise him like this, which really didn't match the identity of a nascent soul palace master, Xiaohua was startled and said with a smile, Junior was just lucky. I don't dare to speak too much about my achievements. Chapter 3006. No, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Fairy Xianhua waved her hand and said, when we were talking to the palace masters of the Thunder Palace, we were all sighing with emotion. It seems that we didn't make so many contributions like you in the Great War of Dao's Sword or even the Great War of Immortals and Demons. You deserve such praise. You deserve it. Thank you for your praise, Grandmaster. Xiaohua originally wanted to tell her about Qian Qinghua, but under Fairy Xianhua's praise, he was embarrassed to say it. Being able to find Qian Qinghua was needless to say, it was a great contribution. Yes, I don't need to say more. You went through a lot of hardships in the Great War of Dao's Sword. When you return to the Imperial Thunder sect, the sect will definitely treat you well. All kinds of glory will follow. Fairy Xianhua nodded and said, Today, you just returned to the sect, so I called you to the Great Thunder Palace because I have something important to check with you. Oh. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, are you going to directly interrogate John Doe's identity? Take a look at this communication talisman. Did you send it? Fairy Xianhua stretched out her hand, took out a jade slip from her storage pouch, and casually threw it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and seemed to know something. After he finished reading the jade slip, he returned it to Fairy Xianhua and nodded, reporting to Grandmaster, this was sent by me. There is my mark in it. However, when I received the news that the sword cultivator's target was Sky Patrol City, I was already in Huan country and could not return. Moreover, with my strength, it was very difficult to cross Huan country. Therefore, I asked a familiar senior to bring this communication talisman back to Sky Patrol City. As for who this senior is, I hope Grandmaster can understand. I have already promised that senior not to reveal his name. Speaking of this, Xiaohua hesitated and said, on my way back to the sect, I received some news. It seems that Sky Patrol City has fallen and my Imperial Thunder Sect disciple has also fallen into the hands of the sword cultivator. As for the merit of sending the message, let's not talk about it. Huh, that's right. Fairy Xianhua smiled and said, you're not greedy for merit because you're reasonable and take the overall situation into consideration. Today, I've called you to Colossal Thunder Hall precisely for this reason. This junior has already obtained enough battle merits, this can't be considered any merit. Xiaohua once again expressed his attitude. Although the message within the Jade Slip was extremely important, if the nascent soul elders of the Dao sect took it seriously, it would definitely be considered the greatest contribution in the Great Dao Sword War. But since the battle had developed to this point, Xiaohua would definitely not say another word on the transmission talisman. Actually, when it comes to the Great War of Dao and Sword, due to Junior Brother Nameless, our Imperial Thunder sect took the most credit for it. Fairy Xianhua changed the topic and said with some pain, this is extremely beneficial to the position of my Imperial Thunder sect in the state of Shi and the distribution of benefits after the war. Although our Imperial Thunder sect lost many disciples in the Great War of Dao and Sword, our losses far exceed those of the other sections. However, with the distribution of spirit veins in the future, the division of areas for recruitment of disciples, and other benefits, we can make up for it slightly. But now, our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples are completely trapped in Sky Patrol City and were one of the 2 sects that have been captured by the sword cultivators. This was definitely a laughingstock. Everything and all our previous efforts have turned into flowing water. Even if Shanghua sect and the other sects mention the distribution of benefits in the state of Shi again, I'm afraid our Imperial Thunder sect won't get any more. Xiaohua was baffled, but he vaguely knew that this great war of Dao and Sword was far from simple. Not only was it related to the defeat of the sword cultivators in the state of Huan, not only was it related to the cultivation of disciples, but it was also related to the position of the Imperial Thunder sect in the state of Shi and the distribution of benefits in the state of Shi. In short, the fall of the Imperial Thunder sect in Sky Patrol City not only caused the Imperial Thunder sect to lose face, but also caused the Imperial Thunder sect to suffer a great loss. Therefore, the fall of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples in Sky Patrol City. Someone must be responsible for this. Fairy Xianhua said very naturally, and we also have to give an explanation to the disciples who are waiting for our Imperial Thunder sect's triumphant return. We have to let them understand our painstaking efforts and the difficulties of the disciples who are fighting outside. Sigh, poor Taoist Quangtian. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He already somewhat understood in his heart, this is the first time he participated in a great war as a nascent soul grandmaster. He has to be the scapegoat. Although the Imperial Thunder sect has 2 nascent soul cultivators, Taoist Miyu and Taoist Quangtian, from what Fairy Xianhua said, she wouldn't put the responsibility on Taoist Miyu. Sigh, it's this Xiao who has harmed Taoist Quangtian. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have sent this message talisman to Qian Diheng. I originally wanted to give this merit to him. But, who will bear this responsibility? As expected by Xiaohua, Fairy Xianhua immediately said, in the message talisman sent by Taoist Miyu, it was clearly stated that the support of Sky Patrol City was done by my Imperial Thunder sect alone. Although it was also agreed upon by my Dao sect's commander, after all, it was my Imperial Thunder sect's own initiative. Although Taoist Miyu didn't say it clearly in the Jade Slip, the message talisman was given by Taoist Quangtian. Taoist Miyu originally thought that this was a sword cultivator's trick, but with Xiao Hua's confirmation, this news is true. Therefore, when it comes to responsibility, Taoist Quangtian takes 30%. Oh, that's good. Xiao Hua's heart was finally at ease. Fairy Xian Hua's words are reasonable. After all, it was Taoist Miyu who made the decision. Taoist Quangtian takes 30%, so Taoist Miyu takes 70%. As for the remaining 70%, this old one, or should I say, most of the palace masters and hall masters in my great thunder hall think that. Fairy Xian Hua's tone paused slightly, and she said word by word, should belong to this message talisman. If it weren't for this message talisman, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples wouldn't have supported Sky Patrol City alone, and wouldn't have fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Ah! Hearing this, Xiao Hua's originally calm heart suddenly tightened. He almost didn't dare to believe his own ears. He raised his head to look at Fairy Xian Hua in astonishment, and Fairy Xian Hua looked at Xiao Hua with bright eyes. That's right. Fairy Xian Hua added, the culprit is the message talisman that sent out the true news. That is, you, Xiao Hua. Senior Xian Hua. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, Thunder Meng Daoist became angry and said with a sneer, aren't you reversing black and white? How come I don't know when you came to such a conclusion? Xiao Hua being able to find out the true goal of the sword cultivators was already a huge contribution. If you don't reward him, that's fine, but you can't blame this disciple for falling into the hands of the enemy, on him, right? Junior Lei Meng, then tell me, if it weren't for Xiao Hua's message talisman, would Quang Tian have thought that Sky Patrol City was the sword cultivator's true purpose? Would he have persuaded me to lead all the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples to support Sky Patrol City? Fairy Xian Hua said indifferently, the root of all this is Xiao Hua's message talisman. Senior Xian Hua, you're wrong. Thunder Meng Daoist shook his head, whether it's Xiao Hua, Quang Tian, or Miyu, they're all right. The only wrong thing is that the sword cultivator's methods are too powerful. My Dao sect disciples were caught off guard. Even if we knew the sword cultivator's true purpose and made countermeasures, we still couldn't stop their plan. Xiao Hua was already stunned, he didn't know what to say and could only listen quietly. The sword cultivators are powerful, and I'm afraid they're going to win this battle. Fairy Xian Hua wasn't as agitated as Thunder Meng Daoist, instead she said indifferently, my Dao sect is going to be defeated, the other sects have been defeated, but they didn't fall into the enemy's hands. Needless to say, my Imperial Thunder sect has also become the cause of this great defeat. The disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Imo Sang Mountain will also become the sharp weapons used by the sword cultivators to threaten my Dao sect. This responsibility must be shouldered by someone. Do you think the Palace Master of Canlei Palace, Miyu Daoist is more suitable, or the new nascent Soul Master, Quang Tian? It's not necessary for someone to shoulder the responsibility. Thunder Meng Daoist smiled bitterly, this is my Dao sect's mistake in command. My Imperial Thunder sect is a famous sect. Criticism and self-criticism are necessary, otherwise my Imperial Thunder sect will never be able to improve, and will never be able to become the #1 sect in the country of Xi. Fairy Xian Hua said, we can't wait for the other sects to blame us before thinking of remedy. We must find the root of the matter before it is announced, and bravely shoulder the responsibility and obligation that a large sect should shoulder. Thunder Meng Daoist looked at the people of Colossal Thunder Palace, his eyes narrowed, and said coldly, this matter. I presume everyone has already discussed it without I knowing. It should be a collective decision, right? That's right. Fairy Xian Hua didn't evade and said, Xiao Hua's contribution in this battle is great, and he's definitely the most brilliant star of my Imperial Thunder sect today. However, he's still only at the middle stage of foundation establishment, and he's still young. Too many honors, too many flowers may not be a good thing. What he needs to do now is to calm his mind, and see the dangers ahead. Experiencing more setbacks now isn't a bad thing. In my opinion, this matter is also a kind of disguised encouragement for him. Bullshit encouragement, bullshit good thing. Thunder Meng Daoist couldn't help but curse. Let's not talk about his hard-earned battle merits being erased, but now he's being punished because of this real news. You all still glorify it by saying that you're concerned about his growth. I. At this point, Thunder Meng Daoist was about to fly up from the praying mat, but after getting up, he hesitated. Obviously, this matter was a collective decision. If he left, Colossal Thunder Palace would only have Xiao Hua, and wouldn't he be at their mercy? He really couldn't leave. As for Zhen Qing, who was biased towards Xiao Hua, because she didn't have any qualifications to speak in Colossal Thunder Palace, her face changed greatly. Other than anxiety, there was also deep regret. Senior brother Thunder Meng, don't be impatient. Zhen Yunzi said with a smile. Humph, Thunder Meng Daoist snorted and sat down. Chapter 3007. Xiao Hua's contributions are actually more than enough. Even if the contributions of the other Lightning Palace disciples were added together, they wouldn't be as much as his, right? Zhen Yunzi said with a smile, whether it is the rewards of my Imperial Lightning sect or the discussion hall, they are all exceptionally generous. Now, these rewards have already been distributed to Xiao Hua and Myriad Thunder Valley. What Fairy Xian Hua said today is only a nominal punishment and won't take back the previous rewards. In fact, to Xiao Hua, there is no loss. To put it bluntly, it is just offsetting a part of his previous contributions. These punishments are inappropriate for Reverend Mi Yu and Reverend Quangtian, but for Xiao Hua, there is no harm. Senior brother Lei Meng, don't you think so? Moreover, the majority of the Hall Masters of my Great Thunder Palace have already agreed to this matter and it can be considered a decision. In fact, there is no need to discuss it with Xiao Hua. Now that we have called Xiao Hua in to discuss it in detail, it is also a reflection of my Imperial Lightning Sect's principle of fairness, impartiality, and public trust. Sigh. Reverend Lei Meng looked at Fairy Xian Hua, then at the Hall Masters. He really wanted to ask her, did she think of this idea when she received the jade slip from the sword cultivator to the Dao sect? Or did she just think of it when she received the news of Xiao Hua's return? But in the next moment, he felt bored. Even if he asked, it would be useless to make a decision on this matter. But unfortunately, he didn't receive a message from the Thunder Palace Master and was caught unprepared by Fairy Xian Hua. Now, looking at their helpless expressions, he was afraid that Fairy Xian Hua had already warned them in advance and didn't dare to send a message to him. Xiao Hua. Reverend Lei Meng felt very helpless in his heart. He let out a long sigh and turned to ask, what do you think? Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He was already shouting in his heart. He said in a clear voice, now that things have reached this point, seniors have already looked at the big picture and brought out righteousness. What can this junior say? Junior only wants to say that junior's contributions are contributions, and demerits are demerits. We cannot mix them together, but it is possible to offset demerits with contributions, right? Even if it can't offset demerits, you can't slander this Xiao's contributions as demerits, right? Even though the victory of the war was beneficial to the Imperial Thunder Sect's reputation, it was beneficial to the Imperial Thunder Sect's distribution of benefits in the country of Xi, and it was beneficial to the development of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, since there were merits, there were also losses. Presumably, the masters were already prepared. However, why did the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect fall into the hands of the sword cultivators? Your disciple did send a message, and it was correct. That was a merit. But now, in front of the teachers, it had become a mistake. If it weren't for this junior's message, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect wouldn't have gone to the Sky Patrol City and fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Our Imperial Thunder Sect wouldn't have become the laughingstock of the three kingdoms of cultivation. This karma is just the biggest joke in the world. Seniors, do you think it makes sense? At this time, Xiao Hua really didn't understand. He was the one who delivered the message, which was a merit. Now that it wasn't counted as a merit, he couldn't be blamed for it, right? He had already escaped from the war. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to ask Jiu Xia to send him a message. He was digging his own grave. It was superfluous. Fairy Xian Hua said indifferently, "Xiao Hua, this matter was caused by you, so naturally, you have to bear the responsibility. Moreover, you have made a lot of contributions, so it's not a big deal to make up for it. Just now, this old woman said that you are only a foundation establishment cultivator. Your future path is very long, and there are many opportunities to make contributions. You have to look at the big picture and put the interests of the Imperial Thunder sect first. If you don't have this kind of awareness, how can you become a great person? Moreover, the decision of this matter, you should think about it a lot later. From your point of view, it's extremely inconceivable, but if you change your point of view, you might have a better understanding. Or perhaps, when you sit in the position of this old woman and the others, you will understand our painstaking efforts, and helplessness." When Xiao Hua heard this, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He was extremely disappointed with the Imperial Thunder sect. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect fell into the hands of the enemy. It was a failure. And a big failure. But if the sect doesn't even have this little bit of responsibility, how can it shelter this Xiao from the wind and rain? You have to know that this Xiao's enemies are either spirit-severing clones or separation and reunion clones. Since it can't shelter this Xiao from the wind and rain, then what reason does this Xiao have to stay in the Imperial Thunder sect? Even if they can stay here, in times of crisis, not only will they bring trouble to themselves, they will also drag the sect into the abyss. Not to mention the myriad Thunder Valley and the deafening Thunder Palace, even the Imperial Thunder sect may be in imminent danger. Xiao Hua. Thunder Tablet Daoist couldn't bear it and asked in a low voice, "If time could be turned back, would you still send out this transmission talisman?" Xiao Hua didn't think about it and said with a bitter smile, "Ancestor, this disciple knows that you want to hear this disciple say, even if this disciple knows the serious consequences of this matter, this disciple is still willing to bear the responsibility and send back the transmission talisman. After all, this is this disciple's duty, and also the key to the great battle of Tao and Sword. However, this disciple really regrets it now. This disciple really won't send this transmission talisman again. This disciple doesn't have such a high view of the big picture, and isn't stupid enough to know that this disciple will bear the responsibility and still do it. It's like seeing an old man fall on the ground, this disciple can go and help him up. However, knowing that if this disciple goes and helps him up, his sect and his family will blame this disciple for the old man's fall, how can this disciple go and help him up? If a person falls, this disciple can still be helped up, but if a person's heart falls, they can't be helped up. Xiao Hua, if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, you will go and help him up, even if there is a possibility of being blackmailed. This is also a kind of experience, and also a kind of growth." Zhen Yunzi shook his head and said, "Moreover, my Imperial Thunder sect is a famous sect. Every disciple should have good character and outstanding sense of righteousness. They definitely can't lose their principles because of some risks. The price is too high." Xiao Hua looked at everyone. This disciple's contribution was completely erased in an instant. This disciple won't dare to do it again. This disciple knows his mistake. Xiao Hua. Reverend Lei Meng was really distressed. He really hoped that Xian Lazy would quickly come out of seclusion and return the Great Thunder Palace to a clear sky. However, when he looked at Fairy Xian Hua's calm expression, his heart tightened. Alas, even if the sect master comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid, it will be difficult to deal with. All right, at this moment, Xiao Hua had already recovered his smile. He raised his head and said, "Since the martial ancestors and the others have already decided, this junior has no objections. If there is nothing else, this junior will take his leave and return to the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua, you can leave." Fairy Xian Hua nodded. "You should also think about what we did, actually. At this point, Fairy Xianhua didn't want to say anything more. What should be said had already been said. If she said anything more, it would seem that she had a guilty conscience and owed Xiaohua. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed. The punishment order will be issued after the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City is released. Zhen Yunzi reminded indifferently. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed, turned around and prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned around again and said in the same indifferent tone, "By the way, this disciple has one more thing to report. I was almost forgotten by all the martial ancestors concerned. Now, this disciple originally didn't want to be meddlesome. However, this matter concerns the life and death of a person. This disciple can't bear to see this person who has contributed greatly to our Imperial Thunder sect fall into eternal slumber. It's better to bring him back." After speaking, Xiaohua patted the spirit storage pouch on his waist and took out Qian Qinghua. He placed it on the ground and said, "This disciple found this in the coffin of an old acquaintance in Luyang's Kai family. Martial ancestors, please deal with it according to your discretion. After he wakes up, we will ask him in detail. This disciple will take his leave." Ah! Qian Qinghua. Not to mention Fairy Xianhua, even Fairy Yao Feng, Lei Tingzi, and Dui Jia, who had been silent all this time, exclaimed and stood up. Qian Qinghua had found the thunder-devouring bead and made a great contribution to the Imperial Thunder sect, but there had been no news of him. The Imperial Thunder sect had spent a lot of effort to find him, but they had not expected that at this time, when everyone had almost forgotten, Qian Qinghua was actually brought back by Xiaohua. Xiaohua no longer paid any attention to them. After placing Qian Qinghua on the ground, he calmly retreated. He didn't even look back. Thunder Tablet Immortal's angry expression had already faded. He stood on the praying mat and looked at Qian Qinghua on the ground. He looked at the Qian Qinghua on the ground and then looked at the back of Xiaohua. No one knew what he was thinking. That's right, this mysterious Xiaohua always does things that are unexpected. When others were at the end of their rope, they would always find a villa with a glimmer of hope. The scenery of this villa was so beautiful that it was something that people could not even dream of. Xiaohua's battle achievements were indeed dazzling. However, compared to Xiaohua's contribution to the Imperial Thunder sect, it was much lighter. Others might not know the significance of the thunder-devouring bead to the Imperial Thunder sect, but Thunder Tablet Immortal and the other palace masters were very clear. No matter how many rewards they gave Xiaohua, they would not think it was too much. For so many years, Master Qian Lei had never dared to reward Xiaohua. On one hand, it was because Xiaohua was too small and could not attract Master Qian Lei's attention. On the other hand, the most important thing was that the time to reward Xiaohua had not yet come. First, Xiaohua was just a foundation establishment disciple. No matter how much he was rewarded, it wouldn't have much effect on his cultivation. Therefore, Master Qian Lei simply didn't have the mood to reward him. Second, the heavens Reiki had changed greatly, and the thunder-devouring bead's effect was gradually increasing. This was a secret that the Imperial Thunder sect couldn't let other sects know. Therefore, Master Qian Lei couldn't reward Xiaohua in a big way to avoid attracting trouble. The third reason was Qian Qinghua. The origin of the thunder-devouring bead was Qian Qinghua. Xiaohua was just a messenger. Master Qian Lei could not just reward Xiaohua without any news about Qian Qinghua. Chapter 3008. It was impossible for Qian Qinghua to bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder sect, but the most dramatic situation occurred. In the most urgent situation, Qian Qinghua found Xiaohua and sealed the clear flower pill in his meridians, forcing him to come to the Imperial Thunder sect and bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the sect. Xiaohua really did it and entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Dozens of years later, Xiaohua found Qian Qinghua, who had sealed himself away and sent him back to the Imperial Thunder sect. This chain of karma finally ended in Xiaohua's hands. It could be said that Qian Qinghua's life was saved by Xiaohua. In this way, Xiaohua's contribution was really big. Especially at this time, when Fairy Xianhua was about to say that Xiaohua's contribution was a mistake and make him bear the responsibility of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples falling into the Sky Patrol City, Xiaohua once again brought out this contribution. This was really a slap in the face. Compared to Xiaohua's unyielding rejection of the Great Thunder Palace's decision, this made Thunder Meng Daoist feel even more refreshed. Thunder Meng Daoist was really proud of himself as a disciple of the Great Thunder Palace and felt wronged. However, he was after all only the Palace Lord of the Great Thunder Palace, one of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces. Moreover, the Master Qian Lei, whose words carried enormous weight, was not here at this time. Even if he argued with Fairy Xianhua and the others, how could he win against the opinions of the masses? Damn it, Thunder Meng Daoist sneered in his heart, looking at the slightly flustered palace lords. This Fairy Xianhua's head must have been bitten by a dog. This is clearly a brilliant plan, that the palace lords of the Heavenly Thunder Palace or Earthly Thunder Palace are dissatisfied with our Great Thunder Palace taking all the credit. She actually believed it. Yes, not to mention Thunder Meng Daoist, even Xiaohua, who had just stepped out of the Great Thunder Palace, was similarly puzzled. The scene just now was really too strange. Anyone with a slightly normal mind would not have such a thought and say that their contribution was a mistake. However, reality told him that this world was always cruel and there was never an impossible thing. Even strange things would become normal in the eyes and hands of some people. Fairy Xianhua is still a Yuanian cultivator. Even if her heart is pure. Xiaohua thought to himself. She can't have come up with such an inconceivable idea. Bah! How could she be so innocent? Xiaohua inwardly cursed, I don't know how many years this old woman has lived. If she was so pure, why would the sect master dare to hand over the authority of the Imperial Thunder sect to her? I understand now. Thinking of the numerous hall masters under the 8 praying mats, Xiaohua's train of thought caught up with Thunder Meng Daoists. Since there were other Lightning Palace Hall Masters, then, there must be Seismic Thunder Palace Hall Masters as well. It seemed that in Colossal Thunder Palace, other than Thunder Meng Daoist's rebuttal, none of the other Seismic Thunder Palace Hall Masters spoke up. Other than not daring to speak, there must be other reasons, right? Forget it, forget it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a little vexed. If I have such little thoughts, I might as well put them into cultivation. I don't have time to deal with you. Alas, the seal on my body, my background, and my future happiness. Thinking of this, Xiaohua flew out of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Although Colossal Thunder Palace was heavily guarded, Xiaohua's face was now a pass. Although he didn't have any guards accompanying him when he came out of the palace, there were no guards stopping him either. Moreover, their gazes towards Xiaohua were filled with respect and envy. It seemed that, because his cultivation was shallow and he didn't hold any position, his thoughts were more pure. Foster father. Xiaohua had just come out when a few divine senses swept over. After touching Xiaohua, they immediately retracted. Then, a loud voice came from afar. Oh. Li-er. It seemed that there was only one person who could call Xiaohua foster father. Xiaohua was delighted and looked over. Ah! Looking towards the direction of the voice, Xiaohua was a little stunned. Because there wasn't any figure in the direction of the voice. Obviously, Xiang Zhili hadn't flown into Xiaohua's field of vision yet. And among those divine senses, except for one that vaguely belonged to Cui Hongshan, the others were all unfamiliar. Foster father, please wait for a moment. Boy, 3rd martial uncle, and 4th martial uncle haven't arrived yet. Xiang Zhili's cheerful voice came again. 4th martial uncle. Xiaohua was stunned and thought to himself, isn't master in seclusion? Why did he accept another disciple? I'm afraid that the reputation of Myriad Thunder Valley is gradually rising, so eldest martial brother accepted a disciple on behalf of master, right? It seems that my Myriad Thunder Valley is flourishing now. Thinking about the desolation of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiaohua had an impulse to fly back to the 10,000 Thunder Valley and see what kind of situation the 10,000 Thunder Valley was in. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense and only flew a few li away from the Thunder Immortal Peak, casually waiting in the air. Not long after, he saw a dozen or so cultivators quickly flying from the direction of Thunderous Palace. The one in front was Cui Hongshan, and behind Cui Hongshan was a tall and thin cultivator who looked to be in his 20s. Although his appearance was very similar to Xiang Yang, how could the youth on his face, the joy in his eyes, and even the liveliness between his brows be compared to Xiang Yang's maturity? This is Li, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. I didn't expect eldest martial brother's son to be so different from him. Who is this? Xiaohua took a closer look and saw that Xiang Jili was holding a 7 or 8-year-old child's hand. This child was similar to Xiang Jili's height when Xiaohua first left Myriad Thunder Valley. Although this child looked a little childish, his eyes were bright and his small mouth was tight, but there was an indescribable calmness. As for the child's appearance, Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and actually didn't find it similar to anyone else. Oh, suddenly, Xiaohua thought of the fourth martial uncle that Xiang Jili had just mentioned. How could I forget? Isn't this Wuqing whom I've never met? He's master and master's wife's child. When Xiaohua thought of this, when he looked again, he could see Zhuo Minghui's shadow between Wuqing's brows. Moreover, Wuqing's face shape was similar to Wuqing's. Oh my! After recognizing Wuqing, Xiaohua sensed a little and found that Wuqing was already in the 6th layer of qi refining. He couldn't help but be speechless. When I first met Xiang Jili, he was only about 10 years old and was already in the 7th layer of qi refining. Even I found it inconceivable, but this Wuqing. He's only 7 or 8 years old now and is already in the 6th layer of qi refining. Damn it, my Myriad Thunder Valley is getting stronger with each generation. Maybe it has something to do with the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Unfortunately, Xiaohua was sensing Xiang Jili's cultivation, so he forgot that Wuqing was Xiang Jili's 4th martial uncle. This guy. He's actually only in the 9th layer of qi refining, only 2 layers higher than Wuqing. But he was already in the 7th layer of qi refining more than 10 years ago, and now he's only in the 9th layer of qi refining. Who would believe that? It's like trying to hide something only makes it more conspicuous. Compared to eldest martial brother's steadiness, it really doesn't seem like it. Xiaohua's thoughts were complicated when he saw an old friend. As for the dozen or so unfamiliar faces behind Xiang Jili, Xiaohua didn't look at them carefully. Second martial brother. Cui Hongshan beamed with joy when he saw Xiaohua. He urged his magic power to fly past the crowd and towards Xiaohua. Even though he was still far away, he bowed respectfully. Even if he had no choice, it was nothing more than this. Junior martial brother Cui, get up. Xiaohua lifted Cui Hongshan up with a wave of his hand. Cui Hongshan's completely different attitude before and after the battle really made Xiaohua happy. Cui Hongshan felt that his surroundings were as solid as iron walls, so he couldn't kneel at all. He got up and looked Xiaohua up and down, then said with a smile, "Second martial brother, you're still as elegant as ever. You're no different from a few decades ago. I'm free and unfettered outside, but I can't compare to you working hard for my Myriad Thunder Valley. I'm ashamed." Looking at Cui Hongshan's tired face, Xiaohua sighed in his heart and returned the greeting. If it weren't for second martial brother's contributions outside, I wouldn't have been as prosperous as I am today even if I was so busy in the sect. Cui Hongshan hurriedly replied. At this time, Xiang Jili and the others had already approached. Wu Qing let go of Xiang Zhili's hand and also respectfully went forward to greet him. Wu Qing greets second martial brother. Xiao Hua helped Wu Qing up and very naturally patted him with his hand. He wanted to take out something, but after thinking for a while, he withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Get up, junior martial brother. The first time we met, you really gave me a fright. At such a young age, you're already in the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. When I was your age, I didn't even have a 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. Second martial brother, you're a late bloomer. Although I started early, it's hard for me to have a profound cultivation like second martial brother." Wu Qing actually answered in a proper manner. His expression didn't change. That shrewdness was even more incomparable. Good boy. Xiao Hua was astonished and thought to himself, this Wu Qing, his future is immeasurable. How old is he now? His bearing is already so good. He, hello foster father. After Wu Qing finished speaking, he obediently stood to the side and didn't say anything. Xiang Zhili hurriedly went forward and smiled mischievously as he bowed. Humph, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you're only in the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and said indifferently, you have the nerve to come see foster father? Don't you feel sorry for foster father's previous guidance? Foster father, Li's cultivation is slow. But like this, your foundation is solid. Xiang Zhili naturally wasn't afraid. He didn't believe that Xiao Hua didn't know the difficulty of transmitting sound over such a long distance. He still smiled and said, didn't you also fail to build your foundation in the past and cultivate for many years before you reached it? If it weren't for that setback, would you have your current cultivation? Would you have your current reputation that shakes one country? You're really more eloquent than eldest martial brother. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and thought to himself, looks like Myriad Thunder Valley won't be bullied in the future. Chapter 3009. Xiao Hua responded and no longer paid attention to Xiang Zhili. Instead, he looked at the dozen or so disciples who stopped not far away from them. Obviously, these disciples weren't from Myriad Thunder Valley. They were waiting for their fellow disciples to meet before coming over. Seeing this, Cui Hongshan hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, fellow disciples, come over quickly. This is senior brother Xiao Hua, the one you've always wanted to meet. Then he said to Xiao Hua, second senior martial brother, this is a disciple of my deafening Thunder Palace, and also this little brother's colleagues. Some of them are from Shuttling Thunder Palace, some are from Amplifying Thunder Palace, and some are from 100 Refining Palace. They are all my old friends. Previously, I was working in Shocking Thunder Palace when I heard the news that second senior brother had returned. I was summoned to Huge Thunder Palace by Zhen Lei Palace's master. I hurriedly asked for leave to welcome you. These dozen or so fellow disciples have admired second senior brother for a long time. When they heard the news, they hurriedly accompanied me here. Junior brother Chui's old friends are my old friends. Xiao Hua understood and hurriedly went forward to greet the dozen or so Shocking Thunder Palace disciples. The dozen or so disciples were only at the early or middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, so they were extremely respectful to Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua being so humble, they were even happier. After each of them reported their names, their mouths were filled with endless praise. Obviously, they had heard a lot about Xiao Hua's fame. Although Xiao Hua couldn't remember everyone's names, since none of their names had Zhen as their surname, Xiao Hua already knew that they were all disciples of aristocratic families. They had the same background as Cui Hongshan and were Cui Hongshan's helpers in Shocking Thunder Palace. Therefore, although Xiao Hua didn't like the respectful words of these disciples, he still responded with a smile, not showing a trace of impatience. On the contrary, Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing retreated to the side with a smile and watched indifferently. Neither of them said anything. After half a meal, Cui Hongshan said with a smile, fellow disciples, my second senior brother has returned in triumph. It's a big day for my myriad Thunder Valley. I boldly invite everyone to my myriad Thunder Valley. When I organize a banquet, I invite everyone to drink with my second senior brother. Needless to say, junior brother Chui, we should definitely go. A disciple surnamed Wang cupped his hands and said, moreover, we are also eager to sit at the same table as senior brother Xiao. However, senior martial brother Xiao had just returned to the mountain and had yet to pay his respects to martial uncle Zhua and eldest martial brother Xiang. Today, we will not disturb the happiness of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Tomorrow, we will definitely go to the 10,000 Thunder Valley and disturb them. When the others heard this, they also smiled and said that they would meet tomorrow. Xiao Hua was just about to raise his hand to bid farewell when Cui Hongshan waved his hand again. He used his hand to hold the hand of the disciple surnamed Wang and said with a smile, Senior brother Wang, you're treating me like an outsider. My 10,000 Thunder Valley also belongs to the shocking Thunder Palace. Second senior martial brothers reunion with the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Valley is a happy family reunion. Isn't it a happy family reunion with the disciples of the shocking Thunder Palace? We can hold a banquet in the outer valley of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. It won't delay second senior martial brother from entering the inner valley to pay respects to master's wife. Let's go. If we don't go, we'll be disrespecting my second senior brother. After saying this, he forcefully pulled the disciple surnamed Wang and flew towards the direction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua looked at the smiles on everyone's faces and thought about how everyone said that they didn't want to go, but their feet didn't move. It was obviously a kind of politeness. But when he thought about Cui Hongshan's politeness, Xiao Hua was speechless. If he was the one to deal with it, he might really take the other's politeness as genuine. On the contrary, it would make people feel that he was too arrogant. Please. Junior martial brothers, please. Since Xiao Hua understood, he naturally knew how to deal with it. He said with a smile, the disciples of the shocking Thunder Palace are all this Xiao's senior martial brothers. This Xiao has been away for more than 10 years and has missed all of you. Today, this Xiao is also very happy to be able to drink with all of you. Since that's the case, then we will disturb senior martial brother Xiao. Everyone was naturally overjoyed. They all talked at once. In a while, we still have to ask senior martial brother Xiao for advice on how to kill in all directions and how to awe the Huan country. Of course, of course. Xiao Hua extended his hand and grabbed Xiang Zhili with his left hand, who was giggling and not saying a word. Then, he grabbed Wu Qing with his right hand, who had a solemn expression on his face. Under the escort of a dozen or so Thunder Palace disciples, they flew towards 10,000 Thunder Valley. There were naturally many disciples of the controlling Thunder sect going in and out of the vicinity of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Xiao Hua's group was very eye-catching in midair. However, all of the Foundation establishment and aura refining disciples who passed by looked at Xiao Hua in admiration. There weren't many Jindan cultivators, but the few who did fly by with a smile, not at all unhappy because these people didn't greet them. Even if Xiao Hua's group flew all the way to the myriad Thunder Valley, the disciples they met would also stop, either respectfully salute them or greet them with a smiling face. Of course, Cui Hongshan would deal with these etiquette flawlessly. Xiao Hua only needed to smile and cup his hands. The liveliness of this journey was indeed something that Xiao Hua had never experienced since he entered the controlling Thunder sect. What a pity. While Xiao Hua was dealing with them, he thought coldly in his heart, I wonder what kind of reaction this Xiao will have when huge Thunder Palace's order of accountability comes out tomorrow. I wonder what kind of reaction these dozen or so disciples of shocking Thunder Palace who are so close to this Xiao will have. Seeing that the myriad Thunder Valley was getting closer and closer, seemingly about to reach the place where Xiao Hua had first encountered the soundless thunder, several divine senses arrived on schedule. They were precisely Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian and the others. Hehe, eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law have also received the news of second senior brother's return and are now waiting outside the valley to welcome you. Cui Hongshan discovered the divine senses and said with a smile. Xiao Hua also smiled. Having sensed the divine senses, he actually didn't want to release his own divine senses. Although his divine senses could sense Xiang Yang and the others, after all, it wasn't as intimate as seeing them with his eyes. Xiao Hua still liked the joy of seeing them with his own eyes. However, after flying for half a cup of tea's time, seeing the dozen or so people lined up neatly in midair in front of him, as well as the early Jindan stage female cultivator in front of them, Xiao Hua's eyes heated up. He no longer dared to be negligent. With a sway of his figure, he rushed out with a speed much faster than everyone else and knelt in front of that person, calling out, "Unworthy disciple Xiao Hua greets mistress." That Jindan stage female cultivator was Zhuo Minghui. Unexpectedly, she personally came out to welcome Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua rush out with such astonishing speed, Xiang Zhili's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A strange light also flashed in Wu Qing's eyes, but he immediately became indifferent again. That kind of maturity was quite inconsistent with his 7 or 8 years of age. Cui Hongshan, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. However, he somewhat proudly turned his head and looked at those shocking Thunder Palace disciples behind Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing, who were somewhat shocked. Although Xiao Hua's battle achievements were illustrious, after all, the cultivation he displayed was only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Now, with his fleeting flight, it would definitely leave a deep mark in the hearts of these disciples that were originally filled with reverence. Hehe, Xiao Hua, this old woman didn't misjudge you. Your master also didn't misjudge you. Zhuo Minghui smiled and reached out to help Xiao Hua up. She said, that year, your master said that the future of Myriad Thunder Valley depended on you. He thought that this future would still be several decades or even 100 years later, but he didn't expect this surprise would come so quickly. A single great battle of Dao and sword established your fame, and similarly, it also established my Myriad Thunder Valley. Mistress, you praise me too much. This disciple really doesn't dare. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, this is all due to master's good guidance. It's also due to mistress's teaching. If not for master and mistress. Tch, Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, if your master heard this, he would be happy in his heart, but how could this old woman not know? This is all due to your own hard work. Master still hasn't come out of seclusion. Xiao Hua looked around and asked very concernedly. A trace of gloominess flashed through Zhuo Minghui's eyes. She nodded and said, alas, yes, he has been in seclusion for so long. Even this old woman entered seclusion later than him. Now that I have come out of seclusion, there is no news from him at all. This old woman also doesn't dare to disturb him, I can only wait for him to come out of seclusion by himself. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of Qian Qinghua. It seemed that Qian Qinghua and Wu Qing were really a pair of enemies. When Qian Qinghua sealed himself, Xiao Hua felt helpless and had no choice but to accept him as his master. Now that Xiao Hua had rescued Qian Qinghua appeared in the Imperial Thunder sect and had no choice but to go into seclusion, similar to Qian Qinghua. Eldest senior brother. Senior sister-in-law. After Xiao Hua saw Zhuo Minghui, he met with Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Xiang Yang helped Xiao Hua up and looked at his appearance that was the same as 10 years ago. He nodded and said, Xiao Hua, you are not bad, you are very good. My Myriad Thunder Valley has you, it is really good. Hearing her husband's words, Yan Qinglian didn't say much. She looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said, the battle is over, I'm afraid you will have to consider the dual cultivation ceremony, right? Xiao Hua's face was slightly red, and he shook his head slightly. I estimate that good things will be difficult. Senior sister-in-law will know tomorrow. Oh. Not only was Yan Qinglian puzzled, but Xiang Yang also didn't understand. However, at this time, everyone came forward and greeted each other, so they didn't ask too much. This concubine greets second senior brother. After Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, Dui Qimeng, who was next to them, came to greet them while holding the hand of a delicate-looking little girl. Get up, get up. Xiao Hua hurriedly helped her up, and the little girl boy at the side stared at Xiao Hua with her big black eyes. She was somewhat shy and didn't dare to open her mouth. She even hid behind Dui Qimeng's arm. Dui Qimeng's sleeve actually blocked most of the little girl boy's face. Quick Yingying, this is the second martial uncle that mother has been talking about. If it wasn't for him, mother and father wouldn't have been able to come back from the Dao Sword War, let alone you. Dui Qimeng pulled her hand back, revealing Cui Yingying's face. She pushed the back of Cui Yingying's hand and wanted her to kneel down. However, Cui Yingying wasn't as calm as Xiang Zhili, nor was she as indifferent as Wu Qing. Her figure flashed, and she hurriedly grabbed Dui Qimeng's lapel. She still wanted to hide, and her big eyes were filled with absolute shyness. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. This Cui Yingying's personality seemed to be completely different from Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng. Not only that, even Wu Qing and Xiang Zhili were different. Chapter 30:10. You child, why are you so cowardly? So useless. Dui Qimeng's face turned somewhat ugly. She pushed her hand away and said angrily, it's fine if you don't want to meet other people, but this is your second martial uncle, your family. How can you? Dui Qimeng didn't forget to carefully say to Xiao Hua, second martial brother, this child hasn't seen much of the world. Please don't take offense. Quickly pay your respects. Dui Qimeng poked Cui Yingying's back with her finger again, but her face was facing Xiao Hua. It was fine if Dui Qimeng didn't rush her, but Cui Yingying, who had been looking for Dui Qimeng's robe to hide, immediately changed her expression. She pouted and was about to cry. You only know how to cry, you only know how to cry. Besides crying, what else can you do? Dui Qimeng became angry when she saw Cui Yingying's crying face. She stole a glance at Xiao Hua and then at Zhuo Minghui, who had flown to the side and was waiting for the group of Seismic Thunder Palace disciples to pay their respects. Hearing her mother say that she was useless, Cui Yingying's tears finally fell. However, her small hand still tightly grasped the corner of Dui Qimeng's robe and didn't let go. Qimeng. Xiao Hua smiled and looked gently at Cui Yingying. This is the first time I've met little Yingying, and we're still very distant. You already said that this is your family, so there's no need to be so polite. Don't you think so? Little Yingying. Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles as he extended his hand, very amiably wanting Cui Yingying to give him her hand. Unfortunately, Cui Yingying's body was still leaning towards Dui Qimeng. Looking at Xiao Hua's hand, a kind of fear arose spontaneously. Humph, Dui Qimeng was somewhat disheartened. She looked at the dozen or so Seismic Thunder Palace disciples in the distance and said in a low voice, second martial brother, you stay here with eldest martial brother and martial sister-in-law. This concubine will go see Cui Lang. These Seismic Thunder Palace disciples are all his close friends. It's not good to be rude. Go. Xiao Hua said with a smile. In a while, after I finish speaking with Master's wife and the rest. I'll go greet them. Yes, I'll have to trouble second martial brother. Dui Qimeng replied gratefully and fiercely pulled her robe. The corner of Cui Yingying's clothes fell off. Without waiting for Cui Yingying to raise her hand again, Dui Qimeng immediately flew away. Woo! Cui Yingying's figure staggered, almost falling from the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Hua raised his hand and supported her in the air. Xiao Hua's support wasn't good, so Cui Yingying struggled with all her might. Let this concubine do it. Yan Qinglian smiled and reached out to catch Cui Yingying. Presumably, Yan Qinglian was more familiar with Cui Yingying than Xiaohua. Although Cui Yingying still struggled a little, she was still hugged by Yan Qinglian. However, her large eyes still looked towards Dui Qimeng. Mother. Xiang Zhili flew over and touched Cui Yingying's little face with a smile. Yingying is good. Unfortunately, Cui Yingying turned her head again. She didn't seem to like Xiang Zhili either. Sister-in-law. Wu Qing stepped out from behind Xiang Zhili and bowed. When Cui Yingying heard Wu Qing's voice, she calmed down. Her eyes fell on Wu Qing's face, and she no longer struggled with Yan Qinglian. Why did you come back today? You even brought your martial uncle Wu Qing back. Xiang Zhili frowned. It was obvious that he had long wanted to scold him. Father, adoptive father is back. Boy, how could he not hurry back and kowtow? Xiang Zhili said nonchalantly. When the group of children in Zhenlei Palace heard that the terrifying phoenix had returned, they all exploded and wanted to come to Myriad Thunder Valley to see the real person. Boy is blessed by the heavens, how could he not come back? Your adoptive father didn't come back for a day or two. Xiang Yang was unhappy and reprimanded. Your holiday will come in 10 days. The homework in these 10 days is also very important. Tisk. Xiang Zhili raised his head and said, those cultivation techniques in Zhenlei Palace are more. At this point, Xiang Zhili rolled his eyes and stopped talking. Boy, if you come back and let adoptive father give you a few pointers, wouldn't it be better than cultivating for 10 days? You. Xiang Yang was a little angry, but when he looked at Yan Qinglian, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only ask Wu Qing, little junior brother, you, eldest senior brother, I'm taking leave. Without waiting for Xiang Yang to finish, Wu Qing spoke first. However, that was all he said. Father, quickly introduce Xinchuan and the other junior brothers to adoptive father. They're so anxious that they're sweating. Xiang Zhili moved to Yan Qinglian's side and said with a smile. Wu Qing naturally stood with Xiang Zhili. Cui Yingying reached out to grab Wu Qing, but Wu Qing ignored her. Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili and looked at the dozen or so disciples behind him who were really anxious. He waved his hand and said, come and greet second martial uncle. Yes, immediately, 8 male and female disciples flew over from behind and bowed respectfully. Disciples greet martial uncle Xiao. Since they called themselves martial uncle, Xiaohua naturally knew that they were Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's disciples. He waved his hand and said, rise, there are outsiders today. When it's quiet, martial uncle will give you a greeting gift. Thank you, martial uncle. Everyone expressed their thanks and introduced themselves one by one. Xiang Yang had 4 male disciples. They were Zhen Quan and Zhen Fengjie. They were around 20 years old and were in the 9th layer of qi refining. The other 2 were disciples of aristocratic families. One was Yun Qing, a disciple of the Yun family of Yunhausa from the state of Shi, and the other was Ping Jingyao, a disciple of the Ping family of Qianming Lake from the state of Meng. They were both in the 10th layer of qi refining and were around 25 years old. Yan Qinglian had 4 female disciples. They were Zhen Yetao and Zhen Yaoyong, both in the 8th layer of qi refining. They were around 18 years old. The 2 disciples of aristocratic families were Ting Tao and Xiao Fengxia. They were from the Ting family of Zhanmu Mountain in the state of Shi, and the Xiao family of Baimo Valley in the state of Lian. They were both in the 10th layer of qi refining, but they were around 25 years old. Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua laughed. These disciples' aptitudes are much better than mine. Now that my Myriad Thunder Valley is bustling with activity, I'll have to rely on them in the future. Second junior brother is too modest. Yan Qinglian pursed her lips. If only they were half as talented as you. Oh, this Xiao Fengxia is a disciple of the Xiao family of Baimo Valley in the state of Lian. Although she's a bit old, I saw that her surname is Xiao, and her name has Feng and Xia in it. Hee, it sounds like she's fated with my myriad Thunder Valley, so I accepted her without hesitation. Oh. There's also a disciple of the state of Lian. Xiao Hua was stunned. And my myriad Thunder Valley recruited so many disciples all of a sudden. Second junior brother doesn't know. Xiang Yang said in a low voice. It's not like it was in the past. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's vitality was greatly damaged during the Dao Sword War. Not only did we recruit more disciples, but we also recruit more disciples every year. Tisk tsk. Looks like they came at a good time. Xiao Hua smacked his lips. Back then, I had to put in a lot of effort to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. Isn't it the same for me? Xiang Yang waved his hand in annoyance. Come, pay your respects to second martial uncle. Disciple pays his respects to second martial uncle. The other 8 handsome men and women hurriedly flew over. After Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the other 8 disciples retreated, they came forward to pay their respects. Everyone get up, everyone get up. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua looked at these juniors and felt somewhat happy in his heart. The current myriad Thunder Valley was much livelier than when he, Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian and the others were before. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng's disciples also came forward to introduce themselves. Cui Hongshan's 4 disciples were naturally male cultivators. They were called Zhen Tingmu and Zhen Xuanfeng. These 2 were direct disciples of Thunderclap Palace, 19 years old, around the 8th layer of Qi refining. The 2 aristocratic family disciples were also from the state of Xi. One was Jiang Yu from Qi Ping's Jiang clan, 28 years old, and the other was Fang Liha from Pingyu's Fang clan, 27 years old. Among Dui Qimeng's female disciples, there was actually a direct disciple of Thunderclap Palace named Dui Mengting. Her age and cultivation were roughly the same as Thunderclap Palace's Zhen Xian, about 18 or 19 years old, and 8th layer of Qi refining. The other 2 aristocratic family disciples were both 26 years old, 10th layer of Qi refining. One was Zhang Wan from the state of Xi's Hanping Zhang clan, and the other was Fan Yuming from the state of Xi's Fan clan in Phoenix Tail Valley. After the 8 finished paying their respects, Yan Qinglian looked to the side and smiled. Go and listen to Martial Uncle Dui's instructions. Today, we'll have to entertain those seniors again. Yes, disciple understands. The dozen or so disciples simultaneously bowed and looked at Xiao Hua and the others with smiles on their faces before flying to Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan's side. On the other side, the dozen or so disciples of Deafening Thunder Palace had already finished paying their respects to Zhen Minghui. Under Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng's instructions, they gathered together and flew towards a certain place. The 3rd-generation disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley also followed closely behind. I just heard Junior Martial Brother Cui say, this is the outer valley of Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua knew that Myriad Thunder Valley was no longer the same as before. He looked at the cave not far away and asked with a smile. That's right. Xiang Yang pointed a finger into the distance and said with a smile, our Myriad Thunder Valley has many disciples now. Although these disciples haven't reached foundation establishment yet and don't need to open another cave, there are still many disciples in our Myriad Thunder Valley. But after all, there were already too many disciples, so he had no choice but to arrange a place for them to cultivate. You also know that my Myriad Thunder Valley's soundless thunder is very powerful. These disciples can't be compared to Junior Martial Brother. They can enter Myriad Thunder Valley at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Thus, Junior Martial Brother Cui asked Deafening Thunder Palace to open up a cave here. It can be considered as a place for them to cultivate, but it can also be used as a place for our Myriad Thunder Valley to entertain guests. Actually, this cave is said to be for the children to use, but in reality, these disciples spend half of their time in Deafening Thunder Palace and not in Myriad Thunder Valley. These caves are used by Junior Marshal Brother Chui and Junior Marshal Sister Dui to entertain guests. Yan Qinglian pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Hua nodded. Cultivation is necessary, but so is socializing. We're not good at socializing, so we can only inconvenience Junior Marshal Brother Chui and Junior Marshal Sister Dui to deal with these tedious matters. How is this inconvenience? Yan Qinglian smiled even more. They're born to like these things and are extremely happy. Then, she looked at Chui Yingying in her arms and said curiously, on the other hand, little Yingying is naturally shy and doesn't say anything. She's completely different from the two of them. I really don't know how she was born. Junior Marshal Sister Dui scolded Yingying a lot because of this. Chapter 30:11. Hee, eldest senior sister-in-law, this is natural. No one can change it. Chui Yingying is so shy, look at Li, he's so smart. He's completely different from eldest senior brother. Oh, there's also youngest junior brother. Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't dare to say more since it involved his master's helplessness. This world is really strange. No matter if it's Wu Qing, Xiang Zhili, or Chui Yingying, their personalities are different from their parents. If Chui Yingying is Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's child, Xiao Hua can believe it. Chui Yingying, who was about to pull Wu Qing, retracted her hand when she heard others talking about her. She looked at everyone with her big eyes and buried her head in Yan Qinglian's arms like a shy plant. Zhuo Minghui flew over while they were talking. Wu Qing bowed and greeted, Mother. Zhuo Minghui was also used to Wu Qing's indifference. She nodded and said, You can't stay in Zhenlei Palace after hearing the news about your second senior brother? It's Li, who asked the boy to come back. Wu Qing said lightly, selling Xiang Zhili out instantly. Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili fiercely. Obviously, Xiang Zhili was afraid of being scolded by Xiang Yang, so he dragged Wu Qing back. Yes, Xiao Hua's return is a big matter in Wanlei Valley. It's only right that you all come back. Zhuo Minghui nodded. I reckon that from tomorrow onwards, there will be more people coming to visit Wanlei Valley. You all should be more spirited and let others see the day when Wanlei Valley can hold its head high. Yes, the boy understands. Xiang Zhili replied loudly. Wu Qing didn't say anything. I wonder if Master. Xiao Hua had been thinking about Wu Qing, so he asked now. Let's go, we'll talk inside the cave. Zhuo Minghui sighed. She pulled Xiao Hua and went to the Immortal's cave. After they sat down, she told him about how Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan were trapped in Mount Quanjin, how they were mistakenly sent back the news of their deaths, and how they had no choice but to go into closed-door cultivation. Your master went into seclusion first. After I gave birth to Wu Qing, I waited until he was 4 years old and sent him to Zhenlei Palace before I went into seclusion. Zhuo Minghui said in the end. Because I gave birth, I was delayed for half a year. But now, I've already exited seclusion, but your master hasn't. You didn't send a message talisman. Xiao Hua probed. Don't you know your master's temper? If he hadn't condensed his core, he definitely wouldn't have come out. What's the use of sending a messaging talisman? Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. Anyway, we just need to know that he's fine. However, when she spoke up to hear, Zhuo Minghui seemed to be lost in thought as she said, that day, Xue insisted that both your master and I could condense the core. If she had the foresight, then I can condense the core, so can your master. Xiao Hua frowned and shook his head. This disciple has never heard Xue say that she has any foresight. As for master's matter, let's talk about it after disciple meets Xue. Xue, this child, is also very hard-working. Zhuo Minghui looked kindly at Xiao Hua. In the past 10 years or so, she has come to Myriad Thunder Valley many times. Every time she comes out of seclusion, her cultivation has also increased very quickly. I'm afraid that she has already surpassed you. You have to treat me well in the future. Ah. Xiao Hua ignored his shyness and said in shock, could it be that Xue Xue is already in the middle stage of foundation establishment? Not only that. Yan Qingnian smiled. The last time she came, she was already in the late stage of the middle stage of foundation establishment. This time, she has been in seclusion for 2 years. If she comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid that her cultivation has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Impossible. Xiao Hua was stunned. Isn't Xue Xue too fast? She cultivates so desperately. I'm afraid that her Dao foundation is unstable. It won't be good for her future cultivation. This old one has more or less said it. Zhuo Minghui was also a little worried. But that child seems to have something on her mind. She only said that it's fine. I reckon that the root of the problem is still with you. Zhuo Minghui's words were really heavy in Xiao Hua's ears. AI, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua naturally thought of Fairy Hongxia's parting words and couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that he was under too much pressure with them? Child. Zhuo Minghui looked at Xiao Hua and said, now that the war is about to end and you've returned, take a look at the time. This old one will accompany you to Sunlei Palace. With your current achievements and status, I'm afraid that Sun Ming will be grinning from ear to ear after hearing the news. He, indeed. Yan Qingnian smiled. Not only Xue Xue, Sun Shu has also come many times. This old one thinks that both of them are good. Xiang Yang also said from the side, second junior brother has returned to Myriad Thunder Valley now. It's time to think about accepting disciples. There are really too many disciples who want to enter our Myriad Thunder Valley. There are quite a few reputable seniors in Sunlei Palace who want to send their sons and nephews under second junior brother's tutelage. TSK, don't even think about it. Xiang Zhili immediately shouted. Foster father still has to teach us. Where would he have the time to care about them? When Xiang Zhili saw Xiang Yang roll his eyes, he immediately turned to Wu Qing and said, don't you think so, junior martial uncle? The thing that you envy the most about Li was taught by second martial uncle. How could Sunlei Palace have that thing? Wu Qing's eyes lit up, but he didn't look overjoyed. He only nodded slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble second senior brother. Xiang Zhili chuckled and winked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled. He originally thought that Xiang Zhili had told Wu Qing about the dragon transformation art. However, when he saw Xiang Zhili's funny face, he understood that what Xiang Zhili told Wu Qing was definitely not the dragon transformation art. Seeing Wu Qing speak, Xiang Yang could only say, it's my duty to teach you, but I also have to accept disciples. If we have a few more foundation building cultivators in 10 years, our Myriad Thunder Valley will truly become famous. Let's not talk so much first. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, Xiao Hua is already back. Then everything can be discussed. Let him rest for a while first. He must be exhausted from the great battle of Dao and sword. Look at foster father's glowing face. How can he be tired? Xiang Zhili said anxiously. Foster father, quickly tell me how you killed that third-grade illusory sword Qin Jian. Boy knows, that you must have killed him alone. Xiang Zhili. Xiang Yang said angrily, don't pester him about the great battle. If your second martial uncle could tell you, he would have told you long ago. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Eldest martial brother, don't blame the children. It's normal for them to be curious. Then he said to Xiang Zhili, Li He, you're already grown up. You know that some things are your own secrets. Therefore, some things can be said and some things can't be said. Foster father will definitely tell you the things you want to know when the time is right. I can even tell you a lot of things that you can't even imagine right now. Yes, boy understands, foster father. Xiang Zhili was very well behaved in front of Xiao Hua and hurriedly nodded. Also, master's wife, the great battle of Dao and sword. I'm afraid there's already a result. Although I've already escaped from the great battle, the effects of the great battle on me are far from over. Xiao Hua said to Zhuo Minghui, I don't think the matter you mentioned can be done yet. Ah. The great battle has already ended? Everyone in the cave was shocked. Our Dao sect has already won. Why isn't there any news? Xiao Hua looked at everyone and shook his head slightly. He said somewhat desolately, I'm afraid everyone will be disappointed. Our Dao sect should have been defeated. Moreover, the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect. What happened to the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect? Xiang Zhili asked anxiously. However, before Xiao Hua could speak, a powerful divine sense swept in from outside the cave. Then, a rough voice came from outside, disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, receive the order of Huge Thunder Hall. Let's go. Xiao Hua shrugged. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. I didn't expect Huge Thunder Hall to be so fast. Of course, Xiao Hua had just returned to Myriad Thunder Valley when Huge Thunder Hall's order arrived. Obviously, the Qian green fire that Xiao Hua took out couldn't stop Fairy Xian Hua's order of punishment. Zhuo Minghui and the others left the cave with doubts in their hearts and waited at the foot of the mountain. After a while, an early-stage Jindan disciple actually flew in front of them with a brocaded object in his hand. After that disciple greeted Zhuo Minghui, he read out the contents of the brocaded object. As expected by Xiao Hua, one of the orders was that the Sky Patrol City had fallen into the enemy's hands in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. Tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had unfortunately been captured and their fate was unknown. The second order was that Xiao Hua of Shocking Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley was unaware of the enemy's situation. After escaping from the Great Battle of Dao Sword, he was still greedy for merit and fell for the Sword Cultivator's trick by mistake. He provided false information to Imperial Thunder Sect, which led to the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples being captured in Sky Patrol City. Huge Thunder Hall wanted to punish Xiao Hua. However, because Sect Master Qian Lazy was still in seclusion, the specific punishment measures would not be implemented for the time being and would be decided after Qian Lazy came out of seclusion. As for the news of Qian Green Fire, the order didn't mention it. After that Jindan disciple finished reading, he handed the order to Zhuo Minghui. Without saying anything further, he turned around and flew into the air again, obviously going to send the message elsewhere. This. Zhuo Minghui held the order of Huge Thunder Hall in her hand, so shocked that she didn't know what to say. She finally understood why Huge Thunder Hall sent a Jindan disciple to send the message. This message was really too shocking. Tens of thousands of disciples and 2 nascent soul grandmasters had fallen into the enemy's hands. This was a rare humiliation for Imperial Thunder Sect. And the source of this humiliation was actually Xiao Hua, the great hero who had made great contributions in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. This order was simply like a basin of cold water being poured over the heads of everyone in Myriad Thunder Valley who had been excited for many years, instantly waking them up. Even if Xiao Hua had made great contributions in the first stage of the Great Battle of Dao Sword, compared to this mistake of sending tens of thousands of disciples into a trap, it was still insignificant. Although Huge Thunder Hall didn't say anything about punishment, it was obvious that this punishment was too severe for them to decide themselves and could only wait for Qian Lazy to come out of seclusion. But, for a Foundation Establishment disciple, what kind of punishment could be so severe? Everyone seemed to be able to figure it out even if they used their heels, right? Chapter 30:12. Child. Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. She now understood what Xiao Hua just said. Yes, Xiao Hua might go to Sunlei Palace to propose marriage. Not to mention Sun Ming, even she didn't have the face to go, right? Second senior brother, second senior brother. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng flew over, followed by a dozen disciples. What's going on? How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. Xiao Hua said indifferently. How many of your good friends did you leave? Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly and squeezed out a few words from his nose. How many can you leave? They all left. Who dares to stay? Hee, it's good that they left. Xiang Zhili sneered. You can understand a person's heart. Second martial uncle's punishment hasn't come yet and they're already hiding. What kind of good friends are they? Dui Qimeng was also embarrassed and said with a smile, they weren't good friends in the first place. It's just that doing things in Sunlei Palace is a bit convenient. It doesn't matter if they leave, but second senior brother. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Hua, and dozens of eyes were filled with worry. Hee, don't worry. It's absolutely fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile. There won't be any punishment. At worst, I'll make up for it with merits and pretend that I never went to Sunlei Palace. Nonsense, Great Thunder Palace wanted to find a scapegoat today, which was why they brought Xiao Hua out. The Great Thunder Palace may not necessarily dare to make too much of a fuss. Compensating for their mistakes with merits is an outcome that both Xiao Hua and the Great Thunder Palace can accept. Even if the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect return to the mountain and Wuming's true face emerges, would Fairy Xianhua still dare to ignore Wuming's merits and punish Xiao Hua? Not to mention the entire Imperial Thunder sect, even the sects of Shi, Meng, and Lian wouldn't agree, right? If that's the case, then it's the best. Xiang Yang sighed. Tens of thousands of disciples. Foster father. Xiang Zhili said somewhat angrily. What kind of communication talisman did you send? What kind of false message did you send them? Why didn't it say in the decree? Besides, even if it's a false message, wouldn't they use their brains to think and analyze it? If that's the case, who would dare to send them messages in the future? Hee, it's fine. Xiao Hua raised his hand to stop her, they can say whatever they want, don't mind it. Hee, foster father. Xiang Zhili beamed with joy. Are you so sure that you can make up for your mistakes? Could it be that your contribution is greater than the tens of thousands of disciples and the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators? Damn, isn't this guy too smart? Xiao Hua was speechless, is this still Xiang Yang's son? Li, Xiao Hua said coldly with a straight face, I'll let you know when it's time. Now that he had the punishment order, wouldn't foster father be able to keep the Myriad Thunder Valley? Wouldn't that mean no one would disturb them? If you want to nag, it's better for you to return to Zhenlei Palace. Godfather will go into seclusion now. Yes, boy, I was wrong. Xiang Zhili stuck out his tongue. He didn't look like a 20-year-old qi refining cultivator at all. Sai, let's go. We'll talk inside. Chua Minghui was confused. She waved her hand and said, I originally thought that our Dao sect's victory was imminent and our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples would immediately return in triumph. Who knew that such bad news would suddenly appear? Also, Xiao Hua, how did you know that our Dao sect would definitely lose? You still need to explain. Yes, mistress. Let's enter the cave. Disciple will report one by one. Xiao Hua nodded and invited Chua Minghui to return. The other disciples also followed behind and entered the cave. The disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley gathered in the cave and listened to Xiao Hua's soul-stirring story of the great battle between the Dao sect and the Dao sect. On the other side of the Mo mountain range, opposite to the Myriad Thunder Valley, thunder and lightning also roared. Endless thunder water poured down like rain, covering the sky and covering the earth, falling on a bamboo-green mountain peak. This mountain peak wasn't as tall as the lightning peak of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Instead, it was like a hill, but its surroundings were similar to the Myriad Thunder Valley. There was an oval-shaped cliff that separated this hill from the surrounding mountain peaks. Countless heavenly lightning fell on this hill and instantly disappeared. Only a string of sparks overflowed on this hill. At the location of the surrounding mountain peaks, where the heavenly lightning didn't hit, a red brilliance suddenly appeared. Then, the brilliance turned into runes that rotated. After a moment, the runes fell into the stone wall and a 10 feet tall cave appeared on the stone wall. Then, an early gold core disciple walked out of the cave. This disciple's hair was gray, his body was short and fat, and his two triangular eyes slightly flashed with a trace of light. It was Wang Yunxiao's master, Zhenyu of the Thousand Thunder Mountain. Zhenyu walked out of the cave and narrowed his triangular eyes as he looked at the direction of the rumbling thunder in the distance. He sighed and shook his head. After a moment, he flew into the air and directly flew for several hundred feet before arriving at a crack. He reached out his hand and took out a crimson diamond-shaped magic tablet. He pointed his hand and the magic tablet rushed into the crack and disappeared. Then, the crack buzzed and a crimson lightning flickered and appeared. A passageway that could only allow one person to pass through appeared within the lightning. Zhenyu didn't hesitate and flew into the passageway. When the lightning disappeared, Zhenyu's figure also left the Thousand Lightning Mountains. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhenyu's figure appeared on top of a mountain peak. This mountain peak was similar to the Myriad Thunder Valley. It was also rugged and not flourishing with vegetation. However, it was different from the Myriad Thunder Valley. In addition to the cave residence halfway up the mountain, the surrounding peaks all had cave residences that were neither big nor small. Moreover, these cave residences had traces of cleaning before. Clearly, there were people cultivating here. Just as Zhenyu was about to land on the cave residence on the mountain peak, two figures flew out from the cave residence. Moreover, a voice filled with ecstasy came from the mouth of the cultivator in front, "Master. The Myriad Thunder Valley is finished this time. Xiao Hua is going to be heavily punished." Zhenyu frowned. His figure stopped in the air and indifferently looked at the two cultivators who flew out. The one in front was his eccentric disciple, Zhenyu Qian, who was now at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, looking at Zhenyu Qian's grin and gloating expression, it seemed to be no different from when he was at the 12th layer of qi refining. Behind Zhenyu Qian, the middle stage foundation establishment cultivator with a smile on his face was naturally Wang Yunxiao. "Greetings, Master. Master has worked hard in the Thousand Thunder Mountain." Without waiting for Zhenyu to speak, Wang Yunxiao hurriedly bowed and saluted. Zhenyu's face was originally displeased, but after hearing Wang Yunxiao's words, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He glared at Zhenyu Qian and said, "Yu Qian, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator. You can't be frivolous like an qi refining disciple. Since your name has the word Qian, why can't you be like your parents, and be a little more low-key?" "Humph, Master, disciple just can't stand that kind of hypocritical low-key." Just now, senior martial brother was still laughing in front of Master's wife in the cave residence. He said that Xiao Hua was just drawing legs on a snake this time. He wanted to get a big battle achievement but failed, and instead, he also lost himself. Now, look at his appearance again. It's faster than flipping a book. Zhenyu Qian said indifferently, but disciple knows that in his heart, he's 10 times happier than disciple. Looking at this disciple of his, Zhenyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. However, Wang Yunxiao immediately said with a smile, "Master, don't be angry. Junior martial brother Yu Qian is an honest person from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't have any filth in his heart. He has a sincere heart and is many times stronger than disciple. Disciple can guarantee that in the future, junior martial brother's cultivation will definitely surpass disciples." He. Zhenyu Qian listened and grinned. Zhenyu snorted disdainfully and said with a sneer, If he didn't leave Sky Thunder Peak, wouldn't he be immediately eliminated by others once he left? How is that possible? Zhen Yuqian was flustered and exasperated. Even Xiao Hua, that guy, could achieve great battle achievements in the Dao sword battle. Why can't disciple do the same? If it wasn't for master stopping disciple back then, how could Xiao Hua be swaggering here right now? Zhen Yu no longer paid attention to Zhen Yuqian and said to Wang Yunxiao, "What's going on? Why is Xiao Hua being punished?" "Master," Xiao Hua left the battle. Without waiting for Wang Yunxiao to speak, Zhen Yuqian hurriedly told him about the Great Thunder Hall's order. He raised his hand and said, "This is news that just came from the shocking Thunder Palace." Hiss, Zhen Yu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, "Tens of thousands of disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect actually fell into the hands of a sword cultivator. Master has been guarding Thousand Thunder Mountain for this period of time. I'm afraid you're a little unclear about the battle." Wang Yunxiao looked at Zhen Yuqian and said in a low voice, "A few senior martial brothers occasionally leaked information to disciple and felt that the situation was a little bad. What about your senior martial brothers and the others?" Zhen Yu looked at the cave residences on the other mountain peaks. Senior martial brothers and the others immediately went to the shocking Thunder Palace when they received the news. Wang Yunxiao said with a smile, "Now is the moment of life and death for my Imperial Thunder sect. It's also the crucial moment for us shocking Thunder Palace disciples to risk our lives for the Imperial Thunder sect." Very good." Zhen Yu nodded. He extended his hand and took the jade slip from Zhen Yuqian's hand. After looking at it with his divine sense for a moment, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He, modesty brings about harm. This saying isn't only true for people, it's also true for matters. This myriad Thunder Valley has really been arrogant these past few years. In these past few years, not only is their reputation ranked in front of my shocking Thunder Palace, they're also well known in the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Now that they've been beaten to the bottom by the Great Thunder Palace, let's see how they can still be arrogant. Actually, Master. Wang Yunxiao muttered to himself for a moment and said tactfully, "This matter might not be as serious as you think. Since the decree didn't mention how to punish them, when Lord Sect Master comes out of seclusion, this matter should be more or less settled. Perhaps Xiao Hua can make up for it with his contributions." "Humph, how can his contributions make up for it?" Zhen Yuqian sneered, "That's tens of thousands of disciples and 2 nascent soul masters. And the face of my Imperial Thunder sect." Zhen Yu narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Yunxiao is right. Xiao Hua, his great contributions to my Imperial Thunder sect aren't limited to this. Even if Lord Sect Master comes out of seclusion, he won't really be, as everyone thinks, punished. Chapter 30:13. Ah! What great contribution! Not only was Zhen Yuqian stunned, even Wang Yunxiao was puzzled. "You don't need to know about this," Zhen Yu said indifferently. "You all should go to Thunder Palace and see if there's anything you can do. Other than the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley who can't appear, everyone else has to show themselves in front of the Palace Master. Otherwise, you'll bear the reputation of being lazy." "Disciple won't go." Zhen Yuqian sneered, "Disciple still has a technique to comprehend. All the disciples of Thousand Thunder Mountain have gone, so one disciple won't make a difference." "You." Zhen Yu felt a bit resentful that Zhen Yuqian didn't live up to his expectations. But at this moment, there was a faint rumble of thunder and a crimson thunder note talisman fell into Zhen Yu's hand. "Oh." Zhen Yu raised his eyebrows and took the message talisman. He looked at it with his divine sense and was stunned. He then ordered, "Master will go out for a while." "You wait." Zhen Yu obviously wanted to order the 2 of them to go to Thunder Palace again. But looking at Zhen Yuqian's appearance, he didn't say anything else. Lightning flashed around his body and he headed towards the Thunder Note talisman. "Senior brother, you can go. Little brother will go back and cultivate." Zhen Yuqian didn't wait for Zhen Yu's figure to disappear, nor did he salute Wang Yunxiao. He turned around and flew towards a cave, leaving Wang Yunxiao to look at Jin Yuqian's back. After that, he returned to Jin Yu's cave. After a while, he soared into the sky and headed towards the Thunderquake Palace. Jin Yu flew all the way. His face didn't look relaxed. Instead, he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Seeing that he had arrived at another mountain ridge, he stopped and took out the Thunder Note talisman to carefully examine it. After pondering for a moment, he increased his speed and flew around the mountain ridge to arrive at a cave dwelling in the valley. Hall Master Zhen. Jin Yu landed from the sky. Just as he opened his mouth, a faint voice came from the cave. "Come in." "Yes," Jin Yu replied. He looked around and seemed to be worried. He quickly walked into the cave. Seeing that this place was several times larger than Helplessness's Immortal's cave, and the decorations inside were dazzling, it was likely that there would be some precious items. However, at this moment, there was only one person sitting on the jade bed in the cave. There was no one else in the cave, and it seemed a little cold. Jin Yu was accustomed to this coldness. He just glanced at it and walked to the jade bed. He bowed to the middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator with a kind appearance and a fat middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator and said, "Disciple greets Palace Master." And, the cultivator waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Now that you're also a gold core cultivator, we can call each other senior and junior brothers." "Not at all, Hall Master has done me a great favor. I was able to advance to the gold core realm with the help of Hall Master. Not to mention that I am only at the initial gold core realm now, even if I advance to the nascent soul realm, I can't forget Hall Master's favor. How dare I belittle myself in front of Hall Master?" Jin Yu still said very respectfully. "Hee, Jin Yu, you're too kind." The cultivator was very happy. He smiled and said, "This isn't just a gift from this old man, but also a promise from the Alliance head. You only need to work hard for the Alliance head. The so-called nascent soul stage won't be far away. Disciple understands." Jin Yu nodded, then looked around and said with a smile, "Hall Master Zhen, you're the Deputy Hall Master of the 100 Refinements Hall. Now that something big has happened to my Imperial Thunder Sect, Reverend Miyu and Kuang Tian have fallen into the Sky Patrol City, everyone is gathered in the Thunder Palace. I'm afraid that all the disciples of the 100 Refinements Hall are here. How can you stay in your cave?" This fat middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator was actually the Deputy Hall Master of the Thunder Palace's 100 Refinements Hall, Zhen Xiaoyang. Hall Master Yu can handle the matters of the 100 Refinements Hall. This old man doesn't have to get involved. Lest he thinks too much. Zhen Xiaoyang raised his hand and said, "He sees the 100 Refinements Hall as his own. Although I'm his assistant, he'll be alerted if I take an extra glance at him. I have my own important matters to attend to, so who would have the patience to deal with his trivial matters? Hee, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" Jin Yu said with a smile, "Lord Hall Master naturally won't lower himself to his level. However, tens of thousands of disciples have fallen into the hands of the enemy. This matter is still too big, Lord Hall Master has to take a stand. This old man already knew about this when I was in the Great Thunder Palace." Zhen Xiaoyang glanced at Jin Yu and said, "The news from the Sky Patrol City has already spread for several days. However, the Great Thunder Palace did not dare to release it casually. They only dared to spread the news when they found a scapegoat today. Now, the various halls of the Thunder Palace must have gathered a group of impassioned disciples. There will probably be some young disciples causing trouble and venting their complaints. This is the time for Hall Master Yu to appear as a righteous elder. How can this old man join in the fun?" Yes, this disciple understands." Jin Yu said with a bitter smile, "This disciple still thinks that I should go to the Thunder Palace to show some concern. I was even prepared to force Yu Qian to go to the palace. With Yu Qian's temper, I'm afraid he won't go, right?" Zhen Xiaoyang laughed, "This disciple of yours is a little strange. He's a little different from his parents." "That's right. Yu Qian went to rest by himself. Yun Shao and the others went. Zhenyu smiled and nodded. After listening to Lord Hall Master's opinion, Yu Qian did the right thing. He, what's right or wrong? Zhen Xiaoyang said with a smile, whether it's right or wrong, it's up to the Great Thunder Palace to decide. Lord Hall Master means. Zhenyu said curiously, this is the reason why Lord Hall Master recruited this disciple. What does Xiaohua's right or wrong have to do with us? Zhen Xiaoyang shook his head. In this old man's opinion, I hope that Great Thunder Palace will immediately hand down the punishment and kick Xiaohua out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. When there was only Xiangyang back then, this disciple couldn't even take down 10,000 Thunder Valley. Now that Xiaohua has been kicked out of 10,000 Thunder Valley, there's still Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan, and even Xiangjili. 10,000 Thunder Valley is becoming stronger day by day. Zhenyu sighed. Let's not talk about Xiaohua anymore. It's impossible for him to be kicked out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Zhen Xiaoyang waved his hand. No matter how big his mistake is, there won't be any big punishment this time. It's destined to be all bark and no bite. Because Xiaohua has brought Qian Qinghua back from Luyang. Ah! Zhenyu suddenly jumped out of his jade chair. This. How is this possible? Qian Qinghua is actually still alive. Not only alive, he's living very well. Zhen Xiaoyang sneered. This old man also didn't think that after dozens of years, Qian Qinghua would actually be brought back by Xiaohua. This Xiaohua is really mysterious. But with this merit, Lord Sect Master won't heavily punish Xiaohua. This disciple understands. Zhenyu was obviously shocked by the news of Qian Qinghua's return, but then he calmed down. Qian Qinghua should have used the secret soul oblivion technique of our thunder-controlling sect, right? Has he woken up yet? Definitely not today, and according to this old man's observation, he was seriously injured that day, and now he has sealed himself for dozens of years, so the soul oblivion technique won't be easy to wake up. It will take at least dozens of days. Zhen Xiaoyang answered, this old man called you here today to give you a message. Now the news of Qian Qinghua's return is only known by people above the sect master, and it hasn't been spread yet. You should think carefully about the thunder-devouring bead, to see if there are any flaws. Then, without waiting for Zhenyu to speak, Zhen Xiaoyang looked up at a trace of light outside the cave, and smiled bitterly. Thunder-devouring bead, this is an innate item. How could Qian Qinghua, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator? How could he know such secret information? How could he have obtained the thunder-devouring bead all by himself? If this suspense can't be confirmed, I'm afraid Lord Sect Master won't easily believe the origin of the thunder-devouring bead, right? Don't tell me, he used the thunder-devouring bead to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead? This. Hearing this, Zhenyu's face showed a bitter smile again. He bowed and said, I have already reported this matter to Palace Master as early as a few decades ago when senior brother Zhenxia had an accident. That year, disciple received sect master's order to find a reliable person to send out the information about the thunder-devouring bead. Disciple thought for a long time, and knew that senior brother Zhenxia was looking for some information about the Buddhism sect, so I secretly told senior brother Zhenxia about the thunder-devouring bead. Disciple thought senior brother Zhenxia went back to find the thunder-devouring bead, and brought it back to our thunder-controlling sect, but he didn't go there at all, and nobody knew where he went. He didn't even take the news seriously, and spread it out casually, which made the disciples of Shanghua sect and Qiqiao sect know. Fortunately, this news fell into Qian Qinghua's ears by accident, and Qian Qinghua left. The best part was that Qian Qinghua didn't come back, but the thunder-devouring bead came back first. Although the sect master had kept this matter under wraps and no one knew who had found the thunder-devouring bead, didn't the palace master make it clear? Other than Xiaohua who just joined the thunder-controlling sect, and Xiaohua who went to the Great Thunder Hall before going to the Jade Archive Hall, who else could it be? These things can't be traced. This old man also understands, and is also relieved. Zhen Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. The problem is, what happened to Zhen Xie? It said that there was no record of him leaving the sect that year, and at the same time, Qin Mingwei of the Canlei Palace also disappeared. The two of them didn't die together, did they? Disciple also investigated later. Zhen Yu nodded, that Qin Mingwei also seemed to be looking for the Buddhism sect ruins, just like Zhen Xie. And the two of them didn't have any record of leaving Sky Thunder Peak, so maybe they had a conflict because of the Buddhism sect ruins. Maybe they died together somewhere in the sect. That's right, Disciple thinks that Zhen Xie didn't look for the thunder-devouring bead because he found something from the Buddhism sect. Instead, he went somewhere else to look for the Buddhism sect. This Buddhism sect, Disciple really doesn't know why it's so tempting. Chapter 30:14. Then, there must be an exception to our previous speculations. There must be a third party. This third party must have taken their storage pouches, including the items from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, and destroyed their corpses. Zhen Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. Otherwise, how could their corpses have disappeared? And the third party? Can he find the information about the thunder-devouring bead in Zhen Xie's storage bag? Wouldn't that expose us? That's the most important thing. If Qian Qinghua didn't come back, we wouldn't have to think about it. But now that Qian Qinghua has come back, the sect master will definitely find out the reason for the thunder-devouring bead from Qian Qinghua. Maybe he'll find the place where Zhen Xie and Qin Mingwei died, or the third party. We'll be so sad. Zhen Yu shook his head again. Sect master, I've said before that even if senior brother Zhen Xie told me about the thunder-devouring bead, he wouldn't be able to trace it back to me. What's more, the news of the thunder-devouring bead was heard by Qian Qinghua outside the Sky Thunder Peak, so we don't have to worry about it. How could the third party know about us? Speaking of this, Zhen Yu was a little worried. He looked around and whispered, actually, I've been wondering about it for so many years, but I don't know if I should ask now. Well, just say it. The inhibition of the cave residence was opened after you came in. Zhen Xiaoyang smiled, and now all the people are looking at the 8 Thunder Palaces, so no one will notice this place. Yes. Zhen Yu still hesitated for a moment, saying, the Alliance Master treats us well, so I agree with him from the bottom of my heart. Moreover, he also respects our Imperial Lightning sect and our sect. He doesn't want us to do anything that goes against our wishes. But, since the primordial item in his hand is so important to our thunder-controlling sect, then, why can't he exchange it with the thunder-devouring bead, for the Buddhist weapon he wants? I've thought about it before. Zhen Xiaoyang was still smiling. You know, I'm also a disciple of our thunder-controlling sect, and I'm also a lineal disciple of the Thunder Palace. My position in the Thunder Palace is not low, so I don't have any reason to betray our thunder-controlling sect for some petty profit. You don't have to worry about that. And all this time, have I ever asked you to do anything against your will? Yes, it's precisely because I've never done anything against my heart that this disciple is so assured to ask Lord Hall Master. Zhen Yu said with a smile. Actually, it's like this. Zhen Yu, think about it. What kind of status does Alliance Leader have? He's looking for a Buddhist artifact that can gather lightning. If he says that he's giving it away, I'm afraid it won't sound good, right? Zhen Xiaoyang gathered her words and said, even if the sect master doesn't say much, he will still let the Alliance Master take the risk, right? Besides, where is this Buddhist artifact? Even the Alliance Master was only guessing. You've searched several places where lightning gathers in my Sky Thunder Peak, but you couldn't find any clues. If Lord Alliance Head takes out the thunder-devouring bead, what will Lord Sect Head use to exchange? This disciple feels that the possibility of Myriad Thunder Valley is higher. It's a pity that this disciple can't go deep into the Myriad Thunder Valley. It's hard to make a decision. Zhen Yu muttered. It's a pity that the Buddhist artifact isn't in the Thousand Thunder Mountain. Zhen Xiaoyang felt a little regretful. And that helpless and stubborn temper of his, there's no way to explain this to him clearly. N. Zhenyu nodded slightly. Also, we've been searching for that Buddhist artifact in the Sky Thunder Peak for 100 years, right? Lord Alliance leader can't wait any longer. We can only use the last resort. Otherwise, in the next great war between immortals and demons, Lord Alliance leader will be very passive. Zhen Xiaoyang said in a low voice, and this last resort is naturally the method of putting one's life on the line. If we only discuss it with Lord Sect Head, how would Lord Sect Head agree? See, Jinyu suddenly woke up and sucked in a breath of cold air. He said hurriedly, could it be? Lord Sect Head has already used the thunder-devouring bead, on the Sky Thunder Peak's array. Looks like you can comprehend a lot when you're guarding Thousand Thunder Peak. Zhen Xiaoyang sighed, this old man only thought of this after a long time. I didn't expect you to understand it so quickly. This disciple is guarding lightning descent every day. Naturally, I know a little more than Lord Sect Head. Jinyu coughed and said. That's right. If we look at it now, Lord Sect Head must be using the thunder-devouring bead to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead bit by bit. In other words, between the replacement of the old and new thunder pearls, the Buddhist artifact that gathers lightning to appear. Tell me, this method of taking drastic measures. Will Lord Sect Head accept it? Zhen Xiaoyang said with a smile. Zhenyu shook his head, now that heaven and earth's spiritual energy has changed greatly, the heavenly lightning has also mutated. Using the thunder-devouring bead to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead is the way for our Imperial Thunder sect to survive. If Lord Alliance leader makes this matter clear, Lord Sect Head might not disagree. You're wrong. Zhen Xiaoyang shook his head. First, the great change in heaven and earth's spiritual energy is a recent matter. Lord Alliance leader didn't know about it beforehand. Although his divine ability is great, he can't know about it after 100 years. Indeed. Zhenyu realized. Second, the thunder-devouring bead came from Lord Alliance leader. Will Lord Sect Head use it? 100 Refinements Hall is being watched closely by Zhenyu. This old man, as the deputy sect head, is being ostracized by him. Do you think Lord Sect Head, as the sect head of our Imperial Thunder sect, will tolerate Lord Alliance leader interfering with the foundation of our Imperial Thunder sect? But even now, if Lord Alliance leader has ulterior motives, isn't it the same? It's different. First of all, Lord Sect Head won't have any vigilance in his heart. Secondly, the thunder-devouring bead has already been refined by Lord Sect Head. What is he afraid of? Zhen Xiaoyang had clearly thought about it for a long time. In that case, we should be the meritorious officials of the Imperial Thunder sect now. Zhenyu also understood at this time, if not for Lord Alliance leader's thunder-devouring bead, my Sky Thunder Peak's lightning array would have long lost its effect and the door would be wide open, right? Hee, that's indeed the case. Zhen Xiaoyang laughed. Unfortunately, we can only be nameless meritorious officials. We will never be known by Lord Sect Head and the group of Imperial Thunder sect disciples who have received kindness from him. We will never be like that Xiao Hua from the Myriad Thunder Valley, whose name will be left in our Imperial Thunder sect's records. Sigh, this is called man proposes but God disposes. Presumably, Lord Alliance leader didn't think that there would be so many unforeseen events back then. Jinyu sighed. Moreover, if back then disciple had taken down the Myriad Thunder Valley and found that Buddhist artifact, we would have offered up this thunder-devouring bead. Ha ha ha. Zhen Xiaoyang laughed loudly. You already said that man proposes but God disposes. Then don't think about it. Today, you still have to think about it carefully and see if there are any flaws in it. Right now, the situation has not been resolved and the sect head has discovered this kind of secret. Although we have a clear conscience and are also thinking for the sect, there is still an alliance leader in the middle. It's better for the sect head to have some suspicions. Yes, yes, disciple understands. After Zhenyu dispelled his doubts, although he didn't care too much, he also understood the importance of it. He lowered his head again, as if pondering. The entire immortal cave was silent. Far away in the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua never thought that so many things he encountered were actually arranged by others. The matter of him being the fisherman who reaped the benefits could not be hidden from those who were observant. He was still helplessly in the myriad Thunder Valley's immortal cave, narrating his experience. Just as Xiaohua was about to fly into the Gale snowfield to save Xiao Mao, a scarlet-red messaging talisman emitted an intense lightning light and rushed into the immortal cave, landing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Oh! Xiaohua stared blankly. When he reached out to crush the messaging talisman and looked at the message inside, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Adoptive father, Xiang Zhili said anxiously, who came? Ignore him. Quickly tell me, how did you sneak into the spirit stone vein of the Gale snowfield? There were so many sword cultivators. Boy, I heard that after over 10,000 disciples of Xuanyan school fell into the hands of sword cultivators, you actually saved so many of them. Today's story will end here. Xiaohua said with a smile, the future is long. The past has already become a story, the future story will have to be written with feet. You can't be immersed in the past story every day, right? Adoptive father. Xiang Zhili said somewhat helplessly, why are you speaking the same way as father? Because, we are both elders. Xiaohua smiled faintly and stood up, saying, you'd better prepare your own story. When adoptive father has time, I will also listen to you. He, boy knows. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. His story was naturally his fortuitous encounter, and he didn't even tell Xiang Yang. Now that he saw Xiaohua's intention, it seemed that he was going to give him pointers on cultivation, so how could he not be happy? Xiaohua's dragonization art was truly admirable, and this dragonization art wasn't the great magical power that Xiaohua had promised him. He was truly filled with anticipation for Xiaohua's pointers. Mistress, Xuanshu is here. Xiaohua stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. You don't need to get up. Oh, this child. Zhou Minghui smiled benevolently and didn't stand up. Xiang Yang was about to stand up when Yan Qinglian tugged on his sleeve. Only then did he realize and sit down again. Second senior brother, we won't go out. Dui Qimeng said, Xuanshu is very familiar with us, and he didn't receive us when he came here earlier. Oh, all right. Xiaohua saw that everyone in Myriad Thunder Valley was avoiding him and nodded helplessly. Xiaohua left the cave, and in a short moment, he saw Xuanshu's figure appear in midair. The two people's gazes met briefly, and they both avoided each other. When they got closer, they saw each other's appearance, which hadn't changed for more than 10 years, and smiled at the same time. This smile was very natural to Xiaohua. Senior sister Xuanshu, I didn't expect you to come today. Xiaohua still used his original form of address and bowed in greeting. Xuanshu didn't stand on ceremony and returned the greeting, saying, I originally wanted to come back in a few days and not join in the excitement here. However, I just received the news, so I naturally had to come today. Chapter 30:15. Xiaohua's heart warmed. This kind of friend who helped him in his hour of need was a true friend. Cui Hongshan's contacts were probably just ordinary wine and meat acquaintances. Are you alright? Sun Shu looked up and down at Xiaohua. Thousands of words seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to say half a word. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said these few words. However, just these few words, together with the more than 10 years of worry and longing, were poured out. I am very good. Xiaohua smiled. A very comfortable, very unrestrained feeling arose in his heart. 10 years of war. I have benefited a lot. AI, yes, you are very good. I should have known. Sun Shu sighed. You rose to prominence in the Great Tao Sword War. Now, your reputation is like the sun at noon. In my Imperial Thunder sect, apart from Grandmaster Wuming, I'm afraid it's your turn. Every once in a while, the battle reports would be. At this point, Sun Shu's face turned slightly red, and he didn't continue. Xiao Hua heard it clearly, so there was no need to say it. Every time Sun Shu paid attention to battle reports, wasn't it because he wanted to know about Xiao Hua's news? A kind of indescribable trust arose in Xiao Hua's heart. He said with a smile, hee, ashamed. It's all average, all average. All average. Sun Shu was slightly stunned, but then his eyes brightened. He covered his mouth and laughed. I should have thought of it. Back then, you were so powerful before Foundation establishment. Now, you are already middle Foundation establishment. Maybe core condensation is also possible. Xiao Hua felt a little proud in his heart. This was also the first time he directly told others about his core formation cultivation. I should have thought of it. This was already the third time Sun Shu said, should have. Xue has already advanced to late Foundation establishment. How could you have just advanced to middle Foundation establishment? Sun Shu's words didn't seem to contain jealousy, only a trace of regret and hidden bitterness. Hearing Sun Shu mention Xue, Xiao Hua raised his brows and asked, what about Xue? I heard Master's wife say she has been in seclusion. Yes. At the same time, Sun Shu frowned. Somewhat puzzled, he said, this girl has been like a madwoman for more than 10 years. She's been in secluded meditation non-stop. At first, I thought, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to catch up. Because of other people's cultivation bases, you would look down on her. But, after she entered mid-foundation establishment, she still had to go into secluded meditation. Even Master has repeatedly advised her against it, fearing that she would once again go berserk and her Tao foundation would be unstable. At this point, Sun Shu said helplessly, I did want to go into seclusion, but it was fine at the beginning, but in the end, my heart demons arose. How could I dare to force it? Right now, he had only just stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment. Compared to Xue, compared to junior brother, he's really much stronger. Senior sister is right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the path of the heavenly Tao is long, and progressing step by step is the right path. When I see Xue, I will ask her more. Seeing that Xiao Hua was already a gold core cultivator, yet he still called himself her little brother, Sun Shu smiled sweetly. She looked around and said, I thought I was already early, but who knew? I was still late. Neither early nor late, it's just right. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand, please, senior sister Sun, eldest senior brother and the others are all waiting in the cave. I won't go in. Sun Shu was even more embarrassed, seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. When junior sister Xue comes out of seclusion in a few days, I'll come with her. Xiao Hua knew that she was thin-skinned, so he thought for a moment and nodded, that's fine too. Unfortunately, just as he said those two words, several divine senses swept over from afar. After touching Xiao Hua, they suddenly retracted. Hee, senior sister Sun, don't go, a few more good friends are coming. Xiao Hua smiled and looked into the distance. All right. Sun Shu was naturally also swept by those divine senses, so she simply nodded generously. Not long after, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Zhenhua, Qiu Su and Baisugu's figures appeared in midair. The five of them saw Xiao Hua from afar, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Greetings, senior brother Xiao. Zhen Minghui and the others landed in midair and bowed respectfully. Ha, junior brothers, it's really been a long time. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart. He knew that this kind of emotion that had been tested by blood and fire was true emotion, so he raised his hand and smiled. Yes, we've all missed senior brother Xiao. Su Qing smiled and said, thinking about the situation in the battle with senior brother back then, we're all incomparably excited. The battle is already over. There's no need to talk about it in the future. Xiao Hua pointed at Sun Shu and said, this is Sun Shu from Sun Lei Palace, she's my best friend. Greetings, senior sister Sun. Several people bowed and wanted to meet her, so Sun Shu naturally returned the greeting naturally and gracefully. Then, everyone surrounded Xiao Hua and entered the cave. Naturally, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng didn't wait for them to enter the cave and had already brought a few disciples to the entrance to welcome them. Then, they instructed their disciples to serve spirit fruits and other things. Zhen Minghui and the others were more familiar than Sun Shu. Ever since they returned to Zhenlei Palace, although they didn't have any contact with Cui Hongshan in terms of the internal affairs of the palace, they still frequently visited. Xiang Yang and Xiang Zhili didn't stand on ceremony and casually sat down after entering the cave. On the contrary, after Sun Shu greeted Zhuo Minghui and the others, she somewhat reservedly sat beside Yan Qinglian. Seeing Zhen Quan and the others tidying up the jade table and preparing the spirit fruits and spirit wine, Zhen Hua glanced at Zhen Minghui and gave him a meaningful glance. Thus, Zhen Minghui smiled and said, Senior brother Xiao, actually, when we were in Zhenlei Palace earlier, we already received the news that senior brother had returned. At that time, the entire Zhenlei Palace was in an uproar. Presumably, junior brother Cui had already rushed back to Myriad Thunder Valley at that time. Little brother also met Zhen Hua at that time and was preparing to invite Su Qing and the others to Myriad Thunder Valley together. But thinking about it, senior brother Xiao must be tired after returning from afar, and there will definitely be many masters coming to visit senior brother Xiao. We were thinking of coming back in a few days. Junior brothers, I understand your feelings. Your feelings won't be inferior to your feelings a few days later. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, before I could find Xiao Su, Zhen Hua continued, another bolt from the blue came down. I discussed with senior brother Minghui. If others don't come, we will definitely come. And we will definitely be there today. Yes, I know. Xiao Hua said with a smile. But, Zhen Minghui said with some indignation, just after we gathered together, we will come to Myriad Thunder Valley. Zhenlei Palace has already gathered many low-level qi refinement disciples. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He had a bad premonition. Most of these disciples are the juniors of the disciples who were trapped in Sky Patrol City. Zhen Minghui said in a low voice, they said. It was all senior brother Zhao's fault that the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect were trapped in Sky Patrol City. They wanted to find senior brother Xiao to find their master. They wanted senior brother Xiao to give them an explanation. They wanted senior brother Xiao to. What do they want me to do? Xiao Hua said coldly when he heard Zhen Minghui stop talking at the end. Their words are very unpleasant. Zhen Hua said in a low voice. Zhen Minghui looked at Xiao Hua's face and said, they wanted senior brother Xiao to take his own life as an apology and to get senior brother Xiao out of Sky Thunder Peak. Ha ha ha, I have seen thousands of sword cultivators. Why would I be afraid of a few qi refinement disciples? Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed instead. He really didn't expect the low-level disciples to have such a reaction. This was just Great Thunder Palace's trick to divert attention. At that time, he felt that it was fine to be a scapegoat, but he really didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. Damn it, this group of old farts. They really think too much. Xiao Hua couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of Fairy Xian Hua. If Great Thunder Palace hadn't found Xiao Hua as a scapegoat and had rashly revealed the matter of tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples falling into Sky Patrol City, then Great Thunder Palace probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the gathering of these young disciples, right? That's right, these were all low-level disciples. When they saw Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators, they had to stand still and respectfully salute, not to mention nascent soul masters. But the problem was, which young person didn't have a trace of courage? Not all young people had the guts. Moreover, this involved their masters. Adding to that the resentment from the great battle of Tao and Sword all these years, they probably really had to vent it all out, right? Now, this Xiao has become their enemy. After laughing loudly, Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. If he had known the consequences, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have taken this responsibility in Great Thunder Palace. Junior brother Xiao, things are different now. Sun Shu said somewhat anxiously, you can kill sword cultivators at will, but these Qi refinement disciples. I'm afraid they are all direct disciples of Great Thunder Palace. Since Great Thunder Palace is like this, the other 7 Great Thunder Palaces should also be like this, right? These low-level Qi refinement disciples. You can't beat them or scold them. Alas, that's true. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately felt that this matter was thorny. Of course, these Qi refinement disciples added together were probably not Xiaohua's match, but the problem was, could Xiaohua make a move? Not to mention killing them, even using pressure would make the masters behind these disciples unhappy, right? If by any chance there were some sinister dark hands adding fuel to the fire from behind, Xiaohua, and even Myriad Thunder Valley would no longer exist in Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, right? Immediately, the entire Immortals Cave was silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to deal with this. Right at this moment, an anxious voice sounded from outside the Immortals Cave, Martial Uncle Xiao, Martial Uncle Xiao. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and he frowned, Dui Ling. Why hasn't she built her foundation yet? That's right, when they were at Quanjin Mountain, Dui Ling was already at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Ever since they parted ways at Quanjin Mountain, Xiaohua had never seen Dui Ling again. However, it had been 10 years. Although Xiaohua had almost forgotten about this little girl, but, she should have built her foundation long ago. Dui Qimeng heard this and smiled bitterly, second senior brother, not every disciple at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm can set foot into the foundation establishment realm. Zhenhua and Baisu Valley stayed at Quanjin Mountain for 3 years, which was a blessing in disguise. However, Dui Ling was sent back to Sky Thunder Peak after returning from Quanjin Mountain to Sky Patrol City. It was enough to keep her life, so how could she still hope to build her foundation? And after returning to the sect, Dui Ling still couldn't find the opportunity to build her foundation. As Dui Qimeng spoke, she had already stood up. Dui Ling was a disciple of Dui Thunder Palace, so as her former senior sister, she had to welcome her. Chapter 30:16. However, before Dui Qimeng could reach the entrance of the abode, Dui Ling had already rushed in. Dui Ling had indeed matured a lot compared to before. 10 years of time had left a deep mark on her face. However, once Dui Ling entered the abode, she immediately looked at Xiaohua and said anxiously, Martial Uncle Xiao, you should quickly leave Myriad Thunder Valley. Many disciples of Dui Thunder Palace are at a loss and want to come to Myriad Thunder Valley to find you. Ah! Dui Qimeng was shocked, why would they want to come to Myriad Thunder Valley? Dui Ling, Xiaohua looked at Dui Ling's anxious face and asked faintly, ordinary Qi refining disciples are unable to get close to Myriad Thunder Valley. Don't worry. The magic power in your body is in chaos and has already been eroded by the silent thunder of my Myriad Thunder Valley. You should quickly adjust your breathing. Xiaohua saw a trace of magic power flickering on Dui Ling's anxious face and knew that she had used magic power to resist the silent thunder when she entered the inner valley of Myriad Thunder Valley. However, it was very obvious that although Dui Ling's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, she still couldn't completely resist the silent thunder and was injured by it. However, she still took the risk and endured the pain to enter the inner valley in order to report to Xiao Hua. This concubine. The anxiety on Dui Ling's face faded as she said embarrassedly, "This concubine has received martial uncle's great kindness and is unable to repay it. This concubine is afraid of delaying martial uncle's important matter." Dui Qimeng only came to her senses after hearing this. She hastily took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag and used her magic power to strike it on Dui Ling's body. After a flash of lightning, Dui Ling's pale face gradually regained some color. "Thank you for your hard work, Dui Ling." Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling gratefully. Although Dui Ling's news had already been sent by Zhen Minghui and the rest, Dui Ling's intentions didn't seem to be inferior to theirs. Since martial uncle knows, this concubine can rest assured. Dui Ling smiled, martial uncle's cultivation is exceedingly high and naturally has a way to deal with it. Xiao Hua shrugged and said unhappily, "I know, but I still haven't thought of any good methods." Dui Ling saw this somewhat familiar action and thought of the 10 years of not seeing her and her own cultivation. Dui Ling was somewhat sad, but she still forced a smile. "Martial uncle can avoid it, there's no need, why would this Xiao avoid it?" Xiao Hua sneered, "This Xiao wants to see who dares to come to my 10,000 Thunder Valley and ask this Xiao for an explanation." Zhuo Minghui also whispered, "Child, we're not avoiding them. We're just going into seclusion. Let them cause a ruckus outside." Master's wife. Xiao Hua was too embarrassed to refute Zhuo Minghui, but he still raised his head and said, "This disciple wants to see what these low-level disciples are thinking. I want to see if they're doing this for the Imperial Thunder sect or for sword cultivators." Although Xiao Hua's words were full of lofty sentiments, apart from Sun Shu, everyone was worried. Facing a low-level disciple of the 8 Great Lightning Palaces, a middle-stage foundation establishment Xiao Hua, they really didn't have any particularly good countermeasures. Of course, Sun Shu understood that at the last step, Xiao Hua only needed to reveal John Doe's identity, and who would dare to be arrogant? Seeing everyone's frown, Sun Shu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua's trust is more precious than anything else. What should we do? Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly at each other. The two of them knew better than anyone else the severity of this crisis. At the critical moment, another wave of divine sense swept over, Shui Shui. This divine sense was very familiar, revealing 2 different feelings of indifference and passion. Once Xiao Hua sensed it, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Always at this critical moment, he always had his loved ones and lovers by his side. Always had their concern and love accompanying his heart, making him unable to feel the coldness of the world. Junior martial sister Shui has come out of seclusion. Sun Shu's face was slightly embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also stunned. Because he had probed Shui Shui a few days ago and knew that the time she would come out of seclusion was uncertain, he naturally didn't check it out again today in a hurry. Shui Shui was indeed already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. She flew extremely fast, and in a moment after divine sense swept over, she had already arrived outside the cave. Apart from Xiao Hua who came out to welcome her, the others, as usual, didn't come out. Shui Shui. Xiao Hua looked at Shui Shui's somewhat thin cheeks and couldn't help but reach out his hand and shout. "Darling Xiao." Shui Shui landed and placed her hand in Xiao Hua's hand. That warmth was very familiar to her. "When did you come out of seclusion?" Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. "Sun Shu just arrived and said you've been in closed-door meditation all these years." I came out of seclusion 4 hours ago." Shui Shui said with a smile, "I'm afraid I sensed darling Xiao returning to the mountain, so I hurriedly came out of seclusion, right? But I didn't expect senior martial sister Sun to be half a step faster than me. Actually, your cultivation level." Xiao Hua still wanted to say something, but Xue Xue squeezed his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later. Today, I came to ask you for a favor." "Oh. What is it?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously. "Let's enter the cave first." Xue Xue took Xiao Hua's hand and very rarely took the initiative. "I have to report this matter to Martial Uncle Zhuo first." Xiao Hua originally thought Xue Xue wanted to persuade him to avoid those aura-refining disciples, but looking at Xue Xue's expression, it seemed she didn't know about this matter. He followed Xue Xue into the cave. Xue Xue's arrival was naturally different from Sun Shu, Zhen Minghui, and the others. Zhuo Minghui also personally came to welcome her. But how could Xue Xue let Zhuo Minghui take a few more steps? She hastily walked in front of Zhuo Minghui and respectfully saluted her. Zhuo Minghui had a smile on her face, and that smile seemed to be sweet. The expression she looked at Xue Xue with was even more benevolent than Yan Qinglian and Dui Qimeng. She pulled Xue Xue's hand and insisted that Xue Xue sit next to her. Xiao Hua walked behind Xue Xue and was rather puzzled. Previously, before he left Myriad Thunder Valley, Xue Xue also came, but he had never seen Zhuo Minghui so close to Xue Xue. It was as if Xue Xue was her own family. The dual cultivation ceremony hadn't been held yet. Xiao Hua really didn't understand. Before Zhuo Minghui gave birth to Wu Qing, although she was very close to the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, after all, she didn't have the affection of licking her children. Or, it could be said that she didn't understand the meaning of familial love. Only after she gave birth to Wu Qing did she understand the meaning behind it. Therefore, when she looked at Xiang Yang, Xiao Hua, and Cui Hongshan, she didn't think they were any worse than Wu Qing. Love the house, love the crow. When she saw Xue Xue, this wife who hasn't married, her affectionate attitude was innate. "Martial Uncle Zhuo, please take a seat first," Xue Xue said with a smile. "After the boy greets the various senior brothers, there is still an important matter to discuss with you." All right." Zhuo Minghui returned to her seat with a beaming smile, while Xue Xue greeted Xiang Yang and the others. When she saw Sun Shu, Xue Xue smiled and said, "Senior sister is even faster than junior sister." Sun Shu couldn't understand the meaning behind Xue Xue's words, so she said with a smile, "Senior sister saw you a few days ago and knew that you hadn't come out of seclusion. Today, Xiao Hua came back and encountered some trouble, so I hurried over. I didn't know that junior sister had come out of seclusion." Junior sister's mind suddenly became restless today. "I felt that there was something important, so I had no choice but to come out of seclusion." Xue Xue didn't say much, frowning as she said, "As soon as I came out of seclusion, I actually heard that Xiao Hua had returned to the mountain from Zun Thunder Palace, so I hurried over." When Sun Shu heard this, she felt a bit sad. She understood that Xue Xue was hinting that she had a telepathic connection with Xiao Hua. Although she didn't say anything else, her meaning was clear. However, when Xue Xue saw the sadness in Sun Shu's eyes, she immediately understood that she was thinking too much. She knew that Sun Shu was very sensitive right now. She wanted to say a few more words, but she was afraid of adding to the trouble, so she simply didn't say anything more. She pulled Sun Shu's hand and sat beside her. In fact, Sun Shu's mood was very awkward, but now that Xue Xue was accompanying her again, her heart slowly relaxed. However, she heard Zhuo Minghui speak again. "Xue Xue, you're already in the late stage of foundation establishment. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate in seclusion. Golden Core cultivators can't become Golden Core cultivators just by cultivating in seclusion. Now that the great battle of Dao and Sword is about to end, you still have to go out with Xiao Hua and gain experience. Disciple will engrave Martial Uncle's words in her heart," Xue Xue said with a smile. "Disciple's aptitude is dull, and my starting point is also low. If I don't diligently study and cultivate in seclusion, how can I catch up with someone? Of course, disciple's master also told disciple clearly that the late stage of foundation establishment needs more tempering, and that there won't be any more progress in seclusion. Disciple also told master that after this seclusion, I won't force myself to cultivate in seclusion again. Very good. Xiao Hua smiled. In other words, after coming out of seclusion this time, you don't need to cultivate in seclusion again. He, Xiao Hua is wrong. Facing so many disciples, Shui didn't hide her feelings for Xiao Hua. She said with a smile, I came out of seclusion this time because I had a warning in my heart, so I had no choice but to come out. After this matter is over, I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate in seclusion for a few more days. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what kind of warning did you have? Shui saw Xiao Hua's concern and smiled sweetly. However, she stood up and said to Zhuo Minghui, Martial Uncle Zhuo, disciple wants to borrow Xiao Hua for a few days. I wonder if Martial Uncle can agree. Zhuo Minghui was stunned, but she immediately understood. She clapped her hands and said, Shui, you can borrow him. Don't return him. Martial Uncle is joking. Shui blushed and said, Xiao Hua is now the pillar of our myriad Thunder Valley. It won't do if he doesn't come back. The word our made the entire Immortals cave feel warm. However, Xiao Hua frowned and said indifferently, Shui, what's going on? If you don't tell me clearly, I won't leave the valley. Oh. Xiao Hua, what's wrong? Shui was a bit dazed, as if she didn't understand Xiao Hua's attitude. She said curiously, my body and mind had a warning sign. I felt that there was danger in Misty Mountain, so I had no choice but to come out of seclusion. It was only when I went to Thundercloud Palace to ask for leave that I received the news that Xiao Hua had returned to the mountain. That's why I happily came to find Xiao Hua. I know that with Xiao Hua accompanying me back to Misty Mountain, uncle, brother, and the others will be fine. Shui took out her leave token. Chapter 30:17. So it's like that. Xiao Hua suddenly understood that this was a coincidence. He naturally wouldn't check Shui's identity tablet. He turned to Zhuo Minghui and said, if that's the case, master's wife, I'm afraid I really have to go with Shui. Okay, then. Hongshen, go to Thunder Palace and ask for leave on behalf of your senior brother. Zhuo Minghui nodded and instructed Cui Hongshen. Yes, I'll go right away. Cui Hongshen hurriedly got up. No need. Shui smiled. No need to trouble junior brother Cui. I'll go with Xiao Lang to Thunder Palace. After I ask for leave, I'll immediately leave the mountain with him. This. Cui Hongshen smiled bitterly. Senior sister Shui, you don't know. Senior brother can't leave Myriad Thunder Valley now. Huh? Why? Shui was very surprised and puzzled. The details should be explained by eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshen naturally wouldn't waste time and said, I'll go to Thunder Palace first. Oh, okay. Shui turned to face the sun with Xiao Hua on her back, but she whispered a few words to Sun Shu and winked at her. Sun Shu was obviously stunned, but she returned to normal in an instant. When Cui Hongshen walked to the entrance of the cave, Sun Shu frowned and whispered, Junior sister Shui, master is going to preach Tao at Jingxin Pavilion the day after tomorrow. It's fine if you don't come out of closed-door meditation, but since you've come out, shouldn't you go? You didn't ask for leave from master, right? Oh, you're right. Shui seemed to be caught off guard. She said in a low voice, little sister originally wanted to see master after taking leave from Xuanlei Palace, but when I heard the news of Xiao Lang returning to the mountain, I was thinking. I forgot about master. How about this, I'll send a summoning talisman. No, summoning talismans are too disrespectful. Since you're in a hurry, I'll go for you. Since Xiao Hua will accompany you, master will be relieved. Sun Shu stood up and said to Xiao Hua, junior sister Xue is here now, senior brother Zhen and the others are also here. Eyes not much, eyes not, so I won't stay here any longer. What happened here, was a group of aura-refining disciples being deceived and blinded by their hot-bloodedness. Junior martial brother Xiao, you don't have to lower yourself to their level. He, I understand. Xiao Hua stood up to send him off. He understood that if Sun Shu came with Xue, Sun Shu would definitely not leave. However, if Sun Shu came alone and Xue came, then Sun Shu would definitely leave. Thus, he did not urge him to stay. Thus, after Sun Shu took his leave, he followed Cui Hongshan out of the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Lang, what's going on? Xue asked in confusion. It's like this. Xiang Yang wouldn't let Xiao Hua speak, so he roughly explained the situation. Oh. I see. Xue came to a sudden realization and nodded. No wonder some aura-refining disciples gathered in Xuanlei Palace. Each and every one of them looked so agitated. I thought something big had happened. Then, she looked at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Lang, everyone has a time when they are young. Senior martial sister Sun is right. They were all hot-blooded and thought that their actions could help the Imperial Thunder sect. However, they didn't know that they were doing something extremely wrong. When the truth came out, they were extremely regretful. We are now Foundation Establishment Masters. We really can't lower ourselves to their level. And, I understand. Seeing Xue being so meticulous and persuasive, Xiao Hua's somewhat cold heart gradually melted. He nodded and said, previously, Master's wife advised me to leave for a period of time. Now, it's all good. I can go on a trip in your place. It's really the best of both worlds. That's right. Xue pursed her lips and smiled. It seems, you still have to thank me. Seeing that Xue's arrival had untangled the knot in everyone's heart, Zhen Minghui and the others also calmed down. Especially Dui Ling. After regulating his breath for a long time, he finally returned to normal and looked at Xue thoughtfully. You all go to the outer valley and take a look. Dui Qimeng saw that there were some changes in the situation and felt uneasy, so he instructed Zhen Tingmu and the others. Yes, disciple will go right away. Zhen Tingmu hurriedly agreed. You all go too. Xiang Yang turned his head and instructed Zhen Quan and the others. When the dozen or so people had just walked out of the cave, Dui Ling anxiously said, you all be careful. Those disciples look aggressive. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. You go too. Xiao Hua turned his head and said to Xiang Zhili, if you see anyone you don't like, feel free to attack. As long as you don't lose your life, foster father will take care of everything. Yes. Xiang Zhili's voice was extremely loud and clear. He jumped out from behind Xiao Hua and flew out of the cave, completely ignoring Xiang Yang's fierce glare. In fact, ever since they entered the cave, Xiang Zhili had been staying behind Xiao Hua. When he heard everyone's messages, he was eager to give it a try. If he hadn't seen Xiang Yang signal him not to move, he would have already gone out with Zhen Quan and the others. Now that he had received Xiao Hua's instructions, how could he restrain himself? Not to mention Xiang Yang, even Yan Qingmian didn't understand why Xiao Hua was so arrogant. The current Xiao Hua was completely different from before he fought the sword cultivators of Huan Nation. They couldn't imagine that Xiao Hua, who had gone through the great battle of Dao and sword, had a new understanding of life and death. Xiao Hua wasn't afraid of the ferocious sword cultivators and the swordsmen who could destroy the heavens with one sword. How could these qi refinement cultivators, who still smelled of their mother's milk, enter his eyes? On the contrary, Zhen Minghui and the others had already seen Xiao Hua's high profile and weren't surprised at all. That's right. Xiao Hua spoke again, tidy up the things in the cave abodes in the outer valley. Don't let some dishonest disciples steal them. Io, that's right. Hearing this, Dui Chimeng was a little anxious and hurriedly transmitted her voice to Zhen Quan and the others. Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng had put in a lot of effort in the cave abodes in the outer valley. Those were the face of Myriad Thunder Valley. If it was really as Dui Ling said, those disciples would really vent their anger on those cave abodes if they were enraged. Dui Chimeng hurriedly went out again. She was naturally worried about those disciples and could only do it herself. Fortunately, not long after, Dui Chimeng leisurely returned. It was obvious that she had already tidied up the cave abodes. During this time, Xiao Hua listened to Xue Xue talk about what had happened in the past 10 years. In fact, it was very simple. Xue Xue had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years. It seemed that in the days when Xiao Hua wasn't around, Xue Xue could only use seclusion to pass the time. Thinking about what Fairy Hongxia had said before, that there would be an indescribable pressure when she was by his side, Xiao Hua's heart ached and he looked at Xue Xue with love. Xue Xue was naturally full of tenderness. She smiled and her eyes never left Xiao Hua. Xue Xue. After Dui Chimeng returned, Zhuo Minghui asked, that year, when you were helpless about Martial Uncle's seclusion, you said that he would definitely condense his core. At that time, I still had some doubts. However, at that time, I also had the idea of going into seclusion. However, because of Wu Qing, I was afraid that my vitality would be damaged and it would be impossible for me to pass the test of condensing my core. However, after hearing your words, I had confidence in condensing my core. The result was as you said, I successfully condensed my core. But now, your helpless martial uncle has been in seclusion for so many years. He, martial uncle Zhuo, you can rest assured. Xue Xue smiled and said with certainty, Junior can guarantee 10,000 times that martial uncle will definitely succeed in condensing his core, just like Junior knows that I will definitely be able to enter the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Hua was extremely surprised. He had seen a lot of divine techniques and clairvoyant techniques. Even his own karma hand didn't seem to have this kind of magical ability. He really didn't know how Xue Xue could predict this. Xue Xue, how do you know this? Darling Xiao, this is a feeling. It's a pure feeling. Xue Xue smiled and said, it's the same as when I know that there will be a disaster in Fog Mountain. Moreover, I also know that Martial Uncle will definitely come out of seclusion this year. Ah. Really? Zhuo Minghui's face showed ecstasy. That's right, if she only said that Wu Qing could condense his core, that would be a guess. Xue Xue actually said when he would come out of seclusion, so what else did she have to worry about? Oh, Xiao Hua was speechless. This answer seemed to be similar to Jiu Xia's. If Xiao Hua didn't know Jiu Xia, he would still be suspicious. However, after knowing Jiu Xia and seeing the Shaman King's divine technique, he actually believed Xue Xue's words. Moreover, Xue Xue seemed to have this kind of magical ability after awakening the lightning beast's bloodline. Perhaps the lightning beast's bloodline originally had this kind of magical ability? Master. Just as Zhuo Minghui's heart calmed down, two panicked voices came from outside the cave. Dui Chimeng's two female disciples, Zhang Wan and Fan Yuming, hurriedly rushed in and shouted, outside Myriad Thunder Valley, there are over 1,000 aura refining disciples flying over, blocking the sky, blocking everything, Xiao Hua sneered. He swept out his divine sense and took a quick glance. It really was as Zhang Wan had said, there were over 1,000 aura refining disciples aggressively rushing to the entrance of Myriad Thunder Valley. However, because of the silent thunder, they didn't dare to get too close. They stood in midair and arrogantly shouted something. Among them, there were quite a few instigators who were egging them on. Zhen Quan and the others stood guard at the edge of the silent thunder, not getting close. They looked a bit flustered. On the other hand, Xiang Zhili looked at these disciples with interest, seemingly thinking about something. Xiao Hua, who was used to facing thousands of sword cultivators, felt bored by this formation. He only used his divine perception to take a look and then withdrew it. He said indifferently, "The disciples nowadays are really amazing. They actually dare to attack the cave of a Foundation establishment master. Actually, most of them are disciples who don't know the truth." Zhen Minghui said with a wry smile, "They only want to understand the truth, only want to cover up the shame of the Imperial Thunder sect. They themselves are the shame of the Imperial Thunder sect." Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. "If they have the ability, then go to Sky Patrol City and fight it out with the sword cultivators." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.